Chief Meteorologist Mallory Schnell here alongside meteorologist John Gordon.
We're back again.
Feels like we were just here. Unfortunately, we do have another round for severe weather this evening and tonight. We've been tracking it rolling through Illinois into Indiana. Lots of tornado warnings for areas off to our northwest. And some of that is getting close to some of our northernmost areas.
And some confirmed tornadoes. So if you have friends near Vincennes, Indiana, further west towards Mount Vernon, there's been several tornadoes already.
Yes, so we're really wanting everybody to stay weather alert this evening and tonight. And even if you don't end up with a tornado threat, strong winds, heavy rainfall. Another round of that this evening into tonight. But we can go ahead and take some of our graphics full. We do have a weather impact alert, as we mentioned, this evening, tonight, and really into early Monday morning because of the heavy rainfall and flooding threat. So we're tracking strong winds, flooding, the chance for some tornadoes primarily in our northernmost counties, at least right now. As always, make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts. This past Wednesday into Thursday should have been a good test of that, something to wake you up in the middle of the night and stay informed through the rest of this evening. So here are the current watches. We do have a tornado watch in effect for our northern 2 tiers of counties. So this takes you from Jasper over to Madison and areas off to the north. This is until midnight. In addition to that, we do have a flood watch in effect that takes you all the way down to the Ohio River. This is until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning because of the threat for heavy rainfall, especially over saturated grounds where we had the busy weather just a few days ago. But let's take a look at the radar because it is an active one. You'll notice storms that are surging into Indianapolis, a few tornado warnings just to the south of there, really between I-70 and our northernmost counties, areas like Seymour, and then more storms off to the west as well, where we're seeing some of those individual cells that are spinning. And that is really the concern through this evening. So these are the current warnings as of 7:32 this evening. Of course, anytime we have the gold, those are severe thunderstorm warnings. So we do have one that cuts right into the northwest corner of Jackson County, northern Lawrence County, and then you'll notice a red box just north of Bloomington. That's a tornado warning. But what you're also noticing off to our west, all of these red boxes that we don't like to see. So those are additional tornado warnings in place. Once again, not currently in our viewing area, but coming in from the west. We also have flash flood warnings that are falling in behind. So similar to the other night, this is a multi-threat kind of setup where we're dealing with spinning storms. We're going to be dealing with a heavy rainfall and flooding threat, and we're also going to be dealing with a wind threat as well. And this could be another long night rolling through the Kentuckiana viewing area through the early morning hours. So just make sure, as always, you have multiple ways to receive alerts and you're just aware and informed through this evening. Severe weather outlook here hasn't changed for us today. Level 2 out of 5. John and I were talking about.
As far as we're concerned, we're in a level 3, basically. If you're in Du Bois, Jackson, Orange, Crawford, and Perry counties.
So basically the northwest corner of our viewing area overlaps somewhat with the tornado watch that we do have in place. And just a few other safety things before we can dive back into the radar. As we mentioned, severe weather, the sun's still up for now, but as we go to bed tonight, make sure you do stay up to date with the forecast. We'll have an 11 o'clock newscast as long as these storms don't blow that out.
Stay tuned.
Right, but make sure you have ways to wake up for warnings. Charge your devices now, of course, in case you do lose power. Weather radio is always your best bet for getting all of those alerts and for something to wake you up. And make sure you know your safety plan with your family, where to go if there is a tornado, so you can go quickly down to the basement, down to the lowest level of your home, away from windows. So some of the setup for what we're dealing with, dew points, those have been increasing. Take a look at areas off to our west. Paducah 72, Effingham 73.
Similar to
St. Louis
the other night, huh?
Yeah, so we're getting that surge of moisture in from the west, and then temperature-wise, most of us in the Commonwealth sitting in the 80s, and of course that carries on off to the west. The areas that haven't been hit by the rain just yet.
That last graphic on the dew point is really where the storms are firing. If you noticed on that last dew point, if you go back to that one right there, look at those numbers. Right now, Vincennes is under a tornado warning. Looks like there's a tornado to me that's probably on the ground just south of Vincennes. And that's where that moisture is. See, that's 69, that axis of 73 to 69. That's where they're firing, right on the warm sector along the warm front. So notice east of Louisville, it gets a lot less. So I think eventually the potential for severe weather east of Louisville will definitely be tapering down.
Yeah. So let's get back to the radar here. For those who are just hopping on to this live stream, Chief Meteorologist Mallory Schnell alongside Meteorologist John Gordon. We are back here in the Weather Center tonight to watch these storms for you.
I'm going to actually, yeah, there you go,
put just radar on. So we've got a lot that we're looking at just to our west and northwest.
Okay, let's go to
Vincennes.
Let's go to Vincennes first. So zoom right, there you go. See that little hook there at the bottom?
Yes.
Mallory will draw some arrows or something, but there's probably a tornado that's either above the ground or just almost on the ground, about maybe 5 to 8 miles southwest of Vincennes. That thing has recycled several times. In other words, it did produce a tornado earlier. It may not be on the ground now, but it sure looks dangerous. I would be very concerned right there. That's number one. Number two, we go further to the southwest. This is in that would be east central Illinois on near the Indiana border. West Salem, Friendsville. See that little hooky area in the far southwest with a big lightning surge? Probably a tornado that's forming or on the ground right now. The third one was a little more innocuous. Let's go up. Where's that? There's that box.
This hidden one?
Yeah, that one. That's very hard to see. Yeah, look at the little indentation there, that little notch on the leading edge. That would be an area they probably issued the tornado warning for there too. So you've got discrete supercells, you've got storms on the line, and then you have the rogue one that's all by itself. Those are the most dangerous.
Yeah, so a lot that we're looking at. And once again, the reason why we're hopping onto this live stream is...
And a Boeing segment right there.
Yeah, we have this strong Boeing segment, so I can just put on warnings here for wind.
Yeah.
So that's why you're seeing this giant polygon here.
Yeah, so in other words, on that big polygon right there, that parallelogram, that leading the northeast side is going to have little notches on the bow. That's what the two tornado warnings. The rest is just a lot of wind. You'd have a giant shelf cloud go through, where temperatures drop a lot and the wind blows hard, Mallory.
Oh, yeah, yeah. So, you know, that's our big threat for, I think, a lot of folks tonight, the strong winds, the heavy rainfall. But right now, especially while the sun is still up and we have more of that energy, we're watching for all of these little areas of rotation. And once again, not currently in the Kentuckiana viewing area, but getting close by to some of our southern Indiana counties.
Yeah, there are two discrete ones. One is, there's the second one. I forgot about that one.
This one's kind of...
Yeah, that one's right along I-64. That one has also produced possible tornadoes back in Illinois. And it's so close to the radar, it's kind of resolving
it's hard
itself.
to,
But if you look really carefully, there's a hook there just southeast of Grayville. And that's dangerous along the interstate. I'm sure some storm chasers are on there right now. But that's going to ride along on 64 just to the north towards Robb and Greer. And they're all moving off to the, what are the movements? What are they running, about 40?
Let me see. I haven't
really
actually
even looked. We should know that, I guess.
Yeah, 40.
Okay. Yeah, so, but notice above there, this is almost a repeat of Thursday morning. We have a train. Look at the train going from the west to the east on those storms and their very heavy rainfall.
No.
And it fell, remember, they had 2 to 5 inches of rain in that general same area on Thursday.
Well, yeah, and I mean, that's a big reason why, you know, you don't see...
Flood watch, right?
Yeah, let me pull up actually excessive rainfall outlooks. You know, anytime you're just in general included in one of these, it's like, hey, pay attention.
Yeah.
You don't see reds all too often, reds and purples. A lot of times that's more so for like maybe some tropical activity. So moderate excessive rainfall outlook. This is different than the Storm Prediction Center severe weather outlook. This is your risk of heavy rain that can lead to flash flooding within 25 miles of a point. So yes, flash flooding is going to be a major issue. We're already starting to see those flash flood warnings being put into place in Illinois, kind of behind where some of these storms have rolled through. And as John mentioned, they're training. So yeah, another one of those.
And poor Effingham. Effingham got hit with 1 or 2 tornadoes on Wednesday night, and they had very heavy rain Wednesday night. And these storms are training all along the Effingham corridor, just south of Interstate 70.
So it's a lot of the same areas that have been hit.
So let's talk about what's going to come in here. So our communities of Jackson County, Du Bois County, Lawrence County, they're coming. These storms are going to be coming there. I expect at some point you may see a tornado warning. The bow is going just north of our area. I'm going to go see what Bloomington had in their wind.
Yeah, so this will be moving just north of Jackson County into Nashville again. These are the strong winds that we're talking about. Columbus, Indiana as well. And you can see that surge here on radar where it's just pushing out. And so that can lead to wind damage. And that's why there is a severe thunderstorm warning on that. And then we're watching for, as John mentioned, kind of all these little just notches and nubs within the line for any kind of rotation, in addition to this strong rotation that we've been seeing around Vincennes. So, you know, if that continues on its track and continues to show strength, that could be moving toward Paoli, toward Mitchell on its track. In fact, I'm going to see how fast this guy's moving. A lot of these, okay, this one says 30, but the Vincennes storm.
I think they're all moving about 35 to 40.
30 to 40.
Yeah.
Let me put a track on this just to see when it might be moving into our viewing area a little bit later. So, you know, if it continues on this track, it would be in Paoli around 9, French Lick around 9 as well. So, you know, that's going to be one of those storms that we watch. Anything that has a hook, you don't like to see because that means it's rotating. And then these individual storms that are a little bit farther to the south, that would be moving toward Du Bois County, Perry County, and then areas off to the east from there. So once again, we do have a tornado watch. If you were not here for the very beginning of this stream, a tornado watch for all the counties that you see here in pink until midnight tonight. And then in addition to that, we do have a flood watch in effect until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. As John mentioned, we're seeing a lot of that training. So heavy rainfall over areas that received several inches of rainfall just a couple of days ago. Not a good combination there.
We got a spotter showing pictures near Vincennes. Got a wall cloud for sure, which is a rotating lowering of the thunderstorm base that's trying to form a tornado. And they're getting tree damage along that bow. So where Mallory just showed you, that's northeast of our viewing area. That's along Interstate 69 east of there. That's a good area, unfortunately, near Nashville again for a tornado. Once again, if you're near Nashville, show the velocity if you don't mind.
Oh, they put warning up there.
Yeah.
Unless that was a different one.
Yeah, near Asheville. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I might even go a little further south on there. Definitely same almost area. I hope it doesn't hit Freetown again. Near Nashville. Definitely an indication of a tornado forming on the leading edge of the bow just north of our viewing area. Look at this thing rotating.
Gosh.
So Bedford, can you do a track?
Yeah.
Give some folks in Jackson County what our time. We'll probably be going wall to wall during that time, so let's give them the time.
Yeah, Lawrence County isn't actually in our viewing area. I know we have it on our maps, but we'll be keeping an eye on that for sure.
Gotcha.
Let's see, Bedford 825.
825. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
right.
So pay attention if you are in Lawrence County for this particular storm that we are watching, because it's certainly rotating just off to your west. Some other areas: Bramble 750, Mitchell Tree 803, Huron 810, 817 Bryantsville, 821 Dark Hollow, 825 Bedford, 830 Buda, 835 Heltonville. So that's all in Lawrence County. Now, if this does swing a little bit more so to the southeast, that track would be a little bit different. But
yeah,
see how it's kind of like rotating?
Yeah,
and
a little bit. Yeah, definitely between Bedford and Paoli, you're going to be under a minimum of a severe thunderstorm warning, and within the next 15 minutes, probably. Yeah. And then we'll see if the tornado. Right now, I agree with Mallory. It looks like it would be southern Jackson and northern Orange County. So let me pull that up. We may be going live before you know it.
Yeah, unfortunately.
How about your chief meteorologist here on a Sunday evening? I'll tell you.
Anytime there's a tornado threat, I should be here. So these are the active warnings. Once again, if you are in Kentucky, you know, things are still quiet, things are still dry, things are still off to your northwest. At this point, Indiana, things get a lot more interesting and more active, especially really between 64 and 70.
We were laughing the other day about how to pronounce that town, and there's that town again, Lagugati. Anyway, so that definitely looks like a tornado near, where would that be? Is that box?
Yes.
Okay. Zoom in just a hair. There's the notch right in there. There's your tornado. South of Odem. Odem, right in there. That's the area that's going to be affecting. To me, it looks like the track would be near Mitchell and Orleans, about 820, 825. So if that maintains itself, you'll see a tornado warning going into Orange County from the Weather Service in Louisville and possibly Jackson County from Indy. There's a line. It's a long story. So that's the one. The second one is that one, the one that's southeast of Vincennes. Can you go to reflectivity?
Yeah, because there it is.
Yeah, there's the hook. There it is. That one is more obvious.
Yeah.
That would be, I'm guessing 8 miles, 10 miles southeast of Vincennes. Once again, it's got a slight east-southeast movement. That also could affect Orange County, further south, Paoli southbound. You've got maybe an hour-ish.
For the southern one,
Yeah, to get to Paoli, hour and 10 maybe. The third one will get to, I'm trying to give everyone their counties. The next one will get over towards Du Bois, Jasper County. Or excuse me, Du Bois County and Jasper. How much time you got Paoli? 903. French Lick, 851. Yeah, both of them look favorable for tornado warnings to continue because of those dew point maps that Mallory showed you. That's where the moisture is pulling. You've got wind shear up top and very tropical air mass. Extremely heavy rain yet again.
Yes, so lots of moisture, as John mentioned, to tap into. Here's a look at those dew points, mid to upper 60s, 70s just off to the west of here. Where we are just continuing to pool in that tropical moisture, that warmth, and unfortunately that fuel for these thunderstorms to stay strong to severe as they do track eastward.
So if you're in French Lick, you're in Orleans, Mitchell, Bedford, if you're in Huntingburg, if you're in Jasper, you're going to be getting some severe thunderstorm warnings and or tornado warnings in the next hour, hour and a half, especially if you're in western part of Orange and Crawford counties and Lawrence counties. That one storm that Mallory and I were just showing you is really wrapped up. And sure looks like a tornado could form there, unfortunately. Right in there. There's the belt. Yeah. 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 There's our town we can't say.
A goody.
Very heavy rain, too. I looked at the 1 hour precip map. Show them the precip rates, if you would. She's got all the controls. I know nothing in this. Look at that. Purple is never good on radar.
Purple is not good. No. I mean, 3, 4, 5 inches an hour is what it's estimating.
Yeah.
So
yeah, very heavy rain. So the number one threat is very heavy rain. Number 2 is wind, and we're going to have some isolated tornadoes, especially if you're in Orange, Crawford, Du Bois, Lawrence, Martin counties, and even Perry counties if somebody reaches out to them. Those are the counties of most concern for tornadoes. And would not be surprised we'd be going live in 30 to 45 minutes.
Or so? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So hi, we're punching ourselves back on screen.
Hello.
I know we have this kind of pushed out to all of our platforms for anybody who's just hopping on. Thanks for joining us this evening. We do have another weather impact alert tonight. Chief Meteorologist Mallory Schnell, Meteorologist John Gordon. We're here to keep you safe, to keep an eye on the radar, and to walk you through what we're seeing. So we've been showing radar, kind of analyzing that for you. So far, we have some showers and storms moving into our WHAS 11 viewing area. Bedford, Seymour, you're starting to see the rain, maybe hear some gusty winds, lightning, thunder, but the tornadic activity has been just off to your west. Yes.
As Mallory's talking, look at the lightning surge.
Yeah. In fact, I can probably See how many lightning strikes
There's
is
a
on this.
lot of lightning. If you're camping on Father's Day weekend and you're in southwestern Indiana, you need to pull up the tent now.
Yes. Find a way to get indoors into a sturdier shelter.
Extremely heavy rain, lightning, and a lot of wind. There's wind in 2 or 3 different areas. One is just Columbus, Indiana, I-65. That Boeing echo is going to be hitting you. That will not be a pleasant drive. We said this the other night. I-65 would not be a pleasant drive. It will not be a pleasant drive. That Boeing segment's plowing east. And then you've got these supercells, these rotating thunderstorms that are on the southwest side of this, coming flying out of Illinois. And there's Mount Vernon. Oh my gosh.
They just keep coming.
Man, it's gonna be busy. We're gonna be busy from about 8, 10 till midnight.
Yeah.
I would think. Even it's got a left mover there.
Yeah, I just saw that one.
That's got a little hail in that one.
This little cell right here.
Yeah. So the air mass is unstable. Those dew points, you never want to see upper 60 dew points with wind shear. That's just a bad,
Bad combination.
It's a bad cocktail, yeah.
Yeah. So in terms of our current warnings, if you are hopping on here from watching WHAS and you see, you know, the red banner on the bottom of your screen, we do have a tornado watch for our northern 2 tiers of counties, and we also have a few severe thunderstorm warnings that have already been issued. This is for far northern Jackson County, northern Lawrence County, and then another one for the other half of Lawrence County, really, until 8:30. These are due to strong winds, and these storms are moving east around 40, 45 miles per hour. So you should take some of these severe thunderstorm warnings, of course, as seriously as you would a tornado warning, because we could have some very strong winds, especially with any of these bowing segments, as John was mentioning, when these storms really bow out and there's just a strong surge of wind with them. And of course, we learned in Louisville the other night with straight line winds, they can do a lot of damage, a lot of tree damage, a lot of power lines down, things of that nature.
Yeah, we said a garbage can alert. Doug laughed at me, but I think I'd secure my garbage cans again tonight. We just got a picture out of Knox County, Indiana, a funnel cloud that I don't know if it touched down or not. It's very close to the ground, but that just shows you how bad the atmosphere is right now.
Yeah, a lot of rotation.
But right now, focusing on our western counties of Lawrence, Orange, Crawford, Perry, and Du Bois. You're going to be under warnings.
They just issued
there
one
you
for
go.
Lawrence.
There you go. I would have issued one too. And that may get into orange.
Yes.
The way it's moving is moving a little east, south of east. It will Orleans. I always remember that because I found tornadoes in Orleans. Orangeville and Orleans in northern Orange County. I would be preparing yourself in case there is a tornado warning coming out of the Louisville office. It will be close. Mitchell, for sure, in that's State Road 37, Indiana 37, and Indiana 50. Those are some busy highways. Tornado warning has now been issued for you.
Yes. So once again, the update that we just got in, this is for Lawrence County between Bedford and Mitchell. This is our newest tornado warning. And as we've been mentioning, we were watching that storm just off to the west, expecting that to be continued. And you'll notice kind of the elongated polygons that we're seeing there as this storm continues to track east here. So it's where that notch is, where it's pulling in.
Yeah. Just looking at the movement. Yeah, Louisville's going to have to issue the far northern part. Also, their county, Washington, extends further north. So if you're in northern Orange, and especially northern Washington, you will be eventually under a tornado warning.
So this is all part of this complex that we're watching. The strong storms off to the north, heavy rainfall along 65. In fact, I believe our producer mentioned that we do have an earth cam from Nashville, Indiana, if we're still able to pull that up here. Should be very heavy rainfall. Looks like it's tapered off maybe a little bit up there, but they've had some strong storms roll through. And it does look like the strongest line just rolled through Nashville, actually. That strongest surge of wind just pushed off to the east there. But we're seeing, heavy rainfall, gusty winds, some areas of rotation. Here is that one, that is due to that warning that's been issued.
Can we track that? Let's track for
Orange
and Lawrence. I think it's gonna get to far northern Orange.
Yeah, so if you are in Orange County and you are watching this, make sure that you do stay weather alert.
Just
weather
north
aware.
of Paoli. It will, the one, at least this one, should stay north of Paoli, but I'm talking about Orleans and Orangeville. I think that cell is moving enough that it's pivoting, that it will straddle the county line, and also Campbellsburg, that's over in Washington County. If you're in the north of Paoli on 150, if you're on 150 northbound, I think you will eventually be under tornado warning. So please prepare to get to your shelter.
So here's the timing of this. Orleans around 8:40, 8:45. Mitchell around 8:39.
Yeah, that's the first one. Another one's going to get to Orange County. That's further back to the southwest. Is that the Vincennes one? Yeah, that's the Vincennes one, yeah. So that one continues to show very strong velocity, strong rotation on the radar. And that will go to my favorite town that I can't pronounce, Lugati. And that could get eventually down towards Paoli in about an hour and a half. So we have two big storms we're really watching coming out of Indiana right now.
Yeah, I just got the pronunciation from one of our digital teams, Lagodi.
Lagodi, thank you.
Lagodi.
God bless you. Lagodi.
So let's kind of zoom out to see what we're looking at here in terms of these storms. So here's that big picture view. Once again, Kentucky, things are still quiet for us. We're in the waiting game until this becomes, more linear later on tonight. But off to the north, we are watching these storms that are rotating, and there are several tornado warnings, both on the backside of this and also within this cluster that's surging into southern Indiana here.
And that thing's really bowing now down the town we just learned how to say.
Yeah, Lagodi.
Lagodi. This is starting to bow. It'll show stronger on my software, but that's going to produce tremendous wind. There's that pink color we just saw for a moment. Wait for this to get in the northern part of Orange County. You're going to get a severe thunderstorm warning any minute if you're in Orange County. It's coming. Trust me. You got less than 10 minutes, you'll be under a severe.
Yeah, so I put just the blocks there. You're seeing that in the upper right-hand corner. These are the warnings that we have in effect. Once again, this one that's moving into Lawrence County is in effect until 8:30, and then we're expecting, at the very least, severe thunderstorm warnings to be issued downstream from the storms that we're watching as well.
Yeah, for sure.
So Orange County.
Orange and Washington, you're going to get severes, guarantee it. And you may get a tornado if you're north of Paoli across northern Orange County towards Orleans and Orangeville.
So for anybody just joining us, once again, Chief Meteorologist Mallory Schnell here alongside by Meteorologist John Gordon, keeping an eye on the radar and the warnings for you tonight, because it's going to be a busy few hours here in Kentucky.
It is. It's a repeat of Wednesday night, Thursday morning across the same areas.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yes. So once again, we are watching these storms. If you're in Lawrence County, you might have heard the sirens go off. You might have gotten the push to your phone. There is a tornado in effect for the areas in red here until 8:30. So I'm going to zoom in.
They just moved the tornado watch further south. I knew they would.
Okay.
They're going to cover all the southern Indiana counties. So if you're in Perry, Crawford, Harrison, Floyd, or Clark, that was no surprise. I'm going to message them about orange.
Okay. So this is from this storm. Let's see where the velocity currently is. It's not currently over Lawrence County. They're doing a good job about giving you all a heads up. And, that's the best case scenario with these tornado warnings. Currently off to your west. And some of this might clip the northern edge of Orange County here. So this is just off to the west, moving into Lawrence County and getting close to Orange County here within the next several minutes. If I put a track on this, let's say it's moving about 40 miles per hour. Once again, we do have areas like Mitchell being impacted around 827. Huron, 811, Bonds, 816, 819 is Bryantsville, Spring Mill Village is 831, Lawrenceport is 834, and Willow Valley, that's within the next 10 minutes. So make sure, of course, anytime that you do hear tornado warnings, that you are in your safe place and you are getting to the lowest level of your home and staying away from windows as well. So
I zoomed in into Orange County. So the areas we're most concerned about are along and north of US Indiana 150, north of French Lick. That's up towards Orangeville. In the forested area of northwest Orange County, Orleans, all across Orleans and the northern part of the county as that storm moves, and Leipzig. I remember that. That's a German name. And maybe Pumpkin Center, the northern part of Orange County. Also, one of the prettiest places of all around here is Spring Mill Park. And Spring Mill Park, you're going to be under the threat of getting a tornado. The tornado warning's on there for you right now. Spring Mill Park, Blue Spring Caverns Park. And you're not out of the woods east of there, Salem. You're probably going to get under a warning, at least a severe thunderstorm warning. We'll see. I just messaged them.
Yeah, and since this is moving into our counties here soon, especially Orange County being kind of on the cusp, we're going to go ahead and cut into coverage on air and kind of move into our positions. So for those who are streaming us, stay on WHAS 11 Plus on Facebook, on YouTube. We are just going to get things in position so that we can go on air on WHAS 11 News on the TV side of things, because we are watching several storms now that are moving into our area and are packing a punch with strong winds and rotation as well. Hi there, Chief Meteorologist Mallory Schnell here with a severe weather update. We do have severe storms that are beginning to march into our Kentuckiana counties here in southern Indiana, and we do have a tornado warning in effect for Lawrence County. This is until 8:30. We're also watching this area of rotation that could be clipping areas of Orange County here soon, which is included in our coverage area. So we did want to hop on from our stream that began at 7:30 on the WHAS 11 Plus app and get this information to you all at home watching on WHAS 11 News. So Chief Meteorologist Mallory Schnell here. I also have meteorologist John Gordon. He's mic'd up. You're going to hear from him from time to time as he does keep an eye on radar analysis from behind the scenes. But as always, if you hear the sirens, if you get the alert on your phone, it is time to seek shelter. And once again, we now do have a tornado warning in effect for portions of Lawrence County as we await for this rotation to move in just from the west here. And this is in effect until 8:30. So we've been watching some of this bowing. We have different complexes of storms around the area, around the region that we've been watching. Some are individual cells that are spinning, and others are kind of more along these segments of lines and these clusters of storms. So anytime we see bright reds and bright greens on a radar, it is not a good combination. It means that we are dealing with not only fast winds, but winds that are also trying to rotate. So good call with having this tornado warning continue to be pushed eastward. But if you do take a look at the general direction of it, it's wanting to move kind of east and slightly southeast. So this is why we did want to hop on, because Orange County could be getting clipped here soon as well. In terms of just the warnings that we do have in effect, anytime we have the yellows or this gold color, those are severe thunderstorm warnings, and our main impact tonight would be strong winds from that. The reds are tornado warnings, and of course the greens behind here, flash flooding, because similar to earlier in the week, Wednesday night into Thursday morning, we're looking at multiple threats. First, the threat of severe weather, the threat of strong winds, and the threat of some embedded tornadoes. On top of that, we have the flooding threat as well. So keep in mind, we do have a flood watch until 8 o'clock in the morning for all of these counties here in green, primarily north of the Ohio River. And then in terms of the tornado watch, did just get word that they were going to expand this southward, I believe, John. So all of the Indiana counties will be included in this here soon. Sometimes it just takes some time for this to be inputted into my system that we have until midnight tonight. But let's go ahead and get back to the storm that we are watching.
Yeah, I can, if you want to go to my computer.
Yeah, if you all want to pop on John's ROI computer at any point, he can take a look at radar analysis from his computer.
So the storm of interest is coming just into Jackson County from Lawrence County, just north of Shoals. I've circled this with the blue. That is heading towards Mitchell, Spring Mill Park, and it could get into northern Orange County. I'm kind of worried about that near Orleans. Look at the blues and greens next to the reds, Mallory. Not good.
Not good.
That's the one storm first. We go out to the west. This is the one that may have produced a tornado near Vincennes. There was definitely a funnel cloud. Not sure if it touched down. Let's take a gander at this one. Here's the Hook Echo coming there near Monroe City. That's moving off to the east-northeast. So the one counties we really got to watch out for is, once again, southern Jackson, but eventually towards the center of near Paoli, this time in French Lick, there in Orange County. So there's two different storms we're watching. And notice a lot of the greens there, Mallory. Flash flooding warnings. That could be a problem as they go east as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
So I know I just popped up. I know some are streaming on Facebook. Obviously, some of you all are watching at home on the TV side. Some are asking about specifics for the Louisville metro area. We are just waiting at this point. This is all impacting our southern Indiana counties right now. For Louisville, it's going to take some time for this line to kind of congeal once again and push toward the south and southeast here. So right now, this is all in our northernmost counties. So we're talking about Lawrence County, Jackson, Jennings County again, Orange County, Du Bois County as well. This is where we're seeing all of these problematic storms. Louisville, it's going to take some time for all this to push down to the southeast later on this evening and into the early overnight hours. So you still have several hours where you're out of the woods for now. But let's get back to this tornado warned storm that we are watching. Once again, moving toward Mitchell at this time. So if you can see the little outline here of the red, that is your tornado warning until 8:30 this evening. And then a bigger polygon where your severe thunderstorm wind gusts are expected as well. And to be safe, it looks like they went ahead and just issued this bigger severe thunderstorm warning that cuts into...
It's a severe tornado possible, Mallory.
Okay, so sometimes they issue these severe thunderstorm warnings where it's like, hey, at the very least, we're expecting strong winds. But at the very most, especially when you get kind of these clusters of storms, there could be some embedded rotation. And so they'll put a tag on it that says severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible. And that's what we're looking at with this one that was just issued that now includes Paoli. And if you were watching our stream, this was the area of Orange County that we were concerned about with where this rotation was.
Also, there's a third one I just want to bring attention. Mallory mentioned Du Bois County. There is a rogue storm all by itself that just went near just north of Evansville. That thing is very ugly, and it's moving towards Du Bois County. It's got a little bit of time. It's got to go through Pike. But our listeners, some of them out near Jasper and Huntingburg, Ferdinand, that storm could be a problem. That eventually will be a problem for Crawford County.
So this is a storm John is talking about, this one east of Robb.
Yep.
And around Greer. So that's something that, you know, might be an issue for Du Bois County as this continues to track off to the east here tonight.
So we have three big areas. We got a big wind threat. So number one threat of all is wind. So if you're in from Guthrie to Bedford to down to Effordsville, all that is moving off to the east and about 40 miles an hour. But I think you're going to get 60 to 65 mile an hour winds. And that's really coming into towards Mitchell, Spring Mill Park, Orangeville, Orleans. The second threat is the tornado threat. Mallory just mentioned you have that little notch that's in the center part. I'll circle this again for everyone. There she blows. And that area is moving just to the east and to Spring Mill Park, Mitchell, Orleans, Orangeville, just north of French Lick. You may be hearing some sirens eventually, but I think this is going to straddle the county line. That's why we've been hitting Orleans. But next county over is also one of our counties. That's Washington County. Folks in Salem, the time to plan is now because that storm is heading towards you and you may be under a severe thunderstorm. The third area is the one we just mentioned that's down north of Evansville. That will be affecting our Du Bois County. And just for folks that are maybe listening up by Columbus, you're getting a tremendous amount of wind. You're under a tornado warning right now. That doesn't look like the main threat. It looks like a lot of wind, maybe 70 miles an hour, Mallory.
Yes. So once again, Chief Meteorologist Mallory Schnell here alongside by meteorologist John Gordon. Our northernmost counties are included in a tornado watch through midnight tonight. So if you're north of the river, we have not only a tornado watch, but we also have a flood watch as well. So the tornado watch takes us through about midnight. The flood watch will take us through tomorrow morning because unfortunately, similar to Wednesday night into Thursday morning, we're looking at a 1-2 punch here of not only damaging winds, the potential for rotating thunderstorms that can drop tornadoes, but also the heavy rainfall that can lead to flash flooding threat as well. So taking a look at our active warnings here, and if you see me kind of off to the side, I have my computer here on the side of the screen. So we do have active warnings for kind of our northwest tier of counties here. So we've been talking about Orange County, Washington County. They're kind of filling this in as we go. It does look like they just issued one to the south there as well. Just additional severe thunderstorm warnings due to wind. And we're definitely seeing, as John mentioned, at the very least, some very strong winds with these storms rolling through here. And then we watch for those individual areas of rotation, which is why we do have the red box here for Lawrence County due to the tornado warning until 8:30. And this is moving east around 30 miles per hour.
And that threat is in the far southeast part of Jackson County, Lawrence County, coming into Jackson. That would be it's coming towards Spring Mill Park, northeast of Shoals, heading towards Orangeville.
Yeah, basically right on the county line.
It's going to be, I think Mitchell to Orleans is going to be the target spot. So if you're in Spring Mill Park, you're in Mitchell, you're in Orleans, it's moving about east-southeast at 40. I think it's going to drop into Orange County.
Yeah. So we've been mentioning this for about the past 20 minutes or so. Orange County heads up, Lawrence County, you have the sirens there with the tornado warning, but Orange County, know that this velocity is headed your direction. So at the very least, very strong winds headed your way. Orleans, this is in the northern part of the county here, kind of along the Lawrence and Orange County line that we're seeing.
Yeah, it's just north of 150. Orleans comes up there. North of 150, and that runs up to Orleans from Paoli, Orleans, and maybe Leipzig in the northern part of the county is on my map.
Yeah, and taking a look at the information here from the severe thunderstorm warning, they did issue it for 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. So know that the base is 58 when it's...
They're going to go Tor and Orange.
Okay.
Yeah, no surprise.
All right. Well, good thing we're already on, right? Being proactive here for our Orange County viewers.
Yeah.
Tornado warning, yep, just issued. So this is in effect until 9 p.m. for Orange County. Orange County, get in your safe place. You have this area of rotation that we've been watching that's headed straight toward you.
Yeah, it's a mesovortex. That notch on Mallory's screen, that little indentation, that's where it is. And they even went further south, but it's basically along and north of Paoli, even though they went further south. Yep. That's the first one. The second one is coming out of near Washington, Indiana. And that has got a definite hook echo on that one, the one that's further out to the west.
Yes, yeah.
And that's going to go into, I'm getting all my counties here, that's going to ride into just moving to the east-southeast. It'll be north of Du Bois, so Martin, and then into Orange.
So this is the area that John's talking about. So this is still off to our west, but this will be another area of rotation that we're watching kind of over the same general area here, this same sprawl of counties here in southern Indiana.
And the third one, real quick, that third one really looks the worst on radar, believe it or not. I hate to say that. But that one is moving. That will eventually get into Du Bois County. That's coming out of Pike and Warwick right now. Yeah,
so the purple box there.
Yep.
You never like to see that. So for those who might have just gotten the alert on your phone, who might be hearing the sirens where you are, we are tracking a tornado warning now for Orange County. We were mentioning this in our stream that started at 7:30, that this was likely going to head into at least the northern portions of Orange County here. And that's where we do have a tornado warning until 9 p.m. It does look like the greatest area of rotation is going to skirt along the northern part of the county. So as John mentioned, kind of north of Paoli. But, you know, always better to be safe rather than sorry. So if you have been hearing the alerts, go ahead and get in that safe place while we watch this strong surge of wind head into Orange County and along the Lawrence County line here.
Yeah, the main threat is, seek your shelter if you're in Paoli, but the main threat is north of 150.
Yeah, Orangeville. And we're also looking at Orleans, Bonds,
Yep.
Leipzig, if that continues.
Yep. Anything north of West Baden Springs, Paoli, Stampers Creek, anywhere north of there, and then, of course, up into Jackson County by beautiful Spring Mill Park and Mitchell, all those areas, definitely threat of a tornado, and 60 to 70 mile an hour winds and torrential rain and a lot of lightning.
So Lawrence County and Orange County, you are under these tornado warnings at this time. And then we're also watching these additional cells that are off to the west that could be impacting areas like Jasper, Indiana, before too long. So be aware of that.
And what's really interesting, from if you're a weather weenie, some of the storms that are forming ahead of them actually are what we call left movers. So they may have a little bit of hail. Believe it or not, if you're in Birdseye or Jasper right now, not severe,
Yeah,
but
these little...
it just shows you the atmosphere is a bit chaotic right now.
Yeah. We have a lot of activity here on radar. If you are in the Louisville metro area, you're seeing all the alerts on your screen. You're seeing us in continuous coverage. You're wondering what's going on. Right now, all of these storms are still far off to your north. So a lot of them are moving east, slightly southeast. Eventually, this line is going to want to make its way to the south and southeast later on this evening and into tonight. But right now, the concentration is for our southern Indiana counties.
Yep. The rotation right now is on the Lawrence Jackson line, probably 4 or 5 miles from the Orange line. So it's right there on Martin Lawrence line and just northwest of Orange. And I think the way it's moving, I think Orleans is, we said that 30 minutes ago. I think Orleans and Leipzig and Mitchell would be the primary, and maybe to Campbellsburg over there in Washington County.
Yep. So once again, southern Indiana, Orange County, Lawrence County. Anytime we show velocity here, that's a way to show wind speed and wind direction. Bright colors, not good. Reds and greens that are trying to rotate around each other, not good either. So that's why we do have this tornado warning in effect. That does take us through 9 o'clock. So I also put the outline here. They kind of shoved it a little bit off to the southeast, but as we've been talking about, it's probably going to hug, at least at first, the northern tier of this county here.
It would appear Paoli South is not the tornado threat. Leipzig, Orleans, all those kind of places, Mitchell. I think you'll eventually get a tornado warning that's going to go into Washington County. So our listeners in Campbellsburg, Salem, you're probably going to be under tornado warning. So right now is the time to start preparing as this storm continues to move a little bit east-southeast at about 40 miles an hour. And believe it or not, it could come close to between Salem, Campbellsburg, and Livonia in Washington County in a little bit of time. So we have that tornado warning. The second one, I'll go to my other screen. We can take a look. Mallory's over there. Okay, that's tornado one. We have one that's going to go towards Orleans. Let's go to number 2. Number 2 is coming out of Washington, Indiana. That's moving. Let's do the movement on that thing. It's moving towards Lagoti. And that, believe it or not, that track is going to be towards Paoli, French Lick, Effordsville, eventually. So that's the second one. Number 3. I know we're only 3, thank goodness. This beast is really unpleasant, and it's confirmed right now, as we've been saying. That's a tornado on the ground. If you ever see a detached hook echo that's completely detached, that means a tornado. That's debris getting vaulted up into the storm. Not good if you're in Fort Branch. If you know anyone in Fort Branch, Indiana, Somerville, Mackey, Francisco, Oakland City, all of them, and that's eventually going to get over to the east into, believe it or not, Du Bois County, and then eventually maybe over into Orange or Crawford counties.
I do want to give everybody an update. We kind of mentioned this earlier, but the tornado watch that we have been paying attention to that has been expanded southward. So we were mentioning that all the way basically down to the river. So now we have the same counties included in the tornado watch as are included in the flood watch through tomorrow morning. So please be aware of that. This has been stretched now down to the river. And as we always mention, anytime there's a watch in effect, that means pay attention to the forecast, be prepared. And of course, if there's a warning, that means take action. Go to your safe place. If it's a flood watch, stay off the roads, seek higher ground when there's a flash flood warning, things of that nature. So this is always a good idea to have that plan of attack in place as we carry on throughout the rest of the evening, because obviously these storms are producing warnings with a lot of wind and some rotation as well. So the reason we're cutting into coverage here, of course, is due to this tornado warning that's in effect until 9 p.m. for Orange County. And then also ahead of that, we were watching the storm moving through Lawrence County with the tornado warning until 8:30 this evening. So lots of strong winds. Some of our severe thunderstorm warnings have been tagged for 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. So very strong winds, as we saw the other night. Even straight line winds can do a lot of damage. And then this same area that we're watching cutting now into Orange County, the northwestern corner of Orange County, and that will want to ride areas, it looks like, just potentially to the north of Paoli. So Orleans, as we keep mentioning, and then also Orangeville, Bonds, Woodland Grove potentially, and Leipzig.
Yeah, I really do. I think Paoli, you're not going to get a tornado from this one. It's going to be north of you.
Just to your north.
So let's go to Indiana 37. So Orleans, Orleans, the Orleans Wesleyan Campground, all those areas in the northern part of the county, up towards Mitchell and Spring Mill Park. And there's a Holiday Drive-In Theater. I hope they're not playing tonight. All along Indiana 37, main area that I would be most concerned if you are in the town of Orleans. Definitely threat of a tornado between Mitchell and Orleans in about 6 minutes from now. For the western part of Lawrence County, the southwestern part of the county would be the main concern. If that bright area in the middle of the radar, Mallory, look at that little wind up on the screen. It's completely wound up. That's where the tornado would form right there. You watch that screen right now.
Yep. So as John mentioned, we're also watching a few cells that are off to the west. So we have one in between just south of Princeton here. This is not currently in our viewing area, but if it hangs together, it's headed toward Du Bois County. And then also we had another cell here to the west of that, I believe. There's just a lot.
Yeah, there's 3 tornado warnings in Illinois still. So, yeah, there's a bunch more. But for us right now, the 3 main danger areas are that complex in Orleans, Lawrence.
Yes.
And then that thing that's near Princeton,
Yes.
Which will be a problem for Du Bois, Crawford, and perhaps Southern Orange.
So a lot of wind, heavy rainfall, frequent lightning. We have flash flood warnings that have been filling in on the backside of this as well. As John mentioned, these storms that have been training over the same areas. Anytime we talk about training, that means showers and storms that are moving over the same areas here, and they can drop a lot of rainfall. We have saturated grounds from the storms earlier this week, so not a good combination, because once you get past the leading edge of maybe the strongest winds and the tornado threat, you're left with the flash flooding threat as well.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at some wind data. The wind data that's getting into orange right now looks like about almost 65 miles an hour that could be possible from Indiana 37 westward towards the county line of Lawrence and Martin counties. And the notch, I'll draw this again for our listeners here. Let me draw this thing. This is the area we're really watching. Look at them. Let me try that again. So right there. Here it is, that little wind up, looks like a little hurricane there. That circle right there is where the threat is. So that's going to straddle the county line right there between Lawrence and Orange counties. Strong indications of a tornado right on the line there. Paoli, even though you got the sirens going, I don't think you're going to have a tornado. This is along and north of US 150. And towards 137 between Orleans, Mitchell, and the southwestern part of the Lawrence County, which is probably Huron and Shoals on Indiana 50. Right there, definite threat of a tornado, straddling the county line, literally.
Yep, so this is the reason we cut into coverage here. We started a live stream around 7:30 on WHAS 11+ as these storms started to move toward our coverage area here in Kentuckiana. If you are in Louisville and you're seeing our coverage, this is all still far off to the north. We're taking a live look from one of our weather cameras here. Obviously dark skies, dark clouds, but all this activity is off to the north. So north of French Lick and Paoli, we have these strong winds. As we mentioned, you'll notice that we show these kind of maps a lot, these greens and reds. Anytime you have bright colors on the screen, that means very strong winds in place, and they try to also show where things might be rotating as well, velocity, where you look for any kind of couplets. So we have strong winds that are moving through Orange County right now, probably estimated 60, 65 miles per hour, as John mentioned, and that can do more tree damage, more power line damage, especially due to the storms that we had earlier in the week. So we were talking about saturated grounds. When you have saturated grounds, it doesn't take as strong of a wind gust to cause additional damage there.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, the two big areas, they've issued a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings, but the two big areas are along the Lawrence, Orange County. So folks, I want to give you a heads up if you're in Jackson and Washington. If you're in southern Jackson County or Washington County, you're going to be under some kind of a warning before you know it. Especially if this one continues. So if you're basically in the beautiful Campbellsburg up there towards Brownstown and Salem, you're probably going to be under a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible, or a tornado warning probably within 30 to 40 minutes, I would think. And the second one is this nasty storm, just nasty storm, like an Oklahoma tornado kind of deal. Hopefully it washes itself out. But over there towards northeast of Evansville, maybe by 20 miles, Princeton, Fort Branch, Mackey, Somerville, all those areas definitely got problems for possible tornadoes. Heavy rain, heavy rain, heavy rain. At least this event, it's in the evening so far that you can detect heavy rainfall, flash flooding more than the other night.
Yes, definitely. So we still have a little bit of daylight out there, and that always helps in terms of seeing where roads may be flooded and things of that nature. But as we mentioned, we were watching this strong surge of wind, area of rotation where a tornado might be occurring along the Lawrence and Orange County line here. So I wanted to put a track on this. It says it's moving around 35 miles per hour. So let's kind of give you an idea of where this might go if it continues off. Because as we mentioned, if you're in Jackson and Washington County, this is one of those, we're giving you a heads up of what's headed your direction here. But a lot of this is moving into your area probably at the end of the hour and the beginning of the 9 o'clock hour Eastern time. So you have about half hour to an hour heads up if you are in Jackson and Washington counties, if this surge, of course, continues and we continue to see what we're seeing on radar in terms of that tornado threat as well. So expect heavy rainfall, gusty winds. If you can stay at home tonight, we always recommend that, of course, because even if you're not caught in a tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warning can be very, very hectic to drive through in terms of visibility issues and flooding rains as well. In fact, I'm going to kind of pull out to see you all, to give you all a greater view of what we're seeing. So these storms that stretch all the way up to Indianapolis, down through our southern Indiana counties, they're all north of Louisville, as I mentioned at this time. So this is the area that we're currently concerned with. And we mentioned that the tornado watch has been expanded southward. This is until midnight. And this now goes all the way to the river. So originally it was our northern two tiers of counties, but due to the storms that we're seeing off to our west, they went ahead and expanded this southward after speaking with the Storm Prediction Center. And then in addition to that, we keep talking about the flooding threats because this is very, very important to also keep in mind, as you saw Thursday morning, turn around, don't drown. We had so many flash flood warnings that were issued just due to the torrential rainfall rates. And in fact, that's something that our system here can kind of estimate. Anytime you're seeing the pinks or purples on the map, it's estimating a few inches of rainfall per hour. And we're seeing that around Mitchell up to Bedford, moving into portions of Orange County as well. So these are also efficient rainfall producers that can lead to flooding, flash flooding in areas. So that's going to be another tier of this that we really do watch. In fact, one of the outlooks that we use is the excessive rainfall outlook. And we have a moderate risk of excessive rain and flash flooding through tonight for these counties that you see here in red. So this is something that we also take very seriously in addition to the tornado threat that we are tracking tonight.
So that one by Princeton is confirmed by radar. They have a tornado debris signature. The one that's down there.
West of Du Bois?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. That is confirmed. That's spinning. Looks really nasty. If you're anywhere near Somerville, Oakland City, I know that's not in our viewing area. I'm just giving you guys heads up that before you know it, it will be in Du Bois and then perhaps Crawford. That one is radar confirmed. There are two additional new tornado warnings that are along the Illinois-Indiana border. And believe it or not, that one tornado warning near Jeffersonville, Illinois, has two different circulations in the warning. Both could produce a tornado. We want those to weaken. Send some positive energy to reduce these storms.
Yeah, so that's all the activity that we were mentioning off to our west. And obviously, this is all moving from west to east here. So very busy afternoon and evening in Illinois. That has continued now into Indiana with these several severe thunderstorm warnings and now tornado warnings. And as we mentioned, John's been watching this particular cell that's currently west of Jasper heading toward Du Bois County. And then we have still this continuing tornado warning for portions of Orange County until 9 o'clock this evening. So those are kind of the two imminent threats that we're looking at right now, in addition to some big severe thunderstorm warnings. A lot of times with these setups, you kind of see these large scale severe thunderstorm warnings due to wind. So it looks like right there.
Yeah, so
still on the line, right?
Yeah, it's right on the line.
Yep.
It's literally the best location I can give you is where I like to hike. So between Huron, Mooresville, Georgia, Gobbler's Knob, and Mitchell. It's literally, I hope it doesn't hit the drive-in theater. Holiday Drive-In Theater between Mitchell and Orleans. Just west of there. It's heading your way. Like in the next minute. The last scan this came in, it really looks wrapped up.
Yep.
Doesn't it?
Yes.
Right near county line, Holiday Drive-In Theater in Orleans. Please seek your shelter. Please tell me the movie theater is not running tonight.
Yep, so right on the Lawrence and Orange County line here where we do have this tornado warning. If you've been getting the alerts and on your phone or hearing the sirens outside, there's a good reason for it. We've been watching this line surging with wind and also trying to notch up here and wrap up here right along the county line, as John keeps mentioning. So this is the northern portions of Orange County, north of Paoli, between Mitchell and Orangeville. Currently it's past Orangeville, so Orleans, in that general area where we're watching this potential tornado.
Yeah, definitely, folks. If it's not on the ground, it's just off the ground, barely. It's right now. It's probably, maybe it's finally in Orange County. It's just maybe less than a half a mile inside the county line. That would be, I just don't have a good location. It's in the forest, but it's very close to Orleans, coming into Orleans right now. If you're on Indiana 37 and you're south of Orleans, just wait to let this thing go by. Strong winds as you go through there, very strong winds, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, and definitely radar shows a strong indication of a tornado right near Orleans, Indiana, in Orange County towards Spring Mill Park in southern Lawrence County, Indiana. So one thing I want to tell you is if you're in Salem, you're in Campbellsburg, you're in Livonia, I believe you will be under a tornado warning. I see it coming. And I think you need to plan, you and your family, where would you go? Where would you go right now? And start making those plans. I believe you might be under a tornado warning, especially near Campbellsburg. Campbellsburg, between Orleans and Campbellsburg, seems to be the main threat. Also, we have a radar confirmed tornado. The county west of Du Bois, help me out, Pike County, near Somerville, Linville. That thing is a beast. It's very ugly, folks. So if you're in Huntingburg, you're in Holland, you're in Ferdinand, start thinking about your safety shelter plans right now, because you will be under a tornado warning in about 30 to 40 minutes, I would think.
And I put a tracker here on the storm that we're watching between Orange County and Lawrence County. If it does continue pretty much due eastward here, Campbellsburg, it has it over you at 8:52, so that's in about 20 minutes or less. So you might want to go ahead, make sure you're in your safe place, wait this storm out if you were planning on going out for the night. 9:05 in Salem. Once again, if that does continue its track eastward here, Lipsick, that's 8:43. So you can see the tracker that I do have this is it's pretty much right over Orleans right now. So we have this surge of wind and then that little notch there. And anytime you have a notch in a kind of storm like this, you're watching for where this storm is wanting to wrap up and wanting to rotate. And that's why we do have a tornado warning on this particular storm. So as John keeps mentioning, if you are downstream of this, we're giving you a heads up. Make sure you do have plans to get in your safe place before the alert goes off on your phone or you start to hear the sirens in your area.
Yeah, and I'll say this really quick. So those storms that are coming flying out of Illinois, so if you're in Du Bois, Spencer, Warwick, Pike, Orange, Crawford, Perry, Lawrence, Martin, you're going to get more tornado warnings. Especially the axis would probably take it, especially Du Bois, Orange, Crawford, Perry.
Yeah.
I think you're under, earlier Mallory and I were amused by SPC's level 1. You're in enhanced risk for tornadoes for the next 2 to 3 hours.
Yeah. So we're watching not only the storms that are over us, but all this activity off to the west. And once again, right now, our main concern is our southern Indiana counties. So southern Indiana through central Indiana, watching all this activity that's been very active in Illinois so far today and continuing to push off to the east, showing signs of tapping into strong winds and also signs of rotation. Some reports of tornadoes or at the very least funnel clouds with these storms. So very serious severe weather threat that we're tracking for the second time in a week. I know we're still recovering from the storms that we had earlier this week, but I don't want you to let your guard down as we carry on throughout this evening and into the overnight hours. We're going to be tracking storms here for the next several hours. First over southern Indiana, and then eventually as they push down to the south and southeast later on tonight, it'll become more of a wind threat and heavy rainfall threat. So right now is pretty much our greatest tornado threat of this event here through the next couple of hours, as John mentioned.
If you go to my ROI computer, I'll show you where the tornado possibly would be. If you want to go to mine, I'm going to go to a 2-panel, make it easier. Just a second. Here we go. All right. So Orleans, right there in the middle, right there in the bottom. Let me redraw this and move it over just a hair. There we go. All right, and we'll draw a loop. See Orleans, there's 37. This is moving to the east-southeast. Let's put a loop on it. And so Orleans, where the little notch is, this rotates back in towards the thunderstorm, creates a little comma head. So Orleans moving eastbound. And I'm telling you, if you're in Saltillo, Campbellsburg, anywhere in this northern part of Washington County, you're going to get a tornado warning before you know it, moving east at about 40 miles an hour. But there it is, still showing good indications of a tornado all across Orleans right there. Yep. So just want to show you that.
I'm trying to pull up model data here just to see the latest runs to see if they have a handle on this at all. You
know what's interesting? That left mover is merging into this main cell. So the winds are actually going to get very strong in Paoli. If you hear my voice in Paoli, you have a strong wind threat on the north side of Paoli. 60 to 70 mile an hour winds flying in. This is a merger. This is never good. That enhances the wind. So the wind threat is really strong. French Lick, Paoli, Livonia, Hardinsburg, Salem. And I believe you're going to get a tornado warning in northern Washington County soon.
So they went ahead and issued, it looks like, just a downstream severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, that's the first move. Yep.
Yeah, to be safe, because at the very least we have these strong winds, as John mentioned. So there's that little cell that joined, Paoli, strong winds there, and then this is going to continue to march eastward out of Orange County and into Washington County here soon. So Salem, heads up. Very least you have very strong winds headed your way. Very most, this tornado warning will be extended, because take a look at that notch there. You can see it there on reflectivity.
Heading to Campbellsburg.
So anytime you see that on a radar, there's a good chance things are rotating. So Campbellsburg, as John mentioned, this is headed your direction.
Yeah, between Orleans and Campbellsburg is the best I can give you. Strong winds, Paoli, really 150, not a good drive between Paoli and Livonia. I know they got that tornado warning for you downstream. I think the main threat is north of Paoli for tornadoes, but a very strong wind indication for Paoli. East of French Lick, heading over to Hardinsburg. That's on Indiana US 150, down towards Fredericksburg. But I think they may have to issue a tornado warning for west-northwest Washington County. Meanwhile, I just want to show you yet again out to the west. Let me try to show you the Indiana line. It's now in Indiana, and this is moving towards Huntingburg, Ferdinand, southern part of Du Bois County. And before you know it, that will be in Crawford and northern Perry counties. Yeah, so that is the next threat.
That's pretty much riding 64.
It is. I-64 would not be a pleasant drive if you're heading westbound.
All right, so every little bit I like to just kind of refresh, restart, show you what we're looking at for those who might be flipping on coverage or seeing that we are on air and online on streaming. We began a stream around 7:30 just to kind of give you an overview for the night. We were starting to see storms approach our area. And then we had some tornado warnings that were issued for Lawrence County, also down to Orange County. And now we have strong storms that are continuing eastward, marching closer to I-65. In addition, we have some cells that are currently off to our west in Illinois. And on these current tracks, it will be heading closer to our areas, spots like Du Bois County, Perry County, Crawford County, Orange County yet again. So if you do live north of the river, I need you to stay weather alert here for the next few hours as we do track this enhanced wind threat and also this enhanced tornado threat as well. You might have gotten the alert. You might have seen the text scroll on the bottom of the screen about our tornado watch. That has now been expanded south to the river until midnight tonight for all the counties that we are seeing in pink. And then in addition to that, we never want to downplay the flooding threat as well. We saw that big time Wednesday night into Thursday morning, the flash flooding concerns that we were seeing even down into Louisville and areas down to the south as well. So as we always say, turn around, don't drown. We do have a flood watch in effect until 8 o'clock Monday morning. But I'll get you back to the radar here. I'll show you first just the warnings without the radar. So we do have several severe thunderstorm warnings. Those are in the gold color. So this has been Lawrence, orange over to Washington, also southern Jackson, northern Jennings included in a severe thunderstorm warning. And then the reds, those are your embedded tornado warnings. Currently one for just kind of that northeast corner. They just trimmed it here, the northeast corner of Orange County. And we're watching it for portions, pretty much the northern portion of Washington County, as John mentioned, including the area of Campbellsburg. And then on the west side of all of this, these additional storms that are coming out of Illinois very quickly and rotating, this one that's west of Du Bois County, really straddling right along 64 this evening.
Yeah, what they did for, they just cropped a little bit of that warning. They're looking, I know that feeling. It's a terrible feeling. It's running out of time in your county. I've circled kind of the area. It's just east of New Orleans towards Campbellsburg of what they're going to do. I know they got severe tornado possible. They're also really worried about the storm coming into Du Bois, which is outside our coverage area, but that's the one I think that will be a problem for Crawford and Southern Orange before you know it.
Yeah, so there's a few different areas that we're watching tonight. Once again, all of this is currently north of the river. So for our southern Indiana counties, we have these few areas of some very strong winds. We've had severe thunderstorm warnings tonight issued for wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. And as we know, straight line wind damage can do a lot of damage, as we saw Wednesday night and Thursday morning, even in the areas that were not hit by tornadoes. Tree damage, power outages. Make sure if you are out ahead of these storms that you're charging your devices like your cell phones. Make sure you have flashlights ready if needed in case your power does go out this evening due to strong winds or potentially tornadoes as well.
Yeah, I want to talk about one other storm that's moving into southern Orange right now. The Weather Service is picking up on that too.
Oh, I see that.
It's just south of French Lick. You had a merger. So that storm is tightening up as we speak. You want to point to that one? Yep. There it is. You got the right there. Yep. Right there. Yep.
Do you see that little hook?
You want to do a little track. That's moving a little north of east, just a hair.
Oh, yeah.
So if you're south of French Lick, they may have to put a new tornado warning out. They're watching it like a hawk. But that's mainly for right now south of French Lick.
So what happened, guys, is there was this little cell down here. It merged with this one. Yep. And when that happens, it can either cause some very gusty winds or it can cause the storm to rotate, which that's what's happening with this little hook right there. So there might be, as John mentioned, another tornado warning coming for
Patoka Lake.
County.
Yeah, that's all Patoka Lake stuff. Yeah. So if you're at Patoka Lake having a good time, you may see some threatening skies, and you may need to get to a shelter right now. In fact, that's the last two scans. It's been tightening up more and more.
Yep.
So they may have to go tornado warning.
Yeah, you see here on velocity, reds and greens.
Yeah.
Once again, don't like to see that. So as we mentioned right now, there's a severe thunderstorm warning for it, but we've just been seeing this over the last couple of scans where that merger occurred, and that can lead to a tornado warning here soon. So if you are in Orange County, head to your safe place. There could be, I know, another tornado warning coming your direction around Patoka Lake, south of French Lick. That's the area that we're watching now next.
Yeah, this whole area is very unstable with this strong moisture return on top of wind shear, and you're seeing all these storms blow up. Now, people may be wondering, when is this going to get to Louisville? Probably a couple hours, right?
Yeah, when I was looking at model data, earlier, the timeline was more so after 11.
Yeah, 11:30.
After, between 11 and midnight or so.
Yeah.
Basically, all this stuff has been moving off to the east, and we need it all to kind of move down to the southeast, which it'll eventually do as it becomes a little bit more linear and continues to surge through the area. So this is what the model looks like around midnight tonight. That has it moving into the Louisville metro and then continuing to surge down to the south through the early morning hours tomorrow. Of course, always take model data with a grain of salt. It's not perfect. We use it as a guide, and usually once we're in these events, we do a lot more of the now casting and the now tracking, and we're just giving you the updates. But I would say Louisville, you have a few more hours before you have to worry about anything. Our greatest tornado threat is north of the river tonight.
Let's talk about the storms really quick here. So if that storm that's east of Orleans, it's getting very close to Washington County. I know they put you in a severe. I would get to your shelter if you were in Campbellsburg. You're in Campbellsburg in Washington County. Maybe even Salem. I'd start thinking about where I'm going to go. They may need to issue a warning. The inflow notch is getting stronger. See that little area that's completely wrapped there? Yeah, that could be a problem right in there. That's the first one. Number two is that area we just talked about, but oh my gosh, the latest scan. Yeah. The velocity just went nuts on Patoka Lake. So if you're in Patoka Lake, I think I'd be seeking shelter if you're at Jackson State Recreation Area, Patoka Lake Swimming Beach, whatever, right in there. That last scan, did you see that? Yep. That velocity, show that nasty color. Ugh. Yeah, so this is what we're looking at right here, reds and greens once again. Tightening up. This is currently south of French Lick, southwest of French Lick, south of 56, around Patoka Lake, heading toward 145 in Orange County. So there's not currently a warning on this. There's a severe thunderstorm warning. But I would put yourself under a warning. I would treat this as if it were a tornado warning because we had that cell merger. They just issued it. It's coming out. Well, there we go. It helps to have John Gordon here with us, right? Working for the National Weather Service for years and years and years. There it is. So sirens are likely going off, and now
It does look like there's one also for southwestern Washington County as well.
Northwest or southwest?
Southwest. Do you see this on my screen?
Oh, yeah. Oh, they're drawing that whole polygon. That's that same
That's just
cell.
the whole thing? Okay.
Yeah, they're just extending it to Hardensburg.
Gotcha,
okay,
gotcha.
But also, I think if you're in Campbellsburg, I'd be hitting your shelter right now, like right this second.
So this new warning that we just were talking about for that area of rotation between Patoka Lake and French Lick, this is now in effect until 9:30. So if you're in Orange County, you've gotten several alerts potentially. You've been hearing sirens depending on which part of the counties you're in. This is our newest tornado warning that we're watching due to a storm cell merging with already another storm that we were watching and causing it to rotate. So we've been kind of watching the behavior of this storm. Didn't look like, you can tell anytime there's like this little bit of a hook here. This is on reflectivity. So this also lets you know there's very heavy rain that's currently moving over French Lick and Paoli. And then kind of on the base of that is where you have the rotation. And that's what you're worried about right here.
Yep.
The reds and greens.
And real quick, our friends in Du Bois County and Crawford County, that storm, they're going to be issuing tornado warnings. So if you're in Holland, Ferdinand, Huntingburg, near 64. 64 would not be a pleasant drive right now. In fact, do not get on 64 if you don't have to, if you're near Du Bois County right now. That's eventually going to get into Crawford. So if you're in Crawford County, Birdseye, English, south of there along 64, I wouldn't be surprised if you get a tornado warning in maybe 45 minutes-ish, something like that. Also, so we got 3 distinct areas. One, if you're in Orleans, the problem is over. I hope you're all okay. But Campbellsburg, they don't have a tornado out, but at least 70-mile-an-hour winds, and there's still, to me, a small threat of a tornado up there by Campbellsburg and Tilio. The second one is that new tornado warning, which has really wrapped up quickly, didn't it, Mallory?
Yes, yeah. That cell merger just...
Cell mergers are never good.
Yeah, you never like to see these little cells that kind of get sucked up toward the kind of parent storms that you're already watching. And that's exactly what happened with that cell that came in from the south and flew in. So this is moving over 145. It looks like south of 56, south of French Lick, north of Patoka Lake here. So this is now the reason for the new tornado warning across Orange County until 9:30 this evening.
Anything west of 37 and that whole community of Patoka Lake with all those marinas and recreation areas, all that area, really, unfortunately, a very strong indication of a tornado. I would say, to me, it looks like it's near the Tillery Hill State Recreation Area, just a hair west of 37.
I'm going to put a tracker on this one for 40 miles per hour. That's the estimated movement here. Let me take off this tornado warning tag and put the cone on, just to give you all kind of a heads up on timing if this were to continue onward.
Yeah, it's almost on 37 now, heading to Kingsbridge, all along that's still the part of Patoka Lake as it goes east. The next big town I see is, there's not big, Bacon, Piercetown.
Yeah, I have Youngs Creek at 8:59, Pine Valley at 9:03, 9:08 Chambersburg, 9:18 Rago, 9:17 Hardensburg, 9:17 South Central Area Vocational School. Sometimes they include certain areas or points of interest in some of these timelines. 9:22 Rosebud and 9:24 Fredericksburg. Not the same Fredericksburg that's down in Du Bois County, but that would be if it continues off to the east here. So that's what we're watching in Orange County, Indiana right now. Once again, this area of rotation that just emerged due to a cell merger, that storm that kind of got sucked up from the south and moved into this storm that's tracking across Orange County as we speak.
Yeah, so let's talk about Campbellsburg. That storm, believe it or not, has turned into more of a wind, heavy rainer. The tornado threat has been weakening.
That's good.
Which is a wonderful thing. So I would expect 60-mile-an-hour winds for east of Campbellsburg towards Salem. I'm just looking at my map here towards Salem on the main, on what is that? What, 60, State Route 60.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, State Route 60. All right, so that's one good news. Second one, tornado indicated on radar, at least what we see. Southern part, that's all in the Patoka Lake, endless inlets and channels of the Patoka Lake towards Kings Bridge right now. Kings Bridge and County Road 450. Indication of a tornado. That, have you noticed, that thing was moving northeast. Once it got into the main cluster, it is now moving due east.
East, yeah.
Which is a good, not a good indication, a bad indication of a tornado.
Right. Yeah. And then we're still watching this one cell that is moving toward Du Bois County.
Yeah, that's a bad one. That thing is just nasty.
They have a purple box around it, so that's a radar-confirmed tornado until 8:15 Central Time. Once again, this is west of Du Bois County. So if you have friends or family in Lockhart, Ferdinand,
They need to move that polygon east.
north of 64 there in Du Bois County, be prepared to seek shelter here soon.
Yeah, they need warnings out. So I'm just telling you, if you're in Holland, Huntingburg, Ferdinand, you're under a tornado warning, at least in my mind. And the county is that's Pike County. They need to move that box further in the rest of their county. 64, very unpleasant, west of Ferdinand, not good. Not a good thing.
Yeah.
And believe it or not, there's more tornado warnings. I hate to tell you, bearer of bad news, further out to the west in Illinois.
Right. So you can see all these individual cells that are out in Illinois. As a state that's been hit by more tornadoes actually this year than any other state in the United States, Illinois has had the most tornadoes this year. So, in fact, our producer said they do have some video out of Illinois, potentially of the severe weather we've been seeing this evening.
Wall cloud.
Do we know where this was in Illinois? Okay. Our producer's looking to get more information.
That's a wall cloud.
But
the funnel.
Wayne County, Indiana, wall cloud here, or excuse me, Wayne County, Illinois. That just shows you the volatile environment that we have tonight, the rotation that these storms have to tap into. And unlike a few nights ago, for us at least, these storms are occurring earlier, so there's been more of that daytime heating for them to tap into as well before the sun does set. So many tornado warnings, and it does look like I just got one on my phone, Washington, Indiana. So that same little area that we were watching, John.
They did issue.
They went ahead and decided to issue a tornado warning on it.
Yeah, it looked like it had weakened just a tad. Let's see the new one. Did they go like up by Campbellsburg? Where is it?
Let's see.
It has not popped up on radar scope.
So it's Campbellsburg down through Salem and then off to the north, or the southeast, excuse me.
Okay.
So I can just put on the...
Yeah, there's a little rotation there. The one that really shows up is the one that's in the southern part of Orange. That's now east of 37, heading towards Valine and Hardinsburg. Strong indication of a tornado in southwest central Orange County, if that makes any sense.
Yep, so we have a tornado warning.
They finally issued it, thank goodness. So Pike County, which is a line just east, just up to Du Bois, they issued, and it's confirmed.
Okay.
Yep. And that next thing you know, Du Bois, you're going to be under a tornado warning. If you're in Huntingburg, Ferdinand, or Holland, believe me, you're going to get a tornado warning. It's coming.
Yes. So I'm just checking chat, multitasking here to see what new information we have. For us, yes, we have these two main tornado warnings we've been watching. There was one cell that was in northern Orange County that then moved into Washington County. We're talking about Campbellsburg, heading towards Salem. Salem, if you're hearing the sirens go off, you're getting the alerts on your phone. That is our new tornado warning. And then also for the southern portions now of Orange County. So that's the area that's a bit more tight, I guess, with the rotation because of that cell merger that we keep talking about. So this is now northeast of Patoka Lake, it looks like, east of French Lick, heading toward, looks like, Indiana 37.
Yep.
And Pine Valley. That's what I have on my map here.
Yeah.
So you're still under a tornado warning here until, I believe, 9:30 for this particular warning. And then on top of that, we have the one that is also now moving through Washington County.
Yep, still confirmed. You're going to be in Du Bois. You're going to be under a tornado before you know it. the latest scan in southern orange still looks unfortunately good, and a very strong wind indication.
Yes.
A very strong wind indication, Livonia, Hardinsburg. I would expect 60, 70 mile an hour winds in that area. The one up by Campbellsburg, there is rotation, there's no doubt, but it's not like it was, even though you're under a tornado warning. The one that really scares us is the one in south central Orange County right now.
Yep. So this is currently south of Paoli, south of French Lick, heading toward, as we mentioned, 37 here. So this is in Orange County. We've been watching this since the cell merger. That cell came out of the south, merged with the storm that we were seeing, and that caused it to rotate. And that's why there is a tornado warning in effect now for the next half hour here as this storm tracks across the state and continues to rotate here. So wind speeds, when we have this on our map, this is velocity, so that's wind speed and wind direction. When you have the brighter colors, at the very least, that means strong winds, and reds and greens, that means those winds are going in different directions. So towards and away from the radar site, and that is a pure sign of seeing rotation within a storm. So that's what we're looking at here with this tornado warned storm in Orange County.
This is outside our viewing area, but that one in Pike County, look at the velocity, Mallory. It's off the charts.
It's off the charts.
It's very bad. If you know anyone that's near Linville or Spurgeon, that would be just barely north of Interstate 64. There's a tornado on the ground right now. Both, I think they have visual and radar confirmed. Very bad. Weather Service in Louisville, you're going to be issuing a tornado warning for Du Bois, possibly in the Perry. It'll be close. Southern Du Bois, you're going to be getting one. Folks, if you're in Huntingburg, Holland, Ferdinand, love Ferdinand, go to the Abbey there. You're in trouble. Please get your safe shelters, please.
Yep. And as we speak, they just issued a tornado warning for Du Bois County with an observed tag on it, 9:45 p.m. As we mentioned, just north of 64. Included in this is Huntingburg. Once again, this tornado warning due to this cell.
They went too far north.
They
you're
probably could have ridden this same line here.
Yeah, if you're north of Huntingburg, you're okay. If anywhere Huntingburg south.
Yes.
The areas north of there, I wouldn't have drawn it that far north.
Yeah, so Du Bois County, you are now under a tornado warning until 9:45, the southern portion there, due to, just this relentless storm that we've been watching.
That one has a history of producing tornadoes.
Yes.
That one, of all the ones we have,
this is a very
that one has
storm.
produced tornadoes off and on for several hours.
So we'll be watching that one in case it continues onward into Crawford County, toward English here. But in terms of our active tornado warnings, we still have the one in Orange County and also over into Washington County as well.
Yeah, let me get back to our other storm. There's too many storms.
That
thing's wrapped up still. So you're in Orange County. Orange County on 37, it's getting right in the center part of the county, coming south of Paoli. So please seek shelter. Anywhere in the eastern part of Patoka Lake communities, it's moving due east, I think. What do you got, 40?
That's been the general. Let me check the latest.
Trying to get on my roads.
Yes, 40 miles per hour.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's on top of 37 right now. Right on 37.
I have Pine Valley in that area.
Yeah.
If that rings a bell for anybody
Pine
who's listening
Valley.
at home.
That's it. That's it. Yeah.
So you are under a tornado warning. Get to your safe place. Stay in your safe place until this area of rotation does pass you. So we've been watching that storm since it wrapped up. We've been watching this other surge of strong wind, at the very least, rolling through Washington County. Been paying attention to that little notch there east of Campbellsburg for any kind of potential tornado, and that's why there is that tornado warning in effect. And then the one that we were just talking about, Du Bois County, is right outside of our coverage area here at WHAS 11. But if you have friends or family in Du Bois County, this is south of Jasper, but kind of riding right along 64 there.
Let's hit Washington County really quick, Mallory. Okay, so now you have what's called a bookend vortice, so that's a fancy name, but on the northwest comma head, east of Campbellsburg, there's definitely been more of an, you see that velocity?
Yeah.
It's between Campbellsburg and Salem. So folks in Salem, please get to your safe shelter. It is riding, what's that road? I should know the road. The big road that goes from Campbellsburg to Salem.
60.
60, thank you. I'm going to learn all my roads here soon. But anyway, that's moving off to the southeast at about 40 miles an hour. It's heading towards Salem. Please get to your safe shelter if you're in Salem right now. As this thing moves off to the north, southeast at about 40 miles an hour. Number one. Number two, if you're down on south of Paoli in the Patoka Lake communities, tornado warning there, radar indicated all along the Patoka Lake areas, move off to the east, strong indication of a tornado in there. Very heavy rain, extremely torrents, copious amounts of heavy rain across the entire area. So I doubt you could even see any of these tornadoes in that area. Now, the one you probably could see if you're a storm chaser is this beast that is now on where all the three counties meet, between Dale, Holland, and I got to get my county map up because I don't know those counties as well. Right on the Du Bois, Pike, and Warwick County line. This is radar confirmed and visually confirmed, and it's heading towards just south of Holland and along Interstate 64. I think you're going to get, I bet you producers, you're going to see some videos on social media and online. It's probably literally within a mile of the interstate. As it's trucking off to the east. So it's going to be south of Holland. That tornado warning went way too far north, as I mentioned. Anywhere Huntingburg South, you are definitely in a threat. Please get to your safe shelter. Ferdinand, where the Abbey is. And then I believe what Mallory said is correct. It's going to get into northern Perry and eventually into Crawford counties. That is on the ground right now. And the best place I can give you is Interstate 64, maybe 10 miles southwest of Holland, maybe, something like that.
Yep.
And also hail indications on this, too. So we haven't mentioned hail tonight, but
yeah, with that southwestern
that's just another
cell.
thing.
Yeah, anytime you see those purples on reflectivity, a lot of times it's a storm carrying some hail with it. So, you know, our biggest concern lately, obviously, with this setup has been wind, rotation, heavy rainfall, flooding. But with that cell, as John mentioned, down to the southwest, heading into Du Bois County, there could be some hail along with it as well. So in terms of what we're watching here, I know there's a lot of busyness on your screens. We are watching heavy rainfall. We're watching a lot of strong winds, and we have a few active warnings as well. So we'll kind of do round robin here and show you what we're looking at. We have the one that we've been watching through Washington County. This was cutting through northern Orange County and then continued to the southeast there around Campbellsburg, heading towards Salem. This is until 9:45, so we still have some time on this warning as it tracks across the county there. And then the one that's been south of Paoli in southern Orange County, this one goes into place until 9:30. Outside of these, you'll notice this happens often where we have more of those oranges or yellows. Those are severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect as well, because at the very least you are watching for some strong winds. And it does look like we just got another tornado warning for Orange County that was just put into my system here. So let's take a look at that.
Orange. Oh yeah, that's that one coming out of that's coming out of Martin. I see that one. Yep.
So right here in the notch.
Yep. Right there, that little notch right there.
Yep.
But let me just jump in really quick. The one, if you go to your radar and do a track, just look at Salem, just northwest is west of Salem.
Yep.
I think there's a tornado radar. That's the signature. You always see that little what I call it a bookend. It's on the northwest side. I think there's a tornado that may be on the ground off of 60, halfway between Campbellsburg and Salem, heading towards you right now.
Yeah, so south of Hitchcock there.
Yep.
Along 60. So Salem, get in your safe place. This is heading your direction. We do have a a tornado warning. Hopefully you've been hearing the sirens, getting the alerts on your phone. This is heading right toward you. And in fact, the latest radar scan has it getting even closer now to Salem. So it is trucking along very quickly here.
And the second one, let's go to southern Orange, if we would. Southwest of Chambersburg, you see a definite hook echo in there, right where that notch is. And Ellery can show her little arrows. But just southwest of Chambersburg, really strong indication. See all those greens on Mallory's radar right behind her? Right in that area right there. Could be a possible tornado right there. Number 3.
Now we're watching this one.
Yeah. See that one?
Yeah.
Just northwest of French Lick.
So this one has been issued for Orange County. It's not yet in Orange County, but it's headed this direction.
Yep.
So heads up for French Lick.
At 7:30, we mentioned Orange County.
Yeah.
And it's true. I'm sorry. We're in sales, not production.
Yeah, Orange County's been under the gun a lot for these.
But the rotational, what we look at is the greens and the reds coming together is really French Lick. So that tornado warning, I would worry if you were in French Lick. The one that's in Washington, I worry about Salem. If you're in southern Orange County, I worry about Valine, maybe. Hardinsburg, towards Hardinsburg there. And then our friends in Du Bois, that is radar confirmed. We have a TDS on radar, and it's visually, that's tornado debris signature. And we have a visually confirmed, that's near Interstate 64, northwest of Dale.
Yeah. So there are many different storms that we are tracking all at once here tonight. We will try to continue to hit each of them as we head over the next, hour or two, however long it takes for these storms to weaken as they push through here. But so far, they've been triggering several severe thunderstorm warnings and also tornado warnings. And some of them are still going off to our west that you can see here in Illinois. And in addition to that, as we've been mentioning, flash flooding is a threat as well. So we've been seeing additional flash flood warnings on the backside of these storms, all currently in southern Indiana, not currently impacting our Kentucky counties. This is north of Louisville, but in an area where we do have many folks. So Salem, this is ripping through your area right now. The current tornado warning that's in effect, you're seeing that little notch there. Whereas John mentioned the bookend vortice there. And then also in Orange County, we have 2 different storms in Orange County. One's on the southern edge, and then another one is going to be moving into the northwestern edge of Orange County.
Right.
And then we also keep mentioning Du Bois County. If you have friends and family in Du Bois County, this is north of Santa Claus, north of Holiday World there, along 64.
And it's on the ground.
Yeah.
That one is, all the other ones are our interpretations. This thing at the border of the 3 counties of Du Bois, Spencer, Pike, Warwick, the 4 counties, that's on the ground. Radar velocities, the things that we look at, everything that we study at school is bad.
Yes.
So if you are in southern Du Bois or northern Spencer, I'm telling you, please find a safe shelter. This is a beast.
Yeah, anytime we have this purple outline here, that means radar confirmed or somebody has their sights on it. It's confirmed. You treat it as if it's on the ground. So we never like those updates there.
Nope.
All tornado warnings mean seek shelter, but when we see those purples, that really means business.
It's emergency management confirmed it. It's been spotted.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. That thing's got huge hail in it, tremendous lightning. Look at the lightning on that thing. Just terrible. Just a terrible storm. Meanwhile, Salem, you're getting hit right now with strong winds.
Yes.
Possible tornado would be just on the northwest side of Salem from the square. Very strong winds on the leading edge, all from Salem down to Palmyra. And then the second one, we're going to go, that continues to sow that little hook echo there in southern Orange County. Mallory, you see that little in the center part of the county. The velocities aren't as strong, but
Not as strong, yeah.
But the reflectivity still shows it.
Okay.
Meanwhile, we wait for number 3 in Orange County. Believe it or not, Orange County is under attack with the next one, the next storm that's coming in, and that storm could be a problem for French Lick on 150.
Yep. Yep. So that's the latest of the string of tornado warnings that we've had so far tonight. Watching that on velocity once again, your radar speeds and direction, where you're trying to get that storm that's wrapping up as it crosses over into Orange County here. So in terms of when these storms are set to expire, let's see, we have...
Yeah, I'm glad you looked at that. I have not looked at this.
Let's see, this one that's rolling into Salem right now, 9:45, so that's for Washington County. So we still got some time on a lot of these because these are bigger polygons to warn more people. And usually as they pass an area, the National Weather Service does a pretty good job at kind of trimming the backside of it. This one that we've been watching due to the cell merger that was in southern Orange County, moving into western or in southwestern Washington, that's until 9:30. Velocity not looking as strong with that one, but still keeping an eye on it. And then this one that's moving into northwestern Orange County, I believe this one was probably issued until 10, I would guess. Oh, 9:45. Yep. 9:45.
9:45.
And then we also have the one down near Jasper, which I'll actually step out of the way, so I'm not covering up the information here. 9:45. So you see a trend here next.
That warning went too far north. So folks, I'm just telling you, I've been there, I've drawn bad polygons, but if you're north of Huntingburg, there is no tornado threat with this storm. Maybe a one with another one, but not this one. This is far. Look at the hook echo. Take a look at the hook echo, Mallory, on the reflectivity down by Holland, southwest Du Bois County. That's something you'd see in Oklahoma.
Oh, wow.
Okay, that's a very bad.
See where this is?
I'm telling you, there's a tornado right near I-64. I wish I knew my mile markers. Right there. Just northwest of Dale. Santa Claus, you're okay, I think. Yeah, you're going to be just north of you. Santa Claus Park might be a little bit exciting looking up to your northwest. Yeah, that's right on the interstate. And it's on the ground, radar indicated and visually spotted. And I'm telling you, so let's go downstream. You want to track that for our friends?
Yeah. How fast is this moving?
Ferdinand, you're going to be in the path while she's doing that, and you're going to get into northern Perry. The interstate's a good spot, unfortunately.
Yeah, pretty much right along 64 there.
Yeah, and then you're going to get into that southwestern part of Crawford County. Crawford County, yep. That's on the ground. This is not hyperbola. This is not hype. This thing is on the ground, and it's doing a lot of damage.
So I just put a tracker on this. You can see the times here. Bristow, 8:32. Apollonia, 8:38. Branchville, 8:42. Oriole, 8:47. 9, of course, we have the different time zones here. So that's all Central Time.
Yeah.
And then 9:54 in Alton, 9:59 in Leavenworth. So this is the storm that we are watching that is definitely on the ground, once again, moving through Du Bois County along I-64 here. So expect that to potentially continue downstream into Perry County, Crawford County. We'll be watching that one closely. I'm going to zoom back up to where our other tornado warnings are currently issued, because we're tracking several at one time, several of which have gone through Orange County tonight. So this one that's been moving through Washington County, heading towards South Boston. It trekked between Campbellsburg and Salem along 60 there, and is now moving to the southeast side of Salem in terms of the strongest winds. Still a lot of heavy rainfall rolling through Salem, but in terms of that tornado threat, that's going to continue to push southeast ECU here soon. And then we've been watching this one that's been in southeastern Orange County.
Yeah, it seems like it's been there forever.
Right. And then the one that's moving into northwestern Orange County. So.
Okay, let's go through those. Let's do one at a time. So the one by Salem, if there was a tornado, it would be passing just on the north side of Salem as that moves off to the east. So Salem, I don't know what towns. You want to track that one? We'll go one by one, Mallory.
This one moving due east or slightly south?
I would go east-southeast, maybe at 290 at 40.
Okay. Let's put a tracker on this one.
I have no towns. I can look it up on my map. That's on...
I have South Boston within the next few minutes, New Liberty at 9:30, Blue Lick at 9:36. If it continues toward Henryville, that would be at 9:38.
Okay. That's number one. Number two, it's the one in southern Orange County. That is near The far southeastern part of the county. Hardinsburg is going to be next. Mallory will track that out. That does not look as impressive as it once did.
No, it's harder for me to see it on velocity at this point.
I think that's a heavy rain wind threat right now, but if they did, Mallory will track that out for you.
Yeah, so we're going to assume most of these are moving about 40.
Yep, that one is moving more east. 270, maybe 40.
Yeah. So putting a tracker on this, Hardinsburg, as we mentioned, within the next few minutes here. And then I mentioned this was a landmark earlier, South Central Area Vocational School, if you know where that is, within the next few minutes. Fredericksburg, this is different than the one in Du Bois County, 9:28. Organ Springs until 9:30, and then 9:35, the Crusade School up in that area.
Let's go to the northwest Orange County. That one is flying out of Martin County. So the rotation is in Martin County. They've proactively issued that one.
Yes, yeah, they issued this one way ahead of time.
That's Indiana 150. I don't, you have any towns up there in northwest Martin or northeast Martin County?
I don't have
It's moving.
Roland, Natchez, Scarlet.
Okay, that one is moving almost east on that one. Orangeville. North of West Baden Springs up to Orangeville, I would think, for your track, somewhere in there.
So I'm going to put this here.
Yeah, there it is. It's right on the county line now, Mallory, just the last scan.
So Prospect, that's at 9:23. And then this also has Paoli under the gun again as well. 9:35. Because
there's a second area of rotation. I was going to say. So in Martin County, you have one that's now it's in orange finally.
Yep.
But go to very southern Martin. Do you see that second area?
Yeah.
That one will get towards French Lick and West Baden Springs. One of my favorite places to go. Love to go to that place.
So Orange County, just continue to stay alert and continue to stay in your safe place here, because we've just had several tornadoes warnings issued over a short period of time for the same county that we're seeing there. In addition, some very strong winds that are rolling through Washington County, surging out ahead of that storm. It does look like they issued a downstream severe thunderstorm warning ahead of that. So that will continue onward to the east.
And let me mention Spencer County. So what happens on these big tornadoes, sometimes they move a little bit right of their track because they're rotating. The spin turns it a little more to the right. They're called right movers. Look that up on Google. But anyway, they have covered that. They're accounting for it's right on 64. It's on the Du Bois, Spencer County line. Tornado on the ground. I would think it's just a hair north of Dale, at least on my map, Mallory.
Okay.
But it's on the ground. They put a new tornado warning on. You know what that means, folks? That means you're going to get a warning in Perry County. You're going to get a warning in Crawford County. So Perry and Crawford, definitely going to get a warning. Those will be in the northern part of Perry, north of Leopold. And Mallory can track that out for you in Perry County. Crawford County.
Yes. Let me put a tracker on this. This current warning is until 8:45 Central Time. This one's moving a little bit slower on its own, around 30 miles per hour.
Yeah, it's on the ground. Still, emergency manager. Oh, the velocities are terrible, just terrible. Ferdinand, it's going to pass. You're going to get hail, Ferdinand, but you may luck out. Yeah,
so Ferdinand, the worst of it, maybe just to your south there. It looks like 9:32, and then I have Bristow at 8:47. Once again, we're dealing with different time zones as well. Branchville 9:02, Grantsburg at 10:15, Leavenworth at 10:27. So this is the strongest storm that we're currently paying attention to. Tornado on the ground there in Du Bois County. And once again, a lot of hail, as John mentioned, gusty winds, heavy rainfall all across southern Indiana tonight.
Yeah, on the ground. If you're in Ferdinand, please get to your shelter. Please get to your shelter in Ferdinand. In Santa Claus, you may actually see this.
Yeah, just to your north.
Yeah, just to your north. That's number one. Let's work the other way this time.
Yep.
So a strange thing's happening in northern Orange. You have two areas of rotation. The one is just northwest of West Baden Springs, I would say. Maybe heading towards Orangeville.
Yep.
The second one is coming out of Martin County. You see me look at my map because I don't know those are Indies counties. And that area could be a problem for West Baden Springs or French Lick.
Yep.
Number 3, the good news is the one that we originally started going nuts on with the cell merger is more of a wind threat right now. Even though you have a tornado warning out, that looks like the wind threat in Hardensburg.
Yes, that one definitely.
Right, don't you agree?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, Hardensburg, Fredericksburg, that's on 150.
You're just seeing the bright greens right now.
Yeah, I think that's heavy rain and wind and lightning.
Yep.
The next tornado warning, believe it or not, it's still trying to hold on a little bit east of Salem.
East of Salem.
It's broad,
Yep.
but it's in the eastern part of Washington County, heading towards 65 in Henryville, but that is not as strong as it once was, which is what I think we've been talking about. The strong moisture that Mallory's been showing in some of your maps, the dew points, is much less as you go eastbound.
Yeah, so in general, these storms are going to have a harder time hanging together as they move. I mean, take a look at these dew points in the 70s, where all these storms are firing up in Illinois, and then they're diving east, and over time, you got much drier air over in Ohio. So hopefully we continue to see this weakening trend.
Yeah, I think the threat is basically even more west of Louisville. So from Harrison, Washington, Crawford, Orange, those counties westward.
Yep.
And the velocity on the last scan is just diabolical in northern Spencer County, Dale, near Dale, north of Santa Claus. It may split Dale and Ferdinand, which I hope there's nothing but pasture there.
Yeah, right here.
And
we have really been using 64 kind of as that dividing line here.
Yeah, that's a very, very, very bad storm. That's like level 5 right there. Yeah. That's very bad. And it's been producing tornadoes. I haven't seen any. If the producers have any pictures, I'm sure they're on social media. Guarantee it. And just tremendous heavy rain. Look at the rainfall coming out of those things.
Yeah, obviously, anytime we have the dark reds, the oranges on the map, these are very efficient rainfall producers. We were seeing storms training over the same areas, triggering these flash flood warnings on the backside of them. So unfortunately, similar to Wednesday night into Thursday morning, where we had the wind and tornado threat, and then we had the flash flooding threat that we were dealing with as well. And we do have this tool on here called the precipitation rate. It's just an estimation here on our system, but I mean, this is some very, very heavy rainfall. And if you combine that with some strong winds, severe level winds, I mean, that's very low visibility that we're seeing.
I just asked them about Orange County flash flood warning. They're putting one out.
Okay.
So there will be, if you're in Orange County, I mean, it's pretty obvious. You just keep getting pounded.
Yeah, Orange County, stay at home, stay in for the night. Stay away from windows.
Yes.
I mean, you just had multiple warnings
My gosh,
that we still do have in place. Yeah.
The good news is that after this one that comes out of Northwest, you may be in the clear in Orange County.
In Orange County, yes.
You got one more to go.
We have one more storm to go for you guys.
I think the axis is really setting up, Mallory, from basically Clark, Floyd, Harrison, Crawford. Remember we talked about the heavy rain axis? Look at that axis. It looks like a train going through from the Illinois line. And there's a slight pivot in the last 30 minutes. You can see it moving a little more south of east. So that means Louisville, 11 to midnight, I would think.
Model data's been zeroing in on that particular kind of time frame for us to start to see these showers and storms head our direction. Yeah, so Louisville, we still have, another hour and a half or so.
Something like that, yeah.
So southern Indiana, unfortunately, similar to the other night, all of this activity is taking aim at you first before all this continues to dive southward through the overnight hours.
And they got weather spotters, have confirmed. They got spotters and emergency managers have both seen the storm that's in northern Spencer County, very close to 64.
Yes.
I'm sure a lot of people, unfortunately, have seen this. So I'm going to just look really quick, see if we got any reports of that.
Yeah, go for it. So the one that John's talking about here, this is north of Santa Claus, Indiana, now northeast of Dale. It's south of Ferdinand, although Ferdinand, you're likely getting hit by heavy rainfall and likely hail, lots of lightning, gusty winds. And as we've been mentioning, this one has been kind of riding right along 64 in far southern Du Bois County here. So we're watching this one in particular because on its track, it continues into Perry County and then also Crawford County. And this one has been just relentless in terms of continuing to show rotation and produce tornadoes. On top of that, we've been tracking some tornado warnings through Washington County and also, as we keep mentioning, Orange County as well. So a lot of these are in place for about the next 15 minutes or so. We've been watching this one that should be now east of Salem at this point. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's a spotter. Just took a picture. Gosh, that's bad. You can definitely see a wall cloud right on I-64. You can't see what's below it right now.
So he's talking about that storm that we were just mentioning, that cell that's been producing tornadoes and a lot of rotation here in southern Du Bois County.
Yeah, a lot of spotters say they see it. Yeah, it's on the ground, I-64. If you don't need to be on I-64 out there towards Du Bois County, I would delay my trip. If you're a trucker, take a break.
Also,
right, it's literally straddling the interstate.
Yeah. John, I do want to draw your attention to a new tornado warning that we have.
Okay.
This is for North Crawford, Southeast Orange, Southwest Washington, Northwest Harrison. It must be for this little hook northwest of English.
Yeah, I see that one. Okay, got it. Thank you.
So this one just issued from the National Weather Service. Gosh, everything is just rotating today. This one is until, let's see, 10:15.
I see what they're looking at. A lot of wind. It's trying to spin up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. I just got that one into my system.
Yeah, yours is about 30 seconds ahead of me. So
okay, gotcha.
That's why I'm...
So once again, this is north of English going off and continuing off to the east from there. And then in addition to that, we've been mentioning the threat for flash flooding, and they did go ahead and issue a flash flood warning for Orange County. I mean, just take a look at all these polygons here. So I know that's a lot to keep an eye on. It looks like Orange County, Washington County, and then portions of Lawrence County as well. So the green is a flash flood warning due to the heavy rainfall rates that we were just talking about. So that's going to take you a lot longer past the severe weather threat. That's until 12:30 tonight.
All right, let's go east to west. All right, let's go to the first one. Believe it or not, there's still a little rotation in that storm in Washington County. You saw the new flash flood warning just came out. It just popped up on my screen.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, no surprise on that. All right, there's a little bit of rotation left. At one probably will be allowed to be expired once it gets to the Clark-Scott line. All right, number two, let's go to the new tornado warning they just issued. There's the couplet they're looking at, Mallory. It's right there northwest of English. You want to track that one out?
Yep. So right here is what we're looking at.
Yep.
Northwest of English.
Yep.
Let me put a tracker on this for you guys.
Track that one out. Then we'll just keep going east to west. We have, I think, 5 tornado warnings right now.
So this one's moving east at 30 miles per hour. I'm going to put a tracker on this.
It's a small little area northwest of English, heading towards Marengo.
Yes. So Marengo at 9:47. That same Fredericksburg that we're talking about, this is in Washington County, I believe, at 10:04. Oregon Springs at 10:09. Palmyra at 10:12. And then Morgan Elementary School, that is at 10:13.
That one shows rotation. I don't think it's on the ground right now. The next one, let's go up to northwest Orange County. That one has got a small couplet. Once again, I'm not sure it's on the ground right now, but you're under a tornado warning. You see that one?
Over
that's west of Orleans and Paoli. That second little area of rotation coming out of Martin County, just southwest of French Lick. There's a little couplet there, but once again, I'm not sure that's on the ground. And then the Beast. Where is it near? It's just south of Ferdinand.
Ferdinand.
Just south of Ferdinand. Northern's probably on the county line between Spencer. So they're going to have to go tornado warning. So folks, let's do some planning, right? If you want to do a little planning, if you are in Crawford County, you're going to get a tornado warning coming into the county. Probably, how much we want to do a track on that one?
Yeah, I'm seeing how quickly this one's moving.
It's going to be Perry, northern Perry, and I guess the southern part of Crawford.
Yeah.
That will be, we'll see, I'm guessing 40 minutes from now, 40 to 45 minutes. Okay. 64, not a good drive. If you don't need to drive on 64, folks in Louisville heading to wherever, St. Louis, Evansville, whatever, do a slight delay. Enjoy your family on Father's Day.
Yep, so here is the latest look at the tracker there. I have the times and the towns. 8:48 Kitterman Corners. We have Branchville at 8:59 Central Time. Oriole at 9:06. Beechwood at 10:13. Fredonia at 10:17. Leavenworth at 10:20. So we are giving you a heads up because this is definitely the worst storm that we are tracking currently in the region, right there in southern portions of Du Bois County, right along 64, kind of riding that wave there.
Very bad. Very, very bad. I hate this stuff. I like tornadoes in fields in the middle of Kansas. That's about it. So definite strong indication of tornado, like we just said, north of Santa Claus. Mallory just tracked that thing out for you. The second one we're still watching is the one that's just northwest of English. Once again, it shows a lot of wind.
A lot of wind.
I'm not sure there's a tornado in there yet. New flash flood warnings just went out, a giant flash flood warning for all of Orange and most of Washington counties. Tornado warning, it's up northwest of Orleans and northern Orange County. Once again, very strong wind indications. You see that pinkish white color on the if you go to the pure velocity by Orangeville, right there. Could be a tornado right near Orangeville.
Yep.
Right there, right there. Not far from where the other one went through, believe it or not.
Yes.
And the other one, they did go east.
Okay.
They did. Okay.
So,
the one I thought they would let go, they issued a new tornado warning. So why don't we talk about that one, Mallory? The one that's in southern Scott and northern Clark.
Yep. So New Washington, Henryville. This is going to cross 65 here. Underwood. This latest tornado warning was just issued until 10:15 Eastern time. So this is that storm that we've been tracking that moved through Salem, that originally was around Campbellsburg, northern Orange County. And in fact, let me take a look at it on radar here.
Yeah, I'm looking right now. I'm looking to see. I see what they're going for.
Like a little notch.
Little notch and a little bookend again.
Yeah.
That's got a strong, strong wind signature right now. Very strong wind signature coming. Probably be close to Henryville. Every time I hear Henryville, I get nervous.
I know. So this is headed towards 65 here and moving out of Washington County.
Yep.
So heads up, that is the newest tornado warning that we have issued.
That one has a history probably from earlier.
Right.
It's still got a lot of wind. There could be a tornado. If there was a tornado, it would be, I need a town. It's probably 10 miles northwest of Henryville.
There's New Liberty there.
New Liberty.
That's between South Boston and Henryville.
That's good, New Liberty.
Kind of right there on the county line.
Yep.
Yep.
That's it.
So right here.
Yep. That's the one. So that's the first one. That's tornado warning number 1. Tornado warning number 2 is northwest of English.
Yep.
Is that 37? I think that's 37. Yeah. Just almost on Indiana 37, but Marengo. If you're in Marengo, you need to get to your safe shelter now. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Tornado warning number 3. Once again, is between Orleans and Orangeville in northern Orange County. Yep. Definitely see a possible tornado that would be halfway between Orangeville and Orleans. There she's ahead of me. There she is. Yep. And tornado warning number, I don't know what number, 5? Okay. Is this beast that is, it's a little bit disjointed right now for the first time.
Yeah.
There's 2 pieces of it, which means it's recycling.
Okay.
So one piece is in northern Spencer. Got that right? Yeah, northern Spencer. And the other piece is in southeastern Du Bois County. That's a good thing. This has got big hail. It's got a lot of wind. It's got torrential rain. But right now, I believe it probably has temporarily lifted.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean to let your guard down. No, they're running out of space too. They may issue a severe tornado possible or go tornado for Perry County.
Yeah.
I would think Perry County, you're going to get a warning imminently.
So this kind of gives you an idea. I circled them. I don't know if you can see them. I'm kind of trying to show a wide view because I know when we get into the nitty gritty, some people might not have, the context. Hey, what are we looking at? I have them all circled with where we are looking at those areas of rotation here. So once again, this is all in southern Indiana currently. It is all north of the river. It is all north of Louisville. Eventually, showers and storms will be moving into the Louisville metro area, likely around 11 or so, because these storms, they've been tracking west to east, but eventually they're going to take more of that southeasterly track. They're pivoting towards the metro. If you notice, when we started at 7:30, they were Bedford and up there towards Vincennes, and now look where they are. Yeah. They're creeping upon the Louisville metro. I got a dear friend that's flying in at on American 11:40, and I'm not sure that's going to happen. Yeah. As these supercells move to the east-southeast. So right now, we've got a tornado warning. Yeah, you're Henryville. You got a tornado warning. In New Pekin, just north of you. Hardinsburg with that other one. Let's see if anything tightened up for us, Mallory. Just looking to see if anybody... The one that continues to show a kind of an odd signature is up by Orleans in northern Orange County. See that little little couplet right there? That little red outbound? Yeah, right there. Just west of 37. That one's still a problem. I make sure if you're in Orleans, I've said Orleans a lot tonight. Orange County has been very, very busy. So it does look like hopefully once we get this.
Yeah, they're going to get a break really soon.
The flash flood warnings, those will continue, but you do have a break on the way. I know it doesn't seem like it with storm after storm after storm. We've been tracking tonight.
The other one that's definitely rotating, 100% rotating, is on the Crawford-Orange County line. Maybe 6 miles, 5 miles from English on the north side of the county, straddling the Orange County line. Before you know it, that will be in southern Washington, Crawford County line. That one is rotating. It's probably not on the ground, but it will get your attention. It's got the signature that possibly could produce a tornado as that moves off to the east at about 40 miles an hour. And then let's see if anything changed with the terrible one. Yeah, it's starting to recycle right now. Yeah. And what they do, they issue a new tornado warning, as predicted. So Perry, northern Perry, did they go in? They went to Crawford too, Mallory.
They went to Crawford, yep. This is until 9:15 Central Time.
Yep.
So kind of on either side of 64 there, as we keep mentioning.
Here, I'll draw you want to go to my computer really quick, give you a break over there? Just to do this, I'll show everyone where it is.
Sure. If you can take John's ROI computer, he can pull this up full.
Okay, so folks, this is now Crawford County, our listening area. I've circled where it is. It's east of Ferdinand. Interstate 64 would be a bad drive. This thing has been producing tornadoes. It's not just a supposed tornado. It's been producing tornadoes back into Illinois. And it has been straddling the Spencer, Perry, Du Bois County line. And where I've circled, see that bright green, that really strong green color? Let me stop it so you can see it right in there. That is a strong indication of a tornado that's forming again just south of Ferdinand, moving to the east at about 40 miles an hour. Tremendous hail, tremendous heavy rain, strong winds, all from Ferdinand eastward. but the indication of tornado, would, believe it or not, would be almost on the interstate. I just saw a picture on social media of a spotter. Well, one of the things we look for is a wall cloud, a lowering base of the rotating thunderstorm. And there's a wall cloud right on the interstate. I can't see below, but people tell me there was tornadoes earlier up by Dale in Spencer County. This thing's moving off to the east at about 40 miles an hour. So Crawford County, this is going to be in your part of Interstate 64. It seems to like Interstate 64 for some reason, and it moves off to the east. Now let's go up top. We have a tornado warning for Hardinsburg, Marengo, Fredericksburg. That one still shows a lot of wind. I don't see a tornado in it at this juncture. Please stay in your safe shelter. Then we got the new one that came out, that's Scott and Clark. Once again, that looks like a wind threat at this moment. I see what they're looking at. Let me circle this. Believe it or not, it's just northwest of Henryville. And we'll do a little movement on this guy and see what it's doing. It's moving off to the east. If there was a tornado, Interstate 65, once again, if you don't need to drive, wait an hour or two. Between Scottsburg, Austin, Vienna, down to Henryville, I see a lot of winds, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, and torrential rainfall into that storm right now. Let's see what else we got. Let's go down to our storm again of interest. Yeah, it's wrapping up right now. The last scan, right along Interstate 64, extreme northern Perry County, coming into northern Perry County out of northern Spencer County. That's very rural. I've been there many times. I hope it's in the forest, but it's starting to recycle right now, right along the interstate, and a lot of strong winds. Those are signatures of a rear flank downdraft right now, which means it's trying to wrap around. And it may not be totally formed yet, but it's probably got a rotating funnel cloud as it moves off to the east. So if you're in northern Perry County, if you're in southwestern Crawford County, and it might even get into, it's going to be weakening as it gets a little closer to the metro a little bit. But if you're in Harrison County, I'd be prepared if you're in Corydon. This kind of looks like it's going to be between Corydon and 64, Mallory.
Yeah, so we're watching, obviously, several warnings at once. They're all going off probably across the bottom of your screen. If you're watching us on the TV side of things, you might be hearing sirens if you're included in the tornado warning, getting the alerts on your phones. So currently, this is all north of the river here. So this is all north of Louisville, not impacting our Kentucky counties as we speak. And these are the areas that are also included in the watches that we're watching for tonight. The tornado watch, although it does look like that has been extended. So we've been so busy tracking storms, that has now shifted down along the 64 corridor, it looks like. This is now until 2 a.m. for the Louisville metro area, and all of our southern Indiana counties have been included in this as well. So southern Indiana, 12 o'clock, and then areas down to the south of the river until 2 o'clock in the morning. In addition to that, of course, we do have a flood watch in effect until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning north of the river. So I'm going to put on just the warnings so you can kind of, if you need to look at it visually as to where all of this is. So this is currently along and north of 64, north of the river here, and obviously red tornado warnings, yellow severe thunderstorm warnings, and now green. In addition to all of that, we have had flash flood warnings that have been issued due to the torrential downpours that we've had over the area. So I'm going to walk you through the current warnings that we do have in place. I'm going to slide my computer over a little bit so you can see me here on screen. So zooming in close, this was the one that John was mentioning is looking more like a wind signature crossing 64. Although, let's see, right around Henryville, we have some strong winds crossing, or excuse me, 65. It did not mean 64. We've been talking about 64 so much. Strong winds crossing through Henryville and Memphis right now. And we do have that downstream tornado warning, but at the very least, expect some strong winds, very heavy rainfall that is moving toward New Washington eventually. So this is currently crossing 65. And this tornado warning, if you did get the notification for it, takes you until 10:15. All right, going a little bit off to the west, what's standing, looks like those winds just kind of, okay, continue to push south. So we have this one that we've been tracking near Marengo that we keep talking about. This warning is still in place until 10:15 as well. So that's in northern Orange County there, pretty much right on the line, or excuse me, northern Crawford County, southern Orange County, right on the line there heading toward Palmyra. And then the one beast of the storm that we keep continuing to watch here that is now moving into Perry County. So this is the latest tornado warning, and this is the storm that we keep really being concerned about with the way it's looked on radar and the reports that have been coming out of it. This takes us until 9:15 Central Time. So most of these have the same expiration time of either 10:15 Eastern Time or 9:15 Central Time here.
Yeah, let's go through a radar analysis and we'll go from the beast of a storm and we'll go up to the north. So the first one is the one Mallory's just talking about. That's the storm that's produced multiple tornadoes. It's along Interstate 64. I'm sure there's a rotating funnel cloud. I just don't know if it's down to the ground at this time. It's very close. Strong hail indications, strong wind indications. This is along 64 in northern Perry County, southeast of Ferdinand, okay? That's number one. Number two is the storm that's north of Marengo, barely, and there's strong wind indications. You see that? Strong indications, southeastern part of Orange, north of Marengo, and getting into southwestern part of Washington County, south of Hardinsburg, north of Milltown, slightly a hair north of Marengo. Number three is the warning. Once again, I don't see a tornado indication. I see a lot of wind indication. It's crossing 65 right now as it moves off to the east. Let's see what moves off to the east. Yeah, I don't see a tornado in there right now, but please stay in your shelter as that thing heads towards New Washington. So the wind continued. Look at the wind on north of Marengo. You show the velocity, Mallory, on your screen.
The one headed toward Marengo?
No, it's just north of Marengo heading eastward. There's a lot of wind in there.
Yeah, yep. So, you know, we keep talking about whether or not these things are rotating or if it's just very strong winds.
Yeah, right in there.
Yeah, right in here around Marengo.
Yeah.
So this is, you know, the sirens probably went off where you were. You're getting the notifications on your phone. We're getting some strong winds out of these storms tonight. We keep talking about the torrential rainfall as well. So we do have additional flash flood warnings. And as we always say, turn around, don't drown. We're expecting more of those to be issued tonight due to these very high rainfall rates that we've been seeing. But right now, strong winds, heavy rain, and then unfortunately just that beast of a storm that we are now tracking through Perry County tonight. So this one was in southern Du Bois County along 64, continued to show that hook, and it has had reports of producing tornadoes, which is why we're taking this one so seriously. And now it's pretty much right, looks like along and south of 64 here in Perry County. So we are going to continue to watch that one as it moves toward Crawford County and potentially eventually Harrison County. So Corydon, we're giving you a heads up here of what could be on your way.
Okay, so let's do a little update here. All right, number one, northern Perry County. Strong indications of a tornado trying to reform. It's not as strong as it once was, thank God. It looked really bad about 30, 40 minutes ago, didn't it?
Yeah, it was terrible.
And it's moving off to the east. It's probably just south of the interstate, so you're not going to see it anymore from the interstate. You're going to see it if you get south of there, and they're going to have to issue part of Crawford County, further east.
More of Crawford
Further
County.
east.
Yeah.
Yep. That's number one. That one still is a legit tornado warning, and please seek your shelter. If you can hear our voices, we're trying to save your life. The town of interest that really pops up on my screen in our viewing area is Leavenworth in southern, right on the Crawford County line with Perry County there. All right, next one. Is the one I was telling you about a moment ago by Marengo. That's the town I can see. Just northeast of there, there's an indication of rotation and a possible tornado right where the counties meet between Crawford, Harrison, and God, there's 4 counties actually, Washington and
It's where all the counties meet right here.
where all the counties meet. The other one, they know they have a tornado warning out. I don't think there's a tornado threat in there at the moment. I see the one that's trying to form a reflectivity. See the reflectivity? I see they're probably issuing, look at the little notch there.
The notch, yeah.
But on velocity, you don't see hardly anything. So if there was a tornado, it'd be on the southern part of the tornado warning, which would be just northeast of Memphis by the truck stop. Moving off to the east. There it is, right there. Yep. Right there. That's legit. I just don't see a corresponding velocity, but I can see why I would issue a tornado warning on that.
Yeah. You want to be proactive with it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, what of interest that we're not talking about is the beast of a tornado storm over there in northern Perry. Look at the movement. That storm's going to get into the metro. Yeah. So we need to be watching Crawford. I think it will weaken. But I'm just telling you, folks, if in the metro, that storm, if you take a pure movement, that's going to go from Crawford, Harrison, and what's the next county? Jefferson.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying that storm is moving east.
Right. We're not trying to scare you. We're just trying to give you a heads up.
Yep.
And hopefully it does continue to weaken. But it's been a beast of a storm that we have been watching for. What, 2 hours now?
Yeah, based on the dew points, I think that storm will weaken once it's east of Corydon. Yeah. Once it's, so basically as it gets into Harrison County, so from Leavenworth, which I love going to that restaurant on the river, Leavenworth to Corydon, in that general area, I think you'll see a big weakening as it moves towards the east. But right now, if you can hear our voices, please take note. Although the rotation is not as bad as it once was.
Let's hope that that's a trend, but we are here to track it for you. You know, the sun is setting now. Severe weather, flooding gets a lot more dangerous once the sun does set, once it gets dark outside. So hopefully you're in for the night. Just like earlier in the week, you have multiple ways to receive alerts and a way to take action immediately once you receive that alert, and you can stay in for the rest of the night so that when we do have flooding concerns, because that's another factor of this that, you know, we haven't been able to focus on too much because we've had so many severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings, is the flooding threat. So anytime I show that here on the green, those are flash flood warnings that you're seeing in place. So we have that for the next several hours in Orange County, Washington County, up toward Mitchell as well until 12:30. So we always say, turn around, don't drown, don't try to drive through flooded roadways, don't try to drive around barricades. And at night, it's even worse because you really cannot see very well in terms of where the ground ends and where the water begins. So please be safe and continue to stay with us as we do track these storms tonight. We will be here for as long as needed to keep you safe tonight.
Yeah, the radar rotation on the storm, I know there's a lot of storms. I'm just telling you, the one that's been producing tornadoes, legit tornadoes on the ground, is now south of Interstate 64 in northern Perry County. I believe that's U.S., is that 35 that goes south from the interstate?
145 is what I have here. 145.
I'm going to have a quiz later on from my, but anyway, that one storm will be coming across 145. It's not as organized as it once was, but please get to your shelter if you're in northern Perry County. Would be southern Crawford near Leavenworth. Leavenworth's the point of interest that I can see on my maps. And that moves off to the east. Next towns, we're getting into some bigger property. Corydon. Corydon, please start being prepared. They'll at least put a severe out, for sure. You're going to get a severe thunderstorm.
At the very least.
Guaranteed. That one's the first one. Let's go up north. Let's see, it's now on where all the counties meet. Yeah, it's east of there now.
Yep.
So it's almost out of Crawford, northern Harrison, southern Washington counties. There is an indication, they see a little couplet right there, right on the county line. See that little spin right there? Yep. Yeah. So they're going to have to decide what to do with that one. So you might need to prepare to get your shelters if you're in Palmyra or Borden or just south of New Pekin. Let's see how that thing's doing over there. Yeah, there's that notch still.
It's still there.
It's still there. It's weak. It's east of Henryville. East of Henryville, there may be a tornado that's trying to form.
Right here.
Yeah, want to track that one out right there?
Yeah. Let me put a tracker on it. We can take a look at the warning box. I'm going to see how quickly, every time they issue a tornado warning, they also let you know around how quickly it's moving, and that gives us a better idea of how to track it. So pushing that off to the east. I don't have too many towns here, and I apologize if I say this incorrectly. Otisco, Hibernia, and I know in Nelson County it's Bethlehem, but Bethlehem at 10:23. So 10:14 Hibernia and 10 o'clock Otisco.
Yeah, that one I'm going to watch that one a lot more. Reflectivity is scary. See how it bends in? Look at how it's wound up right behind Mallory. Look at that little wind up right in there, the spin right there. Yep.
Oh, I drew it too big, but.
That's it. You got it.
You get what I'm getting at. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, if you are in that area, you should be getting alerts because of the tornado warning anyway. So hopefully you are in your safe place as we watch how this one evolves here.
Yeah. That one definitely is concerning. The second one, tornado warning number 2, is Marengo, you're out of the woods now. It's east of you. Marengo, you can get clear of your safe shelter. It's now southeast of Hardinsburg. You're okay now, although there could be another storm. Oh, I knew they'd do that.
Issued that
That's
warning.
that new one. I was almost going to say they may issue. They just did.
So whatever John just said, don't listen in terms of the Marengo area, because
Sorry.
No, it's okay. We had one coming right in behind, right?
Yeah.
We were talking about clearing that warning,
Yeah,
and now we
I saw
just have
that.
another one.
That one's surging out. That threat is on the it's a little comma head. See the comma head?
Yep.
So that's really, believe it or not, more in Orange County. That's going to straddle, I'm looking at the movement, that's going to straddle Orange into right north of Milltown, north of Marengo. It's kind of split between Hardinsburg and Marengo.
Yeah, so we have another Orange County, Crawford County.
Yep.
Kind of county line rotation here.
Yeah, I saw that. I think they're going to issue, and they did. Boom.
Yep.
Yep.
So that's our newest warning. This one was just sent out by the National Weather Service.
And real quick, the Perry County storm is, unfortunately, looking worse.
Recycling.
Yeah, look at the hook echo now. And the velocity's trying to come together.
Yeah.
So if you know anyone in northern Perry County, that storm is kind of going towards Leavenworth, the southern Crawford, they're going to have to issue a tornado warning for southern Crawford and probably, it may be just a hair south of Corydon.
In Harrison County.
I think there'll be a new tornado warning in maybe 5 minutes that will cover southern Crawford, possibly Meade. Is that Meade? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, northern Meade. Meade sticks way out.
Yeah.
And then Harrison. So, folks, I'm telling you, it's recycling right now.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
In fact, let me put a tracker on this, and I'll have it kind of span some of these counties here just to be safe. So Leavenworth, that's an area that we've kept talking about, depending on if it goes north or south, but 10:33, here, let me pull that over so you can see it on your screen. Apollonia, 9:01 Central Time, that's basically right over you. Branchville, 9:07. Alton, 10:25. Leavenworth, 10:33. New Amsterdam, 10:40. Corydon at 10:57.
Yep. That one, okay, that's the first one that really catches my eye. The second one is over there in eastern Clark, which...
Yeah, this one has been...
That's been
interesting to watch.
Yeah, my friend wanted me to say persnickety. There you go. So the velocity has never really come together, and it looks like that notch is closed up, which is good. If it continues this way, they will not issue further east. I think they'll go severe. So going towards the river.
The river there.
Yeah. All right, so that's good. I'm very glad to see that. That one was concerning, wasn't it? Mm-hmm. Okay, so the new tornado warning is mainly, once again, it's in Orange County. It's near, just northwest of Marengo. I know I said Marengo. It looks like you get clear. This one will be very close to Marengo, maybe a hair north. And then north of English, that's going to be between Hardinsburg, Marengo, and Milltown. Fredericksburg right in there. There's a little couplet there. The thing is, some of these are rain wrapped, so you can't see anything. So don't go outside with your phone. That is not a good decision. The only storm you could take a good phone picture would be if you were south of the storm that's in northern Perry County, which a lot of people on the internet sending pictures, believe it or not. In fact, let's look at that really quick. It's trying to form. It's not completely there, but I wouldn't want to be under that thing. It probably looks like a spaceship. If you ever see those Oklahoma-type tornadoes and with the giant rotation and everything, it looks like a giant spaceship, and that's what it probably looks like. That one by far is the worst. That was by itself. When we call the word renegade, a renegade storm by itself is never a good thing. And they try to form by themselves. They have their own atmosphere to work with. All the rest of these are embedded. So they're called rain wrapped. So when they're rain wrapped, you're not going to see anything. So the best thing is to get to your shelter, tell your family how much you love them, and just wait till the storm has passed your locality. So let's go west. Let's go east to west again, Mallory. Here we go. First one is Clark. If you had anything, it's be south of New Washington. I think there's a lot of wind in there. I don't see a lot of greens on yours. I'm looking behind you. No.
Yeah. I will say they put an observe tag, but I think they probably decided that when it still looked.
Oh, they did go observe?
Yeah.
Okay. They say what's the source? Was it a TDS?
Let's see.
Radar. Yeah. Okay.
Radar confirmed.
Let me look at something. Let's take a gander. And we're slow. That's lovely. There we go.
Once again, this is Clark County.
Oh, further west? Okay. Yeah. It's not right now. It may have been.
It might have been in a previous scan.
Yeah, I did not see that.
A very quick kind of. Here,
I'm looking at multiple things here. Let me just look really quick.
So anytime we see a purple polygon here for a tornado warning, it means typically radar indicated or observed from a storm spotter or emergency management. And it does look like, because it had that concerning little couplet there, as we were talking about when it was tightening up, they probably decided to make it go observe downstream.
Maybe one scan I missed.
But then it quickly.
Okay. All right. Let's get back to this. But right now, it could still certainly be southwest of New Washington.
New Washington.
That little curly Q. I can't see what road that is. But anyway, it's in the center part of Clark County.
Looks like Highway 3 there.
That's it. Thank you.
Heading towards 62.
That's it. Thank you. Heading to 62. All right, that's number one. Let's go to number two. Oh, they got the old one and the new one. Okay, so the main tornado area would be. Okay, that's what they're doing. There's two different areas.
Yeah.
Number one is the one by Fredericksburg in southern Washington, northwest of Palmyra. And number two would be on our favorite highway, Indiana 37. Way in the western south. Once again, it's in that Patoka Lake drainage area, east side of the lake. See that little curly Q right there? Okay, possible tornado warning. You're in Patoka Lake near 37. And then we go back to our Oklahoma-style nasty tornado warning. Northern Perry County, just south of Interstate 64. If you're on 64, I'm afraid you're getting heavy rain and hail. Yeah. Not a good thing on a Sunday evening. Moving east, and you will be getting a tornado warning. I believe you will be getting a tornado warning as it heads towards Leavenworth, okay? Yeah. So if you're in Leavenworth, Corydon, probably just north of New Amsterdam, any of those localities, you're going to get a tornado warning. So start thinking now, where am I going to go in my family right now? What am I going to do? Look at that rotation right there. And some of that is the bad radar data, the velocity on the east side, very bad. Yeah. So And then, believe it or not, there's tornado. Oh my gosh, there's a bunch of tornado warnings. Actually, Evansville's got a tornado warning right now.
Yeah, just to our west.
Evansville, out to the Wabash River Valley. So in those cases, those are going to pivot a little bit. So this may get into like Hancock County and Breckenridge and Meade. Did they bring the tornado watch into Kentucky at all? Or
They did. That was an update that we didn't even see because we were so busy tracking. This is the latest one.
Yeah, I kind of thought they would go to 64.
Yeah,
okay.
Basically 64 corridor.
Okay.
In Kentucky, it's until 2/8.
We've been busy. I didn't even see that.
Yeah. I didn't either.
Okay. All right. We'll keep doing a new cycle every time. Let's take a look at Clark again. See that little curly Q? Do your little arrow thing if you don't mind, Mallory. If you go on the east side of Clark, see how the reflectivity's got that little, if you zoom out just a hair, it's got that little curly Q appearance. And if you look on the velocity, you can really see it. Show the velocity if you would be so kind. There you go. See the curly Q?
Yeah.
And that's where the tornado would form east of Henryville, southwest of New Washington.
New Washington, yeah.
Right in there. See that little spot right in there?
Yeah.
Yep, right there. Bingo. I don't know what my guess is they're going to go severe toward possible
downstream.
East of there. Yes. Yeah. I would think that's what
it had one or two kind of concerning scans. It looked like, and then it kind of went back to where it was.
Yep. I think that's 100% correct.
Yeah.
Now, this is the confusing one because there's a double tornado warning, like one inside the other.
One inside the other.
Yeah. The big one is mainly for the storm that's now east of 37 in Orange County.
Right.
Do you have a town?
Let's see. I'm going to zoom in.
I'm trying to help everybody.
So, Valine?
Sure.
That's east of 37.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That one is it's going to split the uprights between Marengo and Hardinsburg. And radar indicates a rotational area that could produce a tornado. Now, the smaller one is going to probably be left to expire because it's covering both. It doesn't really matter.
Right. You don't need both at this point.
You don't need both.
Yeah.
One will cover the other. So I'm not even going to go through that. And then we have it's recycling again right now. So if there was a tornado, it has probably temporarily lifted and trying to reform a new one. Yep, it lost its notch.
Yeah.
So, but they got to do something, and that something is going to be soon because it's almost out of the box. So they're probably going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning. If it's a severe, it'll be a severe tor possible. If it's a tornado, plain old tornado warning. And that's going to be for areas from Leavenworth to Alton, possibly all the way to Corydon. I'm sure they're looking at the scans right now to try to figure out what to do with that thing. Let me draw a little circle for you. We'll show you what we're talking about. Right.
I do want to let you know, since my system's a little bit quicker than you, they did just issue one.
Thank you.
But just for due east. So it does go into some portions, it looks like, of...
yeah, they're keeping out of Harrison County.
Yeah.
They don't want to
Meade
unduly...
County, Perry
That's really smart.
Crawford County.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, you don't want to alert the whole world because they're unsure of the instability once you go further east. And that's a really smart warning from the Weather Service in Louisville. Well done. Okay, others, those warnings that are way to the west, I'm just showing you this from my screen, they're way out there, will probably be a problem for Hancock, Southern Perry, Breckenridge, Meade, and maybe even Ohio. But that's 2 hours down the road. Just giving you a heads up on there. Let's go back to our Clark County storm, Mallory. And it's almost out of the box. What are they going to do? Let me see if they got anything in the chat. Yeah, they're going to let it expire. Yeah, I thought they would.
That was the one that we were talking about, it being radar confirmed, and then saying, hey, we're looking at primarily like a wind surge threat.
Yep.
So we do have portions of Louisville now included in a severe thunderstorm warning. This is until 10:45. This is over into LaGrange, so Oldham County as well, up into Trimble County, portions of Henry County. This is until 10:45 due to wind. So 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts that are kind of flowing out of this storm.
Yeah, you're going to see some big severes come flying out.
Yes.
Along the leading edge of those cells, just like that one right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that covers Middletown and Anchorage and Goshen and LaGrange and all that. All right, let's go back. So the first one, they're going to let it go. So if you're in Clark County, the tornado sirens are going to end any moment, and that thing's going to go. The next one is the double. The tornado threat is it's where the 4 counties meet. I'm getting close to that area. It's between Marengo and Hardinsburg, between Orange, Washington, Crawford, and Harrison counties. And then the last one is that nasty storm. Right now, it's a wind threat with a tornado retrying to form again. The radar's having tremendous problems. There it is. Right there. The problems with some of the velocity data. Sometimes you'll see some bad data. And right there, northeast of Leopold, right?
Leopold, yep.
Yeah. I don't think it's on the ground right now, but I think it's trying. So,
yeah, so a lot of times with these storms, we can get what's called recycling. So, you know, it might lift and then recycle, and then you have another tornado, which is why we never let our guard down with these storms as we track them downstream. So. Yep.
So that one, Leavenworth, Alton. But even though the warning only goes to Harrison, if your folks are in Corydon, one of my favorite towns, the first capital of Indiana, Corydon and New Amsterdam and New Middletown, eventually you're going to get a severe thunderstorm warning. You can bet your boots on that. That's moving off to the east at about 40 miles an hour. And we're hoping that does not do what it did before. Okay, finally, we only have one tornado warning up there. Good. The one up there on where the 4 counties meet. So we're down to just one. And that threat would be right on the county line.
Right where all the counties meet, yeah.
Literally, right? Marengo to Hardinsburg area-ish.
Yeah.
Anywhere in there. It doesn't look like it once did, but I would keep the warning like the Weather Service in Louisville has done. And then, that thing hasn't gone yet, but any moment that warning will go.
The purple box, yeah.
Up there in Clark.
Clark.
Right? Clark, yeah.
Yeah.
Up to the river, yep.
I do want to talk about our producers do have power outages for us. Some numbers of power outages up in southern Indiana, the areas that have been hardest hit. So we're talking about areas like Orange County, Lawrence County as well. So it does look like we have 645 customers without power in Lawrence County. We can take it Orange County. I believe that says 169. Sorry, my eyes are not great, guys. And then Washington County, we have a few hundred customers without power as well. So those will likely continue to roll in through tonight because we do have some strong winds that are surging through the area. As we mentioned, we also have a lot of heavy rainfall as well. So if you are on the Kentucky side of things and you're waiting for these storms to roll through, now is the time to make sure that, of course, you have things charged. You have those flashlights ready to go in case you do lose power tonight.
I want to say one thing on that warning that Mallory just mentioned for Jefferson County, Louisville. That one's got severe torr possible.
Okay.
So that one, what they're doing is there's so much turbulence and wind energy on the leading edge. The 99% of this is going to be wind with heavy rain, but they did go isolated tornado as they're watching these things spin quickly.
Right. Okay.
Just to be clear.
Yeah, that's good to know. We mentioned that earlier in our coverage that sometimes with severe thunderstorm warnings, especially if we're watching these storms like we are tonight, where they've had a history of quickly rotating and potentially producing funnel clouds and tornadoes, that sometimes those specific severe thunderstorm warnings can have what's called a tornado possible tag on them. So that's what we're looking at here.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at our active warnings. Let's take a look at the map here. Looks like we only have one active tornado warning, which is a shock. So I guess the one that we had, that probably was allowed to expire at 10:15.
It just expired naturally, yeah.
Okay. So we have this big one that's cutting through the Louisville metro over to Oldham County. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, and this takes us till 10:45. So as we mentioned, strong winds out with this storm, heavy rainfall, frequent lightning as well. And then we have an additional severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect. And you're noticing this for areas like Orange County, Washington County, and up into northern Crawford County. That's until 10:30. Once again, this is all due to wind. And then I'm going to step out of the way so you can also see the tornado warning that we have in place still that we're watching in our southernmost counties here in terms of southern Indiana. Perry County that we've been watching for southern Crawford, and then that's also in effect for northern Meade. So that's been the trouble storm that we've been watching here for the last several hours here, and that current tornado warning is in effect until 10 p.m. or excuse me, 11 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Central. So in addition, we keep mentioning the flash flooding threat. So you're seeing that with the greens here. And expect more of those to be issued. These are always issued for a longer period of time, a few hours to allow for the waters to recede, but that will be an ongoing issue that we see this evening and into tonight. And of course, many of our counties are included in a flood watch until 8 o'clock in the morning Monday. You're seeing that here for all the counties north of the river. And then our tornado watch, that was allowed to expand southward, basically along and north of 64. So for southern Indiana, that goes until midnight, but for our Kentucky counties, that goes until 2 o'clock in the morning here.
Yeah, so Louisville is definitely contemplating moving this thing east. We're watching this thing. It's very interesting. It's got some features that are very suggestive of a tornado, some other features not so much, maybe a wind threat. So folks, please be prepared in Leavenworth, Alton,
Yes.
New Amsterdam, and then getting into western parts of Harrison County. They're at least going to go severe tornado possible, like Mallory was just explaining, for sure, and may go tornado warning. We'll see. That's the one we're really watching. I can't believe we're down to one warning. That's just, I'm in shock.
We've had several.
I counted 5 at one time.
Yeah, it's been a busy. Here, I'm going to move my computer off the screen so you all don't have to.
Mr. Rogers, the number was 5. So anyway, that storm, you can see that last image. If you look at the reflectivity, Mallory, on the just northeast of Leopold or west of Alton.
Alton,
like it's trying to form a hook echo.
Trying to hook back up.
And
close to the river there.
They may be going east. Notice there's lots of flash flood warnings to the north there with the train.
Yes, yeah.
And these severes that are all along there. But the ones I think that are tornado threat, let's just focus on our tornado threat. Our tornado threat from right now is that one rogue storm that could go into Harrison County.
Yep.
And then the stuff from Evansville towards what? Towards the Wabash, near Grayville, south of Vincennes, all in there. Those are the ones that will probably be a problem for Owensboro to Tell City to Hardinsburg, maybe up to Brandenburg, maybe. But I think that we're going to shift a little bit, that most of the action is going to be now south of 64.
Right.
Whereas before it was all north of 64. I think we're seeing an evolution. Don't you agree?
Well, yeah, and that really tracks with the tornado watch being shifted south as well. So we want everybody to be alert of that through the rest of this evening and into the early overnight hours as we track, once again, as John mentioned, all of these cells off to the west here that are wanting to push off to the east as well. So.
Yep. So the storm of interest, I'm going to zoom in just west of Leavenworth. I think it'll be Leavenworth, you're going to get hail. So it's Alton. That's the town that really shows up on mine. That's in extreme southern. Is that Crawford? I'm just trying to look which county that is. Alton. Right on the river. Yeah. This thing's going to straddle the river. And they have to do something with Harrison. So as far as I'm concerned, if you're in Harrison County, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning right now.
Right.
And may be under a tornado warning. We'll see. But that would be, let's track that, Mallory. Can you track that sucker?
Yes. Let's see how quickly it's moving. This one has been moving a little bit slower than some of our other storms.
And it may be moving a hair south of east. So I would go like 280 at about 40.
Yeah.
Remember all that trigonometry, folks?
All right.
Yeah, something like that. That's a good track.
Okay, so Alton, 1025, next few minutes.
That's the one I'm worried about.
Artist Point, 1029. Cedar Flat, 1033. New Amsterdam, 1037. Central, 1047. New Middletown, 1055. Elizabeth, 1101. Fishtown, 1107. So that is if this tornadic storm continues on its track east-southeast here over the next hour or so.
Yeah, let's just take a gander here. They got confirmed the one east of Evansville, just FYI.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
It's heading toward Perry County eventually.
Yep, Yeah, I'm going to do a cross section just really quick. Yeah, it's vaulted. So a storm that's vaulted means the rotation, the updraft is completely separated itself from the main area, which means there's a lot of rotation. A lot of rotation. So Alton, if you can hear our voices, please seek your safe shelter immediately.
Yep.
It's right on top of you.
It is. So it's kind of riding that bend of the river there, heading toward New Amsterdam. So this is our current.
Yeah, there's the new warning.
Our current tornado warning in place.
Yeah. Yeah, there's the warning. They're going to have to do something with Harrison really soon.
This currently takes us until 11, but as we mentioned, if you are here in Harrison County, go ahead and seek that safe place. Make sure you know where to go because you'll likely be hearing some kind of sirens or getting some kind of notification on your phone for a warning as we continue to track this same storm from
and it's
west
out
to
by
east.
itself. The reason this is really bad, folks, is because all the others are embedded with that train of storms.
Yeah.
This one is not.
Yep.
It's got its own air to do what it wants
Getting
with.
all of that from the south.
Yep. Yeah. So that one is the one, and the rotation, it's definitely there. Alton. I must have drove through it and never noticed it. But anyway, that's moving off to the east. Southern Harrison County, you're under a warning as far as I'm concerned. New Amsterdam might be a bad place to be.
Yep.
Somewhere near New Amsterdam and south of Corydon. It looks like it's going to be south of Corydon, north of New Amsterdam. They will be issuing a severe, I'm just checking their chat room. They changed, okay, nope, no decisions yet, but it'll be coming imminently. And Louisville Metro, you're getting some strong winds approaching northeast part of the county right now. Up there by Prospect and Goshen. They got a severe thunderstorm warning out till, I didn't even really look when it was out till, for 20 more minutes.
Yep. And in fact, I've been seeing out of the corner of my eye, I don't know if we can bring up one of our cameras from outside. There's been a lot of lightning activity, at the very least, that we've been able to see if you're looking toward the north and likely the northeast. So we can kind of keep that up there and see if anything sparks. But you're likely seeing some lightning flashes, maybe hearing some thunder, and depending on where you are in the Louisville metro area, might be already dealing with some heavy rainfall, gusty winds, things of that nature. So we do have an active severe thunderstorm warning in effect. And I'm trying to multitask here, so apologies. Yeah. We look at a lot of information. We have a lot of sources. We have to communicate with our newsroom so they know what's going on at the same time, but also keep you all safe and keep you informed as well. So let's take a look at our current radar. Once again, most of the activity so far tonight has been in southern Indiana. That's what we've been tracking since we first started our live stream at 7:30 this evening on WHAS 11+. Then quickly after that, we started to cut into coverage due to a tornado warning up near Lawrence over to Orange County, and we've been continuing to track it since then. We haven't had a break in terms of tornado warnings at this time. So we do have that active severe thunderstorm warning here that's cutting through the Louisville metro, and it does look like on the backside of these, they are filling it in with flash flood warnings. So that's what you're seeing here in the green. This current severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 10:45. That's the one that we were mentioning on the northeast side of Louisville. And then our one main tornado warning that we're still watching here is northeast of Leopold around Alton. Leavenworth, New Amsterdam, right around the river there. And we'll have to see what the National Weather Service does in terms of extending it downstream into Harrison County.
Look at the velocity on the new scan. Look at the velocity on just north of Alton. It's off the charts.
Yeah.
They're going to go tornado warning, I think.
Yep.
See that, and see the big right there.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's the most concerning storm that we have on our radar right now here in Kentuckiana.
Now, that storm was the most southern storm. Now we have a new most southern storm that's just east of Evansville, and they've got a tornado observed on that thing. That is east of Evansville. I don't know if Evansville got hit, but they had warn out for them. But it's moving east. That is going to get into Hancock County, southern Perry County, Breckinridge County, and Meade County. That will be our new problem.
Yep.
I think this storm here is unclear how far east it will go. The one that's near Alton, rather. But the one that's further to the west, you saw Mallory mention the tornado watch goes to 2 now.
Yep.
And that's because you've got these rogue storms come flying out of the Wabash, especially the one that's east of Evansville. That will be a problem if you're in Tell City, Lewisport, Cannleton on the river, and north of Hardinsburg, Kentucky. So we got maybe 45 minutes in Tell City to an hour, something like that. So that will be our new problem. I'm telling you, it's coming. Unfortunately, we're in sales, not production.
Yep. So we've got these storms with just a wind, heavy rainfall threat. You know, they have that tornado possible tag, but right now we're just looking at wind, heavy rain, lightning, thunder. And then we have this one that we have, of course, keep mentioning, this cell that's on its own. And then in addition to that, we have these cells that are coming out of areas like Evansville that are still showing signs of rotation. So we have several different spots that we're paying attention to. I keep mentioning flash flooding as well. So that's the other side of this. As we saw Wednesday night into Thursday morning, torrential downpours. So, you know, once you get past the main edge of the wind and tornado threat, on top of that, you have these very high rainfall rates that are now leading to flash floods that we do have on the backside of this. So that's what you're seeing all in the green. Basically all of the areas that have been hit by previous tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings, you know, Paoli over to Henryville, flash flood warnings down to English and into northern portions of Perry County as well. So heavy rainfall, gusty winds, and areas of rotation. That is what we are watching tonight.
Yeah, now we're getting the storm of interest in Meade County. It's right on the river.
Yep.
If you're in a barge, you're about the only one that may see it. Right on the river.
Right on the river.
Right, literally on the river. Remember that song by CCR? Anyway, it's on the river, moving east, slightly east, south of east.
Southeast, yeah.
And it's New Amsterdam. You're definitely, your system's faster than mine. I'm waiting to see what they're going to do. I sent them a message. But it's going to be southern Harrison, and it's got a little bit more of a right movement in the last couple scans. You see that? It's moving like to 290 now, west, east, southeast.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's southern Harrison. New Amsterdam looks like a town of interest. Anywhere in the southern part of the county. Right there. And I'm waiting to see if they put a thing in the chat. Got a mesoscale update. Probably issue a tornado soon for Harrison. That's what I thought. Still monitoring its current progress. Probably. It's not 100%. But I think they will. I think they will issue a tornado warning for southern Harrison, south of Corydon. So Mallory will track that up for you. New Amsterdam and other places she will soon tell you.
Yep. All right. So let's put a tracker on this. Near Alton, New Amsterdam. It's going kind of south of east here.
Yeah.
So Cedar Flat, 1037. New Amsterdam, 1042. As I mentioned, sometimes it has schools on here if that's kind of the closest thing that gives you a point of reference. So you have Heath Washington Elementary School. There's that new tornado warning. Central, 1053. Dogwood, 11. New Middletown, 1103. So as I mentioned, we were talking about, did you just see the red expand southward? That is that new tornado warning from this particular cell, taking into account kind of its east-southeast movement.
Yep. And this is way out of our area, but this is the storm that's heading to Tell City. But that is it's definitely on the ground. The one that's east of Evansville, south of Boonville, that is 100% on the ground right now. And it's heading towards Tell City and Hawesville and those kind of places. There it is. Right.
So here's this tornado warning once again that I said we were just talking about with the National Weather Service. New Amsterdam included in this. Cold Springs, Central, heading toward New Middletown.
The velocity really went nuts on that last scan. It may be on the ground right now. It's between Alton and the river? I don't know. New Amsterdam, somewhere.
Between Alton and New Amsterdam, I would say.
Yeah, somewhere in there, yeah.
So right here, if your sirens just went off, you're under a tornado warning, it is time to seek shelter. We do just have a new tornado warning in place here that was just issued by the National Weather Service.
Very good call.
This was an expansion of the one that we've been tracking. So northern Meade into Harrison County. Taking a look at some of the information here, it is moving, let's see which direction.
East-southeast.
East, 25, 30 miles per hour. So.
Okay. So New Amsterdam for sure would be the most imminent. Valley City, and that's Indiana 135 heading southeast towards Indiana 135. The velocity, if you want to look at my screen really quick, it's up to you. If you want to flip over on the ROI, thank you. All right, I'll draw it. So here we go. There's New Amsterdam, and it's moving right about there. There you go. There's your tornado. Look at that velocity, the strong reds. You have that really strong outbounds as it's circulating around this hook echo. I think there probably is a tornado, at least a funnel cloud or a tornado. New Amsterdam, I think between New Amsterdam, it's pretty rural. Battletown is another little town in the eastern part of Perry, heading to 135. And the hook echo got a little stronger in the last. It's that little candy cane. It's never good to have a candy cane on. I like candy canes, but never on radar. So that's the first one. The second one is the one that's east of Evansville. That is on the ground. I'll show you the Evansville radar. This thing is completely wrapped around. You never want to see a complete candy cane there. Look at this thing move to the east. And that's going to be a problem for our listeners out there in Hancock County, problems in Breckenridge County, Meade County, Tell City, Cannleton. That storm is heading towards you. So start thinking about your plans in Louisville, Cannleton, Tell City. Safe shelter, safe shelter. Where are you going to go? These are really nasty storms, especially the ones that form on the southern part of all this air mass. That one will become the worst storm, even though we're dealing with the one right now. Let me go back to the Louisville radar. Let's see. Yeah, the outbounds again. Those pink colors. Look at these colors right there. They are not right there, right? Those strong white and pink colors with this little, I'll draw it again. Here we go. There it is, right there. Here's your tornado. Yep. And that's between Alton and New Amsterdam, trucking off to the east-southeast, like Mallory was saying, at about 40 miles an hour. So places like Laconia, Indiana 135, and then we go further to the south and east. Where are we going? We are going to track. They got a tornado debris signature on the last scan. Yeah. So that storm, excuse me, there we go. That storm has got a TDS right now, somewhere between Alton and New Amsterdam.
Yep.
Right now. No, not good.
Yep, so this is our most concerning storm that we are seeing right now. Our one active tornado warning for our viewing area here that is heading, this is like far northern Meade County heading into Harrison County. So if you've been watching us over the last couple of hours, this has been that cell that's been on its own, that has been producing tornadoes, been producing circulation, been producing funnel clouds at the very least, cycling and recycling. So what that means is it'll weaken somewhat and then tighten back up. And that's exactly what we're seeing with this storm here, unfortunately. Anytime we have wind speeds, we have velocity, you're taking a look at those bright reds and bright greens, that lets you know if winds are strong and if they are circulating or rotating. And that's why we have continued to see a tornado warning on this same storm really for the last couple of hours, as it's been tracking from west to east here into our coverage area. So this is our current tornado warning in effect. Once again, this takes us until 11:15 Eastern time. And this is pretty much right between Alton and New Amsterdam, right around the river there. So please be in your safe shelter. If you hear that notification on your phone, if you are hearing the tornado sirens, it's this hook right here. So this is really concerning to see for us, and we do want you to take this seriously. Head to the lowest level of your home, away from windows, and stay in that safe place until this has passed, and we give you the all clear. Yeah,
on one scan of the radar, we had a tornado debris signature. Right now, at least it's not showing up. Doesn't mean it's not there, but it's almost on the river.
Right.
It's almost on the river. New Amsterdam. Heading towards you. Please seek a safe shelter. This is the real deal. This is not a drill. This is the real deal. Yeah, it's definitely strong indications. Good warning from the Weather Service.
Yep.
New Amsterdam, 135, Laconia are the main cells. In Louisville, real quick, we're getting high winds pushing off to East LaGrange, up 71, Unpleasant Drive, Campbellsburg, LaGrange, Crestwood, Sligo, all those towns, very heavy rain, strong winds. We go out to the west, tornado warned storm continues to move towards New Amsterdam, between Alton and New Amsterdam. We did have one scan where there was definitely a tornado on the ground. We see debris from the radar being vaulted up into the atmosphere.
Right. So this is a storm that we are taking very seriously here, as it has had a history too. And we always see how it has behaved, you know, upstream, and how it might behave. Now, the idea is, as we keep mentioning, you know, there's a bit less moisture the farther east that you do go. The general idea is east and then eventually southeast. These storms will weaken, but they are hanging on strong with where they've been moving from Illinois over into Indiana and continuing into our northern portions of our viewing area and also our western portions of our viewing area. I do want to give folks that are up in Orange County, you are finally getting a break in the radar activity there. There were warnings after warnings after warnings for Orange County this evening. Also Washington County, we still do have, of course, active flash flood warnings, and that's just going to continue because you got to give the waters time to recede. That's until 12:30. I'm sure a lot of these are until midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning. So even though the water, you know, you might be hearing that the storms have passed, if for some reason you do have to get out on the roads, make sure you are proceeding with caution in those areas where we do have flash flooding in place. In addition, there's still some activity that's off to the west and northwest, as we keep mentioning. But our one active tornado warning is still this one that is moving into portions of Meade County and Harrison County here.
Yeah, so let's take a gander at that and look at it again. So anytime you see on the radar screen at HAS, when you see whites and pink, the velocity, if you want to show that near New Amsterdam, that's never a good look. That's usually showing 80-mile-an-hour winds. If you look at the base velocity, you'll really see that. The screaming winds. Yeah, not good. So right near New Amsterdam, still strong indications of a tornado. Right, probably on the river right now.
Right, yeah.
Just about on the river. That one is moving off to the east-southeast, and we're waiting to see how the environment responds. So if it was to continue, that's going to go towards, I believe, Laconia and maybe West Point, where all the counties meet again.
Yeah.
And just on the north side of Fort Knox. It's definitely moving that way. We'll see if the rotation continues that way. Also, we have one storm of it's the worst storm of all right now. It's east of Evansville. It is, what is that, Spencer. It's moving into southern Spencer County. That storm will head on the river again. Lewisport, Troy, Cannleton, where the locks are on the river. That one is going to be a problem for you. So if you're paying attention and you're in Tell City, Cannleton, southern Perry County, and that could get into Breckenridge. Those are our two main storms of interest.
Yep. And you'll notice we kind of mentioned this earlier. They're off on their own. They have all of this moisture and fuel to tap into coming in from the south, where they're kind of, there's nothing south of there. Whereas all these storms we have that are kind of clustered together now, they're diving off to the east and southeast. They're becoming more of that wind, heavy rainfall, frequent lightning kind of threat. But where we see these storms out on their own, they're wrapping up, they're rotating, and they're causing a lot of tornado warnings to be issued here. And there's still a lot of lightning with this cell that we're seeing south of Corydon. So right over New Amsterdam. Crossing, getting close to 135. That's included in this warning here. New Amsterdam, that's the area that we keep talking about. Make sure you're in your safe place as we watch this tornado warning for you. Yeah,
I was just looking to see if there was any debris signature. That may be a debris signature just southwest of New Amsterdam. That last scan, that may be legit. Definitely New Amsterdam. Between Battletown and New Amsterdam, you need to seek shelter right now. I'm just checking. Oh, somebody else agreed with me. Oh, that's nice. Okay. Anyway, was moving off to the east-southeast. New Amsterdam, I mean, it's right on you. Please seek shelter. Please.
Yeah.
Right now, like this second. So what does that mean tracking eastbound? What towns are they going to hit? Laconia, 135. It's moving, if you notice, it's moving more south of east. It may get out of this polygon. They may have to push this a little, but I mean, it's going to be close to Brandenburg if it continues this way.
Yeah. So
Brandenburg.
Heads up.
Heads up. Mockpart, heads up. Fort Knox, heads up. Huldrove, heads up. West Point. We're starting to see the pivot that Mallory and I talked about at 7 o'clock.
Right.
Everything's starting to move south and east, whereas the rogue supercells are riding this boundary like that one that's east of Evansville.
Yep. Yep. So this is the other bad storm that we're looking at, as John mentioned, east of Evansville. So it's not in our coverage area right now, but it could be moving toward Perry County. It could even, depending on if it takes that more southeast dive, that's when it would move into closer to Breckenridge County.
Yep.
So we'll be watching that here.
And now we're in a situation that we hate. We're getting nighttime storms that are rotating.
Yep.
We're getting well after dark now.
Not a good combination.
No, look at the velocity on that one east of Evansville.
Yeah, I was just looking at that.
Just awful. If you know anyone, let's see, Spencer County, near Hatfield, northwest of Rockport, southwest of Chrisney, there's a tornado on the ground right now, and it's not good.
Right here.
Yeah, it's not good. I mean, I like to see these in Kansas fields, not in communities. So that's the one that we got to watch soon. Our storm of interest right now is recycling. Yep. Which is a good thing.
Not as
strong, rotating, but a lot of wind, a lot of heavy rain.
A lot of wind.
So right now I don't see the tornado that we did just 5 minutes ago.
Right. It is interesting, John, actually, like, as you mentioned, you can really see, because we were watching everything west to east, and like if you really put this radar loop into play, it is really taking that more southeast curve here. So it's transitioning over to what we were looking at for this main line to be moving through the Kentuckiana viewing area, the rest of us, for this evening and tonight.
We're pivoting.
Yep.
And there's stuff behind it, but that is not the problem.
We're not
stuff
worried about
up by Terre Haute and Indy, that's nothing.
Right.
It's nothing whatsoever. It's the stuff that's on this line that is the problem. Let's see the new scan that came in. See, the radar rotates. It moves very, very fast. It provides this data continuously, and every 4 to 5 minutes, a new scan comes in. You'll hear us say that. Once again, I see a wind threat.
Yeah, it's not as hooked.
It is moving more south of east, so they're going to have to do something in Breckenridge and Meade, because it's bulging. You can almost see it's almost like a Boeing now. So if you're in Brandenburg, you're under, in my mind, I'm putting you under a severe thunderstorm warning at 60.
Yes.
Right now, if you're in Brandenburg, you want to do a little trek and get into Breckenridge?
Yeah, so you mean Meade?
Yeah, Meade, my bad. Sorry,
no, you're good.
I'm old and decrepit. Yeah, Brandenburg, yeah, definitely West Point, Brandenburg, Mockport, and Meade County.
Yeah, so let's see.
Yeah. Folks in Louisville, we're getting strong winds on the northeast side before Mallory tracks that. The really bad severe threat is off both to your southwest and also your northeast, so we're lucking out, knock on wood.
Yeah, so Laconia, 11:05. I also have Moore School at 11:17, Fort Knox at 11:20, depending on what path this storm does take. Because as we mentioned, it was moving east, and now it's taking more of that southeastern
yeah,
here.
I think that's almost becoming a little bit of a Boeing segment, where when we say Boeing, that's a wind threat. Air is pushing this way. So I think that is becoming a wind threat, which is a wonderful thing compared to that thing that's been producing tornadoes for, what, 3 hours?
Yeah, consistently. Now, we do want to, of course, emphasize and reiterate, as we saw Wednesday night, Thursday morning, winds can do a lot of damage. We saw that in the Louisville metro area with trees down, power lines down. So make sure you, of course, stay inside tonight. And speaking of power outages, we do have a power outage map for Jefferson County, even though these storms are just now starting to roll into Jefferson County, Kentucky. It does look like we have 376 customers without power in the Louisville metro area. So we do have that severe thunderstorm warning that's been rolling through. I believe that was allowed to expire. But know that with the grounds being so saturated, it's not going to take as long or as strong of winds to cause some tree damage, to cause some power outages and things of that nature. So as we've been saying all night, if you still do have power, make sure your devices are charged. Make sure you have that flashlight ready in case you do lose power tonight. And if you lose power and can't watch us on TV, you can always stream us on your phone on the WHAS 11 Plus app. I believe we're probably on Facebook and YouTube right now as well, as we've been streaming since 7:30 tonight. So the radar has been very, very active for us for our southern Indiana counties here.
Yeah, so the Weather Service mentioned what we were just saying, that it's looking like more of a wind threat.
Yeah.
They're monitoring. They'll wait till the last, I know how it is.
Second.
You wait till the last second. You want to make sure, you want to make sure, you want to make sure.
Yeah.
But if the trends continue, they may be going severe tour possible, like in Meade, maybe northern Hardin. I'm just looking at the track. Maybe Bullitt, maybe.
Yeah.
Somewhere in there. So if that continues, that will leave as the main tornado threat this thing that's in southern Spencer.
Yep, this thing off to the west.
That thing is very nasty. I hope that's very rural county. I hope it's in the forest, but it is heading towards the river. Lewisport, Troy, Tell City, Cannleton, start being prepared for. They're going to issue warnings, whether it's severe tour possible or tornado warning. You're going to get a warning in Hancock County before you know it. Trust me. And southern Perry.
Yep.
So just checking up to the north, make sure we're not missing anything.
Right.
Looks like a lot of heavy rain, maybe some gusty winds. If you're on 71, probably not a good drive tonight.
Nope.
Between Florence and Covington down to Eminence, Sligo, LaGrange. I see some wind, maybe 35, 40 miles an hour.
In fact, if we can take one of our weather cameras, I know we're getting a lot of rain, obviously, here in Louisville. Thankfully, no active warnings here in Louisville,
Right.
but you're likely hearing that heavy rainfall. Maybe you're seeing us on air right now, wondering what's going on. So camera shaking a little bit. Visibility has decreased. Roads will not be fun to drive on here for about the next hour in the Louisville metro area as we get a lot of those reds on the radar, heavy rainfall, and some impressive rainfall rates.
Yeah, right now it continues to show a wind threat if you're in Harrison or Meade counties. If that continues, we may be tornado warning less in about 10 minutes until that thing from the west comes in.
I know. Unfortunately, we won't have too much of a break there.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we actually may get a brief respite. Very heavy rain. When I just look at this, first thing I see is extremely heavy rain.
Yep.
From Eminence to Louisville to Corden, and points out to 64 basically.
Yep.
So you go down I-71 and then you go 64. Any point along 71, 64. Very, very heavy rain. Everyone's getting rain. If you put down fertilizer, you're a happy person. Still showing wind to me. I don't see a tornado threat. Let me check the chat, see if they're doing anything. There were reports of power lines and trees down from Clark County from those storms earlier. That may have been tornado related. You might remember we had that.
That brief scan.
That's the only thing I see in the chat room. They're going to wait till the last second, but it's getting close to the end of the box. They only have 5 minutes to do something. Before you know it, it will be in Brandenburg and West Point and Muldrow.
So for the Clark County, because our producers are wondering in case we can send out a crew, Harry Hughes Road and Possum Trot Road, Williamsburg Drive.
There you go.
So Harry Hughes Road, Possum Trot Road, Williamsburg Drive in Clark County. Yeah.
There was one scan that had a tornado debris signature. That could have been it.
Yeah, it was very quick, and that's why they ended up going radar indicated after that.
Yep. Yeah, you saw that.
Yep.
Once again, you're running out of time, Louisville Weather Service. You've got
We're watching this guy right here. There's still, I mean, that's a ton of lightning.
Yeah. They're going to go severe. I think they're going to go severe to where possible for, let's see, that would be eastern Meade, northern Hardin, and maybe parts of Bullitt County. But they've got a few moments, but not many moments. It happens fast. When you're on radar, you think, well, that's 30 minutes from now. That's fine. I got plenty of time. Next thing you know, you have 1 minute.
Yeah, and there's some hail with that storm, too.
Sure is.
So hail is definitely our lower end threat tonight. We're primarily looking at wind, rotation, heavy rain. But with this particular storm, because it's out on its own, it's picking up hail on our hail tracker here in Harrison County.
Yeah, big hail. Someone is going to have a roofing problem. What did the Weather Service go at the warning? I would go at least 1.5 inches. What do they go?
The problem is this is getting close to the radar here.
Yeah. But anyway, that's just checking the chat room.
Mockport.
Nothing yet.
Lots of hail near Central, lots of heavy rainfall, frequent lightning. Obviously, we're seeing the frequent lightning here in Louisville. Louisville, we don't have any active warnings right now, just some gusty winds, heavy rainfall rolling
So
through.
what's going on right now is it's trying to form a little hook echo.
Yeah, I see
but
that.
I think it's going to gust itself out because the stuff's coming down too fast from the north.
Yeah.
There's a lot of wind. Like it's trying to form a tornado.
Yep.
But I
you got
think
all this combating at the same time.
It's pushing so hard to the south it may cut itself off.
Yeah.
But
that would be best case scenario.
But the Weather Service is, you've got almost 1 minute left. It's going to be out of the box.
Yeah.
So I'm sure they're sweating bullets right now. There'll be a warning any moment.
Yeah, so this is what John's talking about with the hook south of New Amsterdam, pretty much right along the river. But then all of this, with all the heavy rainfall, hail, and frequent lightning, that's surging southward. So that's it's trying to flatten itself out to become a bit more linear rather than allowing for that rotation.
Yep.
Because as John mentioned earlier, a lot of the supercells that we watch go, we're going west to east. But when they start to do that more southeasterly turn, you usually turn into more of a wind threat, heavy rainfall threat, frequent lightning. So
Yeah.
I don't like the look of that hook.
I don't like the way it looks, but the velocity does not show. I don't see anything on velocity. They got reports for the newsroom, reports of water over roads on Pleasant Street, Market Street in Charlestown, Indiana.
Looks like they went tornado.
They did? Okay.
Yep.
Well, after further review, so they're going to go into by Brandenburg then, right? I haven't seen it yet.
Is this the new one? Sorry, I might have just seen an update on a flash flood warning.
Yeah, I don't see I don't see anything yet.
Apologies. Flash flood warning. They went ahead and issued out ahead of it.
Yeah, they could have put a flash flood warning out for 15 counties an hour ago.
The entire viewing area. Yeah.
Literally.
So much heavy rain.
Yeah, that's a tough call. I'm telling you, everyone thinks it's easy. If you sit in that chair, it is not easy. I sat in that chair for far too long.
Yep, so this is the one storm that we are really watching. Obviously, if you're in Louisville, you're getting heavy rainfall, gusty winds. You might be tuning in for the 11 o'clock newscast. We still have warnings here. We've been, me and John Gordon, we've been live streaming since 7:30 this evening when storms were approaching our viewing area, and then pretty much quickly after that, we started to have tornado warnings up near Orange County and also Lawrence County. We've been tracking warnings ever since. So right now, this is the one storm that we're really keeping our eye on. Whether or not the National Weather Service will go downstream with another tornado warning or go severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible. Because even though this looks very menacing on radar, you can take a look at that hook. As John has been mentioning, the motions of these storms has been changing. So this is wanting to go southeast, and sometimes that can cut itself off in terms of allowing for that rotation. But
now, they did issue for Hancock, like I said they might, and Southern Perry. That's the second storm.
So that's this one.
That's the one that's going to be a problem.
Yep.
And I don't know if they went indicated or not. I didn't see that part.
So
radar
Tell City, Tell City has a new
that's what I thought. Okay, yep.
tornado warning until 10:45 Central Time.
Yep, that's going to be a problem, just so you know, while we wait for the other decision. That is going to be a problem for northern Breckenridge. So if you're, do you want to track that one? Do you mind?
Yeah, so this northern, let's see, moving east at 30.
It's going to be north of Hardinsburg, maybe Irvington, maybe. And, Louisville, you got to do something quick. You're running out of time. It's almost out of your box.
So with this storm that we're watching, this is a different one. This is the one on the far western edge of the viewing area that's heading toward Perry County. So Grandview at 10:03 Central, 10:11 Lewisport, 10:19 Adair, 10:26 Tell City, 10:31 Dodd, 10:53 Derby, and then midnight Eastern Andyville, 11:19 Central Irvington. So that's what we'll be watching next.
Yeah. So you would look at this radar and you would think maybe there's a tornado on the ground just northwest of Mock Part, and there's a lot of wind.
Yep.
But the velocity, I'm not seeing what you normally would see. But for anything, if you're in Brandenburg and you're in Mockport right now, and you're under at least a severe thunderstorm warning right now.
Very strong winds.
Right now, 70 mile an hour winds. Brandenburg, Mockport, you are under a warning. Please get to your shelter at least, because strong winds are coming.
Yep.
And I'm not sure what they're doing. I don't see anything in chat. Nothing in the chat. I don't see anything. I'm just checking. If you see a warning, let me know.
Yep. Well, and it's really interesting putting this into motion. So we were watching this storm specifically moving west to east, west to east, west to east, west to east. And if it continued on its track, it was going to cut into Jefferson County. It's really lately taking more of a southeast dip. So I know we've been saying that that's in general how all this is going to go. And that's the reason why we now have heavy rainfall rolling through Louisville. But it is interesting to put that on the loop and see its direction. So.
Yep. I just looked at the normalized rotation. One of the things we look at, and I don't it's not screaming, which is a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
That picture on the left, on the reflectivity picture, will get your attention.
Yeah.
Very quickly.
Yeah.
But
usually, yeah, if you're watching this at home and you're like, look at that hook.
Yeah.
Trust me, we're looking at
I think
it.
the winds from the north of the Fort flank are cutting off a tornado from forming, which is a good thing. But let's see what they're going to do. I'm just checking. Here's a new report. This is Meade County. They're checking. 300 people without power. Tree down on Highway 228 Battletown Road. Checking for a possible tornado touchdown on Wolf Creek area.
Okay.
And they have done nothing yet.
We do have viewer video that we can go to if we do want to pull that up. Remind me where this was. Charlestown, Indiana. Off Marion Martin Road. John, can you see that? In between lightning flashes?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh, my gosh. That's very good video, whoever sent that in.
Laverne Wiki.
Laverne. Thank you, Laverne.
Wow.
That is definitely a funnel, whether or not it's on the ground.
So that was due to the tornado warning that we had earlier.
That's that area, that 1 or 2 scans, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for sending that in.
Thank you,
As
Laverne.
always, we do appreciate your weather photos and videos. If you can capture them and send them in safely, that is the key word there. So please be cautious as you do so. But right now, Louisville, we're not under any warnings. We're under a tornado watch. We're under a flood watch to our north. But Louisville, heavy rain, gusty winds, lightning. Areas off to the northeast, same can be said. And now we're just watching these particular storms that have been showing signs of rotation. But as we mentioned, this little box that's left of this tornado warning, this storm is really about to pass down. So Brandenburg, expect gusty winds, heavy rainfall headed your direction. That is about
I'm going to message them right now.
Yeah, so we're waiting to see what they're doing with this one. Because this is the storm that has shown signs time and time again of producing tornadoes, whether they be radar indicated or actually seen by a spotter. And, you know, we were talking about this impressive hook on it north of Brandenburg, but also this heavy rainfall, frequent lightning, hail off to the north of that as well. So this is moving into Meade County now, moving through Harrison County. So expect at the very least heavy rain and gusty winds, and we're watching to see if anything is done with this tornado warning.
I sent him a note. We'll see.
Okay.
But if you're in Brandenburg, Mallory and I are putting you under at least a severe thunderstorm warning right now.
Yes. You're
under at least 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds. There's some hail on the north side.
Yeah.
And very heavy rain. I don't see the tornado, but reflectivity makes you nervous because it shows that little candy cane. That's not good.
Oh, they went tour.
They did. Okay. Well, there you go.
Just got the update.
All right. There it is. They were waiting until the last second.
Yeah.
And I would do the same thing.
So Mockport, Brandenburg, over to West Point.
Yeah. Short one, or how long they go?
This one, 11:30. So 25 minutes.
It kept it out of Louisville, correct?
Yes.
Okay, Jefferson County. Okay,
Yep.
that's what I thought. All right. So kind of what we thought. Meanwhile, real quick, I just want, because this is coming in, this is going to become the real problem. Let's see. It's got Tell City, like we said, Candleton, Lewisport, Troy. That's all coming out of Perry and Hancock County. We have some listeners out in Hancock County. And that will be in Breckenridge next. This storm has got a long history of producing tornadoes, and it's out by itself. It's completely independent of all the other influences. So we have 2 different ones. The one that it hasn't popped up on my screen. I'm going to let you track that one, the first one.
Oh yeah, of course. Our only hope is something I was going to say is that all this that's trying to push south will hopefully do the same thing that it's doing with this storm that we're tracking. But here's the newest tornado warning. If you just had your phone go off and you are in Brandenburg, Laconia, Westport, Point, excuse me, Davidson. This is our newest tornado warning in place until 11:30. So what we've been watching, of course, as we've been mentioning on reflectivity, this impressive hook. Now, unfortunately for my system, the velocity doesn't look too great because we're so close to the radar there around West Point that it's just, as
I've been going up in elevation.
Yeah, it doesn't show me much here. But let's take a look at how fast it's moving and give you an idea. At the very least, you can see, obviously, tons of lightning, heavy rainfall, and hail with this cell through Harrison County, and then it's moving into Meade County right now. So I'm going to take a look at some of the information off screen.
Yeah, I just went and looked at, so on the radar you can raise it up in elevation. So your lowest is 1/2 degree. I just went all the way up to 19 degrees. There is rotation, but it's mainly off the deck.
Okay.
So even though you see the hook echo, I'd be nervous too if I was them. There's no question.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather be safe than sorry, you
bet.
know?
But the rotation for the moment is a little bit off the surface.
Okay.
So you may have tremendous wind, you may have a funnel cloud. It could produce a tornado, so you need to be in your shelter, especially the way this is moving between Brandenburg and West Point. Brandenburg and West Point is the target area if there was a tornado, but that whole area is going to get a lot of wind. A lot of wind as it moves off to the east-southeast. And yeah, I would think somewhere between Brandenburg and Shepherdsville, somewhere in there. And they kept it out of Louisville intentionally because it's moving east, more south of east. So I would do the exact same thing.
Right.
Yep.
So this is the current storm that we're watching for the tornado warning until 11:30. Once again, kind of straddling southern Harrison County now into Meade County and far northern, I mean, basically West Point there, toward Fort Knox. Right now, if you are in Louisville, heavy rain, gusty winds. We are very lucky here. But this is the one storm we've been watching. And the hope is with this is that you get these storms that are trying to push south and southeast, whereas typically when you want a supercell that just continues to wrap and spin, it's kind of going west to east. So as all of this kind of pushes down to the south very quickly, it becomes more of a wind threat and less of a rotation threat. But they've just been keeping their eye on this particular hook that shows up on reflectivity that can look a little menacing between Mockport and Brandenburg.
Yeah, it does look menacing. They put a movement of 25. I think that's wrong.
Fast.
It's moving 40 to 40. It's moving 40. They'll be out of the box. It says it's got 22 more minutes. It'll be out of the box in about 11 minutes.
I think ever since it took more of that southerly jog, it's sped up.
Indeed. So the way this is moving, if you really look at it, it's going to go into northern Hardin.
Yep.
I don't think it's, even though there's going to be an effect in southwest Louisville, Valley Station southward, the tornado threat, if there is one, is going to go into extreme eastern Meade and into Hardin.
Yep. Northern
Hardin, the part that sticks way out.
Yeah.
Radcliffe northward.
Yep.
But I don't see anything on the velocity. I think it's a lot of wind and a lot of heavy rain. I probably would have gone severe toward possible, but we'll see what happens. The one that's definitely a tornado is this beast out just to the west of Lewisport, Troy, Tell City, Candleton, out to the west.
Yeah.
And that will also get into our viewing area imminently, won't it?
Yes. So while, these storms are becoming less severe, which is good news, if you live east of Louisville, northeast, you're just dealing with heavy rainfall, lightning, maybe some gusty winds. Everything is sub-severe now. But west of Louisville, where we just have more of that fuel, and we were talking about that with the dew points when we started our stream a couple of hours ago, where there's just that greater amount of fuel for these thunderstorms, the moisture return, the better shear with it as well off to the west. And that's why things have been more organized and more severe. And now everything's starting to take that more southerly and southeasterly curve.
My friend who's a meteorologist in Harrison County says lots of power outages out by New Amsterdam, where you and I were talking about.
Well, yeah, that was a town that we kept calling out a lot. New Amsterdam, New Amsterdam, New Amsterdam.
Yep. Okay, let's look at the new data. You see my head's moving up and down. But anyway, we're trying to look at the radar and looking at this. I see a lot of wind. I see a lot of heavy rain. I don't see a tornado threat, even though you stay in your shelter, folks, in Brandenburg and Laconia. I'm trying to look at other little towns in there. In the southern part of Harrison, out towards the river and West Point, it's hemming to you too. But if there was a tornado, it would be Laconia, going towards West Point and Muldrow. That if there was one. But right now, it looks like tremendous wind surge and heavy rain and a lot of lightning, isn't there, Mallory?
Yeah, lots of lightning with this. So I'm sure you're hearing the thunder, seeing the flashes outside. And as we mentioned, at the very least, very strong winds because we're getting those reports of power outages near New Amsterdam. So expect additional power outages likely, maybe some tree damage, unfortunately, just like what we saw Wednesday night into Thursday morning. Just within this storm, close to 200 strikes of lightning here. So still some fuel for it to tap into, but in terms of the rotation and the way that the winds are moving, it's pushing it more southward and southeastward, which is good.
Real quick, on the radar, I just want to call this out. If you live near Cannleton, Lewisport, this thing's on the ground.
Yeah.
Lewisport, it's on the ground. So please, I know that's a little side, but Tell City, it's next to you. Tell City, Cannleton. It's going to be in southern Perry and then northern Breckenridge, Mallory, our viewers out there. Basically north of Cloverport to Irvington and northern Breckenridge is going to be a problem.
Yep. So this is...
And then into Meade.
Yeah. So this is our next area of concern here, you know, because right now we only had this one active tornado warning, but now this one we have to watch off to our west because this one definitely means serious business with the prolific lightning and also the rotation that we've been seeing here. So you can see that on the velocity right there, pretty much along the river, west of Tell City and right around Lewisport, as John keeps mentioning. So.
Yeah, I'm just trying to let you know there's more coming.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to do. There's another one that's further out there. I'm not looking at that, north of Evansville.
Yeah.
But the main show is this persistent storm. Plus, another issue is when you're issuing warnings is that it has a history of producing tornadoes.
Right.
So when you have a storm that cycles up and down and has a history of producing tornadoes, if you're on the fence, we call it on the fence of going tornado or severe, you're going to go tornado because of this thing's been producing several hours of off and on tornadoes. But right now, I just see a broad area of rotation. If you go up on the, let me go up high. So we spin the radar, half a degree all the way up to 20 degrees. And when you look, the rotation is up about 5,000 feet. 6,000 feet. So right now, I think definitely stay in your shelter. But I think the main threat is wind and heavy rain right now. If you're, this would be northeast of Brandenburg near Laconia. And I think the next places of significance are Muldrow and West Point, Mallory.
Yep. So this is the main storm of concern that we keep mentioning. In addition to that, the one that's off to the west that's moving toward Tell City along the river. And that's going to be our next storm that we really have to pay attention to. So I can zoom out with this one because this warning goes until 11:30. At the very least, we have very strong winds, heavy rainfall, frequent lightning with this particular storm. And as John mentioned, anytime that they do have a history of producing tornadoes and rotation, it's better to err on the side of caution. In addition to that, we have this particular storm that's right around Lewisport, so outside of our viewing area, but heading toward Perry County in Tell City, and might continue to push off to the east-southeast with that area of rotation there. So,
all right, let's see the new data that came in. Once again, it looks wind-driven. I didn't check the chat. Let me see if they wrote anything. Yeah, they're all talking about downbursts on the forward flank. I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, this has got a wind signature. This is a very strong, that wind is bad too.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
I mean, I just don't want a tornado.
Right.
Laconia, West Point, I'd go 70-mile-an-hour winds. You're going to have trees down in Laconia.
Yeah.
West Point, Muldrow. Don't go to bed. Seek shelter. If you're in Muldrow, secure your garbage cans now and then get to a safe shelter. It's moving east-southeast, and it's moving faster than they had in the warning. It's already halfway through. It's going to be out of the box before you know it.
Yeah, they did issue a downstream severe thunderstorm warning.
Down into Hardin and...
Yes.
That's smart.
And Bullitt County.
Yeah, I did the same thing. Yeah, that's very smart.
So, you know, we always talk about that as being kind of that first...
They went toward possible, I'm assuming.
I'm assuming, yeah.
Still wind.
Lots of wind.
That's going to be, gosh, that's going to be out of the box in like 5 minutes. Yeah, West Point, Muldrow is the end. I think they're going to go severe from now on that one. Then we'll be in Breckenridge before you know it, northern Breckenridge, southern Perry, and Meade. That will be the main action once this gets out of the box. I'm still looking at Laconia, my friends there. Looks like all wind. Looks like a wind surge.
Yes.
Mallory and I talked this morning at 11 o'clock. The models, that big bow echo was supposed to be over us now. That was the one earlier that went over Bloomington. This may be the second remnants of that. Very heavy rain. My gosh. Santa Claus to Louisville to Muldrow, very heavy rain in there.
Yeah, so I mean, this is somewhat similar to, you know, the Wednesday night into Thursday morning threat. No severe weather event is the same, but where we had tornado threat, severe thunderstorm threat, and then the flooding threat behind it, because we keep talking about the rainfall rates, the heavy rainfall that's rolling through Kentuckiana. We have so many flash flood warnings in effect all across southern Indiana now. That's what you're seeing here in the green. So the strongest of the storms have moved out of southern Indiana for the most part, depending on where you are, but we have the flash flood warnings in behind. And we do have a tool here that's precipitation rate. And so this is now all pretty much along 64, more or less, and 71, as we were talking about, Henry County through Louisville and off to the west from there. And anytime you see pinks or purples on this map, that's a lot of rain. And it's an estimation, so it's not, you know, ground truth, but you're getting, you know, 3 to 4 inch rainfall rates with some of these. So per hour.
Real quick, I think there's 2 tornadoes on the ground. One is in Lewisport on the river. That's in Hancock County, just west of Tell City. This storm is heading to you in Tell City. Radar signatures are just off the charts.
Yep.
And there's another one that's way west. It's just north of Evansville. That's on the ground as well, south of Interstate 64. We'll see how that evolves. But the storm, I guarantee they're going to issue a new tornado warning. That would be for southern Spencer, southern Perry County. And I believe you will be under a tornado warning in northern Breckenridge before you know it. That would be north of Cloverport, Hardinsburg, and Irvington in the northern part of the county.
Yep.
So, I think they're going to let that thing go completely out of Harrison. And I think it's going to be a wind. I think that storm is a winder now.
Yeah.
All wind.
Yep. So strong winds heading toward Fort Knox, northern Hardin County, around Radcliffe, and then over into Bullitt County here. Coming out of this storm that's been in Harrison County and portions of Meade County as well. So this was a cell that we were watching that had a history of a lot of rotation, and now it's becoming more of a straight line wind threat. Heavy rainfall, of course, that's a threat for everybody. If you're watching here in Louisville, we're just dealing with rain. Some rain and gusty winds, but the worst of this is currently off to the west of 65 in the west of Louisville. So we have this one now severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be issued, it looks like downstream. And then as John keeps mentioning, the tornadic storm that we're seeing right around Tell City, right along the river there. So
yeah, that's not a pleasant storm. If you know anyone in Lewisport, Tell City, Candleton, you tell them to get to their shelter.
Yes.
Period. Tell them I told you to tell them that. I'm telling you, it's very bad. That storm has got tremendous wind energy and rotation. The greens and the reds together, they're together and they're very unhappy.
Yeah, you're seeing that here. Look how bright that is.
That's not good. You don't ever want to see that. It's just terrible. Somewhere between Lewisport and Tell City.
Tell City.
Yeah. Yeah. So they'll be issuing a downstream warning of some capacity. That would be southern Perry and then into Breckenridge, all in the northern part of the county. See the velocity on that last one? Did you see that? Yeah. Yeah, that's never good. Yeah, hopefully that one will weaken. The one that's in southern Harrison is transitioned to a wind event.
Threat. Yep.
The tornado warnings, I believe, are done for this storm. And they've issued a downstream severe with the tornado possible. I get that, why they did it. But all the rotation I see is up above the surface. Don't want to be an airplane flying in that. That would not be good. So across the area, if you want to just do a regional view, give Mallory a quick break, is we got storms basically along 71 over to I-75. That covers areas from Frankfort, Eminence, over to Shelbyville, down to Louisville. In fact, the heaviest rain in Louisville is pushing in the southern part of the county, down by Okolona and Fern Creek.
Yep.
And then the storm with torrential rainfall and rain and wind is a storm that's leaving Harrison County. My friend August out there, I'm glad you're okay, south of there, moving into northern Hardin and the western part of Spencer County and a little bit of southwestern Louisville, although most of the wind energy will be on the west side of that. That will be West Point, Fort Knox, Radcliffe, all in that area, a lot of wind heading your vicinity. And we have, let me look at the big one. I swear it's the big one. This storm is very nasty. This is like something in a meteorology textbook. So if you want to see what an Oklahoma tornado looks like, well, it looks like the one near Tell City. I'll zoom in. I'll show you a couple pictures. Here we go. There it is. Green and red and blues and red, not good. A lot of rotation. This storm is moving to Cannleton on the locks, the Cannleton locks from the core. Tell City, somewhere along the river, not good. Not want to be a barge operator right now on the river. All this stuff is moving off to the east-southeast. And the good news is soon we will have only one tornado warning. Well, it's not even technically in our area, but it will be momentarily when they issue a new one, I bet, for Breckenridge County. So I think we're going to be down to one soon. Storms continue to move and a little bit. If you notice, there's a pivot in the whole area. The whole line that was just pounding southern Indiana for a long period of time is now pushing off to the south and southeast, which is really the heavy rain threat. The tornado threat is the southwestern storms, the one that's coming out of Tell City and Cannleton and Lewisport. Now it's east of Lewisport. I hope you're okay, Lewisport. The last scan really tightened up again, just southwest of Tell City. Cannleton, Tell City is kind of a busy area on that highway. So I think that will be our next problem for Breckenridge there, Mallory.
Yep. Yeah, so as John mentioned, Louisville areas off to the east and northeast, primarily a heavy rainfall, gusty wind, lightning threat that we're seeing, some torrential downpour, maybe some limited visibility, still not great weather to drive in, but anything for most of Louisville, pretty much 65 eastward right now, is below severe limits. What we're paying attention to is this storm that was tornadic, and now downstream they issued a severe thunderstorm warning that includes portions of Fort Knox over to Shepherdsville. So that is still due to some very strong winds. And as we mentioned, this was a cell that did have some of that rotation that kind of straightened out and became more straight line winds. So still expecting likely some power outages, maybe some minor tree damage, heavy rainfall, frequent lightning, things of that nature. And then in addition, the one cell that we're really paying attention to now is right over Tell City, or moving right toward Tell City, between Tell City and Lewisport. So this is moving into Perry County. This is one of those supercells that we do not like to see. It has a history of producing tornadoes and is continuing to do so as it tracks west to east. So I would say actually it's taking a little bit more of a southeastern jog here.
It sure is.
So with that, we have to watch, as John has been mentioning, kind of the northern tier of Breckinridge County with this one. So a lot of these cells were first moving west to east, and now they're taking a little bit more of that southeastern movement there. So this is the main cell that we're really paying attention to at this point.
Yeah, if you're in northern Breckinridge County, I would be getting to my shelter now and starting to plan. You're not under a warning yet, but it's coming before you know it.
Yep.
I'm trying to get some towns while we're doing this. Breckinridge County, you got a little track on that?
I can put one on there, yeah.
Thank you.
So let's see how quickly.
That storm's going to be in
30.
It's going to be out of their box before. In fact, it is getting out of their box. It is moving a little south of east, maybe 290 at about 40. So that means it will be in southern Perry County and northern Breckinridge. I'm just typing this to give you guys some better locations for you. So if you're in Breckinridge County, you would be way in the north. So that's north on 144 from Rome, Sample, Stephensport, Lodeburg, all those towns. Mallory's got it for you.
Yeah, so I put a tracker on this. If it continues to move east, slightly southeast here, Cannleton, 1029, Dodd, 1033, Addison, 1049, Stephensport, 1053, Ammons, 1056, Mystic, 1102. Of course, these are all Central Time. Clifton Mills, 1103, and 1113 Webster. So that is what we are looking at here. In addition to, of course, this storm that we've been watching with a downstream severe thunderstorm warning.
Cannleton, I'm telling you right now. Yeah. Storm, if you're in Cannleton, I've been to Cannleton and I've been to the locks. That area is, it's pretty, Hawesville, that's the county seat for Hancock County.
Yep.
Please seek shelter now if you're in Hawesville, Cannleton, right this minute.
Yep. So
this is a life-threatening situation.
Yeah, so this is moving into Perry County, which is the county just outside of our Kentuckiana viewing area, and then we're watching it for potentially moving into that northern reach of Breckinridge County. But I do want to mention we do have our own Conroy Deluche. He is in studio. He's been keeping an eye, as well as the rest of our newsroom, with storm reports, power outages. So I do want to toss it to him if we're able to kind of get an update on how things are going tonight. Conroy?
Yeah, hey Mallory, thanks a lot for sticking with us. It's been a late night here on WHAS 11 News. And of course, a lot of you in southern Indiana experienced this wave of storms first, and we've been watching the number of outages tick up and up and up. Right now, looking at Duke Energy across southern Indiana, it looks like the biggest outage area, you see that 194 off in the corner. It looks like there's about 51 outages in the Sellersburg area. Of course, that's also close to Charlestown. Just across the river from us in Louisville, Charlestown is an area that we've been keeping an eye on. We've seen a lot of viewer images, videos of what looks like just huge clouds out there, especially in the lightning that we saw from the viewer a little bit ago. That's just frightening scene, I can imagine. We have another 173 outages. Those look like they're in the Paoli area. I'm zooming in and then kind of losing focus of where it is. But, you know, you're seeing a lot. You know, when you zoom out, it looks like there's about 173, like I said, in the Paoli area, which is going west toward French Lick. And then when you're west of French Lick, it's another 520 outages. And across all of Indiana, that number is actually going up a little bit, which is good news. Looks like Duke Energy crews are getting to work. We were seeing about 6,600 customers without power just a few minutes ago. They just updated the map. It's at about 5,380. So that's some good news as some of the worst of the storms are blowing through. We know that power crews were ready for this. So for doing this, we have another 1,000 outages in Evansville. But now we're going to shift over to Kentucky, because that obviously, as we've been pointing out with Brandenburg, with Meade County, Breckinridge County, there's a lot of counties that we're still keeping an eye on for warnings. And it looks like there's only about 595 LG&E customers without power. And that's not just Louisville. Those are some of our surrounding counties as well. And that's looks like we have some to our south. And, you know, overall, it's a small enough map that you really can't find that many specific outages. It looks like we do have a wave to our south in Valley Station. And when I say our south, I mean south of downtown from us. Looks like we have a couple in Buchel in that neighborhood, Highview, J-Town, out in the East End, also Springhurst. So definitely a lot to keep an eye on. And we have a blue dot actually up a little bit further. That looks like it's toward Goshen, a little bit toward Oldham County. I believe that's also in LG&E County. So not nearly as many outages in Louisville as we're seeing in southern Indiana, or especially toward the Evansville area that's already seen a huge wave of storms. And please, if you're watching and you heard John and Mallory talking about wherever you need to keep an eye on storms, keep your phones on, keep your alerts on, and keep tracking us at WHAS, the Plus app. We are always on, always streaming, especially if there's severe weather in the area. And John, I think we're going to toss things back over to you. Hopefully you were able to get your bearings, because you and Mallory have already been going for more than 4 hours straight at this point.
Yeah, thanks, Conrad. So let's get a little radar update and get what's going on. If you go to my ROI computer, I can give everyone an update, please. So we have a large area of showers and storms that covers all of from Cincinnati down to just north of Lexington. That comes back to the southwest. Owenton, Newcastle, Campbellsburg, Eminence, LaGrange, Shelbyville, Simpsonville, and then we go over to Louisville. The worst in Louisville has gone through, even though it is raining right now. You're out of the severe weather. Even though you got a tornado watch, they'll be clearing counties before you know it. Here's the storms of interest. The one that produced tornadoes for 3 or 4 hours from Illinois through Indiana. They finally dropped the tornado warning in southern Harrison County. I saw there's a bunch of outages that Conrad just mentioned. My friend just sent me a bunch of outages as well, August. And that is a severe thunderstorm warning right now. That covers Hardin County, Fort Knox, Muldrow, West Point, also parts of Bullitt County, west of Shepherdsville, out along the Salt River to the west, and then a little bit of Harrison. That will be cleared shortly. Here's the one that why we're still going live. The main show is this nasty, nasty storm over by Cannleton right now. If you're in Hawesville, I hope it didn't hit the county seat of Hawesville. Cannleton, Hawesville, Tell City, you need to get to your safe shelter right this minute, as this storm continues to go to the east at about 40 miles an hour. And the Weather Service in Paducah is going to have to issue this warning. So I'm going to tell you right now, if you're in southern Perry County, you're under a tornado warning. They need to move this warning east, and then we'll get into Louisville's area. So Louisville won't issue until Paducah issues. Kind of a crazy thing, isn't it? And so anyway, they'll get that warning out across northern Breckinridge County. Basically, it will cover any area from Highway 144 north over to the Meade County line. So Sample, Stevensport, Loadedburg, Raymond, Webster, anywhere north of Cloverport to Irvington. If you drew a line, I believe you will be under a tornado warning. They're probably drawing it up as I speak. At the least, they'll go severe to possible, won't they, Mallory?
And really the strongest storm that we are now watching is the one that John is mentioning. In addition, of course, we do have this severe thunderstorm warning heading through Fort Knox and Shepherdsville. If you are in Louisville, the heaviest rain is now moving out of Jefferson County into Bullitt County, heading through, of course, Shelby County into Spencer County. But off to our west, these have been the areas that we've been watching most for rotation. So this particular tornado warning, as John keeps mentioning, we got to do something with it downstream. So moving into northern portions of Breckinridge County here is what we're waiting for, as this has had a history of producing radar indicated rotation, radar indicated tornadoes. And it does look like they went ahead and went with a severe thunderstorm warning.
Severe torr possible?
Severe torr possible.
Yep, okay.
So I know in chat, I don't know if you saw this, John, Mark just did I
need to read it.
A few good thoughts on that particular storm and kind of how it's behaving.
I hope he's right.
Yeah, me too.
51-mile-per-hour wind gust at the Hancock Mesonet. I don't know what part of Hancock's small county, but that's some ground truth. In fact, I should have been looking at the Mesonet to get some wind gusts, but I'm sure there's some doozies in there. Let's see if I can do that really quick.
Yeah, I might pull it up.
Look at the wind. You want to do that?
Yeah, for those at home, you can always go to kymesonet.org. It's a fantastic group of weather stations all across the state with real-time data that we like to look at. Power down at WKU, so let's see.
So while she's doing that, I'll give you a radar. We'll go east to west. Let's see, here we go. All right, on my screen, if you would. All right, so let's go from the east to the west. Large scale area, storms across the area. Everything east of Louisville is just heavy rain and lightning and maybe 30, 35 mile an hour winds, okay? I don't think there's a severe threat at all whatsoever. If you're west of Louisville, west of Interstate 65, you got the one severe thunderstorm warning, which they're gonna look for some ground truth in there. My sense is they might issue one more or let it go after that. There's still some wind indication near West Point. My guess is they'll go at least one more. That will go into Nelson, the rest of Bullitt, and maybe a little bit of eastern Hardin. Okay. Then the other one, they went severe. They think it's becoming more of a wind threat, which would not break our hearts.
Similar to that other storm we've been watching, right? I was like, best case scenario, we get some of that transition here.
Now, the one behind it, they toured that. That's Paducah's area. The one that's, I got to learn my counties out west. It's the one northeast of Evansville, which is, help me out, Warwick. And I knew Vandenberg and Spencer. Okay, so that one is showing a lot of wind in my mind. So that's also been worked over by the previous storm. So the storms ahead of it kind of changed the lower level the temperature and humidity. They changed it a little bit.
Yep.
So if this one right here, the one by Tell City, transitions more to wind threat, that is a great thing. I don't want this thing to keep going east. I'm worried about Hancock and Candleton and Tell City if they got hit or not. So did you see any good wind gusts or any impressive wind gusts or?
So 51 was the greatest one that we saw in Hancock. We do have our live drive out on the roads. They're heading toward Charlestown, where we did get reports of some damage, of course. And also we got in that video that we saw earlier of that potential funnel cloud. So you'll notice here, obviously, very wet roads, likely some ponding on the roads. Thankfully, the worst of what we are seeing this evening has now pushed south of that area, but we still do have active flash flood warnings in effect for the Charlestown area where our live drive is currently situated. That's until 1:30. So many of our southern Indiana counties, now we are seeing the end to those strongest storms for you, but behind it, we have several active flash flood warnings for the next few hours. So please be cautious if you're out on the roads. Always turn around, don't drown. And never try to drive through flooded roadways there. So,
okay, we'll look at the new scan. Right now, they're getting some bad data. See that bad data?
You're talking about the Tell City storm?
On the velocity, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not reading. It's sometimes the angle of the storm from the radar pointing to the storm can't resolve the velocity measuring to and from the radar. Kind of like when a policeman tries to tell you how much you speed by. It's a measurement of the wind at a point, direct point. But sometimes they're perpendicular, sometimes they're all these weird angle stuff. We won't get into that. But right now, it's not resolving it well at all. So if you're using your favorite radar app and it's showing you an astronomical number, that doesn't mean it's right. So that's why we're here, Mallory.
Yes.
That's why we're here, to try to give you some expertise.
Yes.
So when I leave here, I'm going to find out who won the U.S. Open. So I'm going to stay to this, and I'm going to stay up all night to figure out who won. Anyway, it does appear to be more of a wind threat. In fact, notice, look at the leading edge now is moving more southeast. Do you see that?
We like the southeast.
Look at the big movement in the last scan in that box.
Yep.
It really pushed out.
Yep.
just like the first one did by West Point. If you go up high on West Point over 1,000, if you go at 1,000 foot, it's about 72 miles an hour. So they're going to go more severe to the south.
Yep.
Lebanon Junction, Bardstown, Bloomfield, Shepherdsville, Elizabethtown, you're going to get under a severe thunderstorm warning. Look at that bulge. See the Boeing right by Mallory's pointing? It's all pushing southeast right now. So you're going to get a severe, and I think that may be transitioning in the the one out by Tell City.
Yeah.
Which will not break anyone's heart.
Yeah, this is really best case scenario. Obviously, these winds can still do damage. Still want to stay inside. As we saw the other night, tree damage, power line outages, and things of that nature. But it's always good when we see a storm transition from that steady rotation to more of a wind threat. But I will say these severe thunderstorm warnings that are being issued are for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So make sure you are aware of that and know that, obviously, in addition to the gusty winds, we're dealing with very heavy rainfall as well. So watching this particular storm, as John has been mentioning, that's now past Tell City and going to be moving into the northern portions here of Breckenridge County there over the river. They went with a downstream severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag.
Yep. I'm just the only one that still gets my attention. I mean, you see the one that's just east of Cannleton. Look at the reflectivity, how it pushes further south.
Yeah.
So it's trying to form like a new, what we call a pendant, a beginning of a hook. But hopefully that the winds, if you notice that precipitation ahead of it is pushing more due south, that will cut off your inflow, which is a very good thing.
That helps us, yes.
That stops tornadoes from forming. So we'll see how that plays out. The first one is a wind threat. So if you are, I mean, right now, that's some serious winds, seriously.
Oh, yeah.
So if you're just east of Fort Knox radar on the Hardin, Bullitt County line, I think you're getting 70-mile-an-hour winds in there, a few places. Very strong winds. Look at it just off the deck. You're getting some of the, if you go to your base velocity, you probably see some of those nasty colors.
So strong winds, that's still something to obviously take seriously, pay attention to as these severe thunderstorm warnings do continue to go downstream. We're thankful that it's not exhibiting that rotation like it was, but still, these are some major winds that we still are tracking in addition to very heavy rain. So this is not the kind of weather where you want to be outdoors, out on the roads, anything of that nature, because you're talking heavy precip rates, gusty winds, low visibility.
And that's heading to 65.
Yeah.
So if you're between Shepherdsville and Lebanon Junction, there's some bad, strong winds coming to you very quickly, especially those big rigs on the highway. That's going to be coming from the west-northwest.
Yeah.
Not good. Very heavy rain, too. Very heavy rain. Wind threat, basically, from West Point to Shepherdsville to Lebanon Junction. My guess is they're going to continue that severe to the east-southeast.
Yes.
Our other guy, when's that tornado warning go? Doesn't it go soon? 1 minute. That's soon. They will be tornado warning lists. Oh my God. Very soon.
Shocking.
We haven't. We've had tornado warnings for several hours.
Since about 7:45. I don't even know when the first one was.
It's all blur.
I will say for those, I know there are people who are over the river in southern Indiana, in the Louisville metro area. If you're waiting to go to bed because you're worried about severe threats, that's all pushing south. So
yeah, southern Indiana, it's over.
Yeah.
Except for that one.
Except for obviously we're talking about
Except for that
Perry
one storm,
County.
Those last storm to cross the river. But if you're basically Jasper, Crawford, Orange. Orange got hit a lot tonight.
Yeah.
Orange, Washington, Clark, Scott, Jefferson, IN, all north of there, you're fine.
Yep.
You're going to get some scattered storms tonight.
Right.
But not tornadic.
Right.
So 64 is not a bad line. If you're south of 64, there's still a threat a little bit, especially in our southwestern counties.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that warning should be gone. Did it pop? Did it go off on yours?
The tour?
Yeah.
I still have 1 minute left.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's 11:44.
All right.
So,
yeah. So we will not have a tornado warning in 1 minute.
Yep. I will say this severe thunderstorm warning for Bullitt County, so that they just issued that, as we keep mentioning.
Yeah, the new one.
The one that's
I
going
thought they would
downstream.
do that.
Yep.
Yeah. That was smart. They brought it to the county line.
Yep.
So they kept out of, they're going to see if they get any reports. That's the
Right.
normal protocol. Push it to a county border, try to get a few reports, make a decision, instead of keep issuing and issuing and issuing.
Right. So that's now until a little after midnight that will go through.
And that covers Lebanon, 65. I'm telling you, I would not want to be on 65 in a few minutes between Shepherdsville down to Lebanon Junction.
Strong winds, heavy rain.
Yep, that's coming through. And then let's take a gander. Okay, it's broad rotation. And they went severe torr possible. Yeah, they went torr possible. Yeah, that's very smart. And they'll be watching that one. They're going to issue again, at least a severe. So if you're in Irvington, why don't we track that out for everybody?
Yeah. So the storm in Perry County.
The Candleton one, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Looks like Irvington should be in the.
Yeah. So this particular cell, once again, this one has also had a history of producing rotation, of having several tornado warnings along it. And now we went ahead and the National Weather Service issued a severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible downstream. So if I put that into motion here and we figure out how quick it's going, around 30 miles per hour or so. As John mentioned, it'll be heading toward Irvington, some strong winds, heavy rainfall, of course.
Emergency manager in Harrison County, by the way, reported trees down, power outages from New Amsterdam, which we mentioned 100 times.
Yeah, New Amsterdam was one of those areas that we kept talking about. So I'm going to step off screen so you can see the cities here. 1052 Central, Addison, 1055 Stephensport, 11 Sample, 1103 Mystic, 1109 Clifton Mills, 1118 Central Irvington, and then 1123 Bewleyville, 1228 Eastern Time, Ekron.
And getting some crazy rainfall reports here. Let's see, we mentioned Holland a few times. 3.12, Ferdinand 4, Huntingburg almost 3. Very heavy rain. Yeah. Okay, yeah. No surprise on that. And we're tornado warningless.
We are. I do want to toss it out. We do have our own reporter, Lena. She's out in our live drive. So, Lena, can you hear me? Are you mic'd up?
Yes, we're mic'd up here. Connie and I, we're headed on 62 down to Charleston now, and the roads have kind of gotten a little less wet since we've been out here a few minutes ago. We noticed there was a bit more of rain coming down in this area, but we're still headed out there. We know there's been some damage across the area. Still some rain coming down. We've seen some flashes of lightning. Obviously, folks are still driving slow, and that's about all we see right now. We haven't really passed too much damage on the way, but we know that there's some more towards Charleston. We still got a few miles to go over here, and we'll keep you posted on what we've got, Mallory, once we get there.
Thank you, Lena. I do appreciate it. Be safe out there. Obviously, we do have flash flood warnings in place up in southern Indiana, but that rain should have really tapered off where you are. So that is the good news. Once again, this is what we're looking at down to the south here. We do have heavy rainfall, gusty winds, frequent lightning. We've been watching some areas of rotation that have now kind of straightened themselves back out into just a wind threat. This one storm that we were watching earlier.
You're so right, Allison.
That is in Breckinridge County. This is for a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 11 p.m. So this one did have torr possible just due to the history of this storm having some rotation along with it. But as we've been mentioning, a lot of these storms, because they've been taking now more of a southeasterly curve and turn rather than that west to east, that certainly helps kind of straighten out the rotation and brings it into more of a heavy rainfall and a gusty wind threat. So the one other severe thunderstorm warning that we do have in place is in Bullitt County, and this will take us through just after midnight, 12:15.
Yep. So both of these storms have kind of surged out.
Yeah.
So when they surge out, they become wind makers.
Yes.
And that's the one you got right now in Bullitt County. Sorry, I'm eating a biscuit here. The one in Bullitt County and the one that's down there in Breckinridge County. The one in Breckinridge County is rotating. The one in Bullitt is really not rotating very much. But the one, we're still watching that one storm because it has a long history of producing tornadoes.
Yeah, this one right here, which is why we're hanging on to this a little bit longer.
Look at the reflectivity. See that little, like it's trying to almost like detach the little hook right there.
Yeah.
See that little guy by itself right behind you? Right?
Yep. Near Addison.
Yep. It's trying right there. Right? On the river again. We've had a lot of rivers tonight.
There have been a lot of storms hugging the river. Also, if producers behind the scenes, I'm getting some mix minus in my ear. If you all are able to help that, thank you. That just fixed it. So heavy rainfall, a few severe thunderstorm warnings. Once again, this one in Bullitt primarily for strong straight line winds. And then this one that we're seeing crossing from Tell City, Perry County into northern Breckinridge County. So they kept this as just a severe thunderstorm warning with, quote, tornado possible tag, meaning that, hey, it's had a history of rotating. We got to keep an eye on it. But hopefully that continues to surge.
Yeah, that one, we're going to stay watching that one. That's the main problem.
Yep.
That one, if you look on the reflectivity, you can see a little bit of a detachment.
That little
by itself, that's very problematic. Right there, right behind her. Mallory's got it. That's not, you never like to see that.
What does that mean, John? Can you explain what that is?
You got a rear
to the
flank
viewers?
downdraft coming on around the backside, and it's trying to come around and wrap around itself completely like a little hooky, like a little candy cane. And if it detaches itself, often that will show where the debris would be if there was one.
Okay.
And the thing about that is it's halfway in the box already.
Right.
And before you know it, it's going to be out of the box. My guess is they'll go severe torr possible for Breckinridge and let's see, how's that going to go? Southern Meade.
Yep.
They might do this. I would probably draw the next one. I would draw Eastern Breck, and I would take it all the way to the edge of Meade County up against Hardin.
Yeah.
And then look at more data and try to make a better informed decision.
Right.
But that, I just never like to see that detached. So that's the one. And then there's another one. I shouldn't say that, but there is another
this one over here.
But that one really
Northeast
has
of
been,
Evansville.
in my mind, that's a wind by Boonville.
Yeah.
That one's got a tremendous, let me look at Evansville real quick before I speak with forked tongue. Yeah, it's got a lot of wind in it. A lot of wind with it, and let's see if it's rotating. A lot of wind, and there is rotation with it, so we're going to stay. That'll be the last.
Yep.
Once these two are done, we'll turn you back to regular programming.
I do want to let everybody know an update from the tornado watch. So you know how we mentioned these counties that
They
were
cleared
clear?
them.
So they're clear. And it's pretty much those areas along 64 and especially in our westernmost counties. So Perry, Breckinridge, Meade, and then we have the strong storms that are currently moving through Hardin and Bullitt with some strong wind gusts.
Yeah, that's smart. We mentioned earlier, about 20 minutes ago, that those counties north of there, they're done. They cleared those counties. That's wonderful. There's really two storms of interest, even though you got a severe thunderstorm warning in Bullitt County, yes, and that's strong, and it's certainly concerning if you're driving there, especially on 65.
65, yeah.
Between Lebanon Junction and Shepherdsville. Not pleasant. And then lots of flash flood warnings.
Yes.
A plethora of flash flood warnings.
Yeah, you can see them behind me here.
Yes,
So
lots of green.
lots of green: Corydon, Brandenburg, Henryville, Sellersburg, Salem, Palmyra, English, Patoka Lake, Paoli, Mitchell, many of these areas where we were tracking severe thunderstorm warnings and/or tornado warnings earlier tonight. And we were first watching all these storms moving in a west to east motion before they started to push to the southeast. And when they move west to east and they train and they move over the same areas, they dump a lot of rainfall over a short period of time. That's where you do see that increased risk for flash flooding. So that's what we currently have in place, and these are usually in effect for a few hours because you have to take into account the fact that roads may be flooded. It takes time for those waters to recede, et cetera, et cetera.
So one correction, I looked at Evansville's radar now on the second one.
Yeah.
And it's on the ground.
Okay.
That would be east of Boonville. So if you know anyone east of Boonville, southwest of Tennyson, so you're northeast of Evansville by 20 miles, basically. Yeah. That will be the last storm of the night. There's 2 remaining storms. We have one that's in northwestern Breckinridge County. Yep. Which is rotating, but to me it looks like more of a wind threat. And then the other one is on the ground.
This one?
Yeah, somewhere northeast of Newburgh and northeast of Evansville. Yeah. And that will be a problem for yet again Spencer County. You seem to be unlucky tonight. Orange was unlucky earlier, but another storm's going to be coming through your area, south of Interstate 64, south of Santa Claus, places like Chrisney, Grandview. And then that will head to Hancock, and southern Perry, and Breckinridge potentially. One thing at a time. The storm in Breckinridge is definitely still rotating, but to me it's got more of a wind signature. I'm going to look at something here really briefly. We'll go up high. Let's see how the winds are up high. Yeah, it's really rotating more off the deck. Yeah, big difference, big difference. Whereas the storm, I'm just looking at a lot of buttons here. So the storm by Evansville, when you look at that particular storm, they got radar confirmed, yeah, imagine that. We'll go up high, and we got, yeah, it's got a bunch of consistency. So the rotation is not just at one level. You look at the depth of what's called the meso. That's all I'm going to say. Mm-hmm. So when you look at the depth of the entire rotational column of the storm, and if it's pretty, if it's deep, that's usually a bad sign for a tornado. And they got to move that box because they're almost east of the box. That will go in. The next one will be Spencer County. Yeah, coming out of Warwick, it's going to go into Spencer. So they will, you'll be getting a new tornado warning for that one. And then for our storm, I think they're going to go severe or possible. Did they say anything in the chat?
Not yet, but I do want to just take a moment for those who are watching us on WHAS 11 News on your TV. We're going to allow you to head back to regular programming since we just don't have any active tornado warnings at this time. But obviously, we're still tracking a few storms of significance. So we are going to stay on our streaming platforms, WHAS 11 Plus. You can stream on Facebook, YouTube, and also free on the WHAS 11 app. So be sure to follow along here as we continue to track these few severe storms. But in the meantime, I do just want to let the viewers at home know that we're going to hop off the TV side of things here, and we'll pop back on if we do have an additional tornado warning in our WHAS 11 viewing area. All right, thanks for still joining us here on the WHAS 11 Plus app, wherever you do find your streaming. It's been a busy night of storm coverage here in Kentuckiana, especially for our southern Indiana counties and spots just along the river as well. We've been tracking several tornado warnings over the last several hours as of right now, we don't have any active tornado warnings in our Kentuckiana WHAS 11 viewing area. So we went ahead and hopped off linear, which is the TV side of things, but we did want to stay on streaming until these storms stop showing any signs of rotation for you here. So this is what the Max HD radar looks like. I'm actually going to take off warnings for just a moment because when there's the flash flood warnings, it can seem kind of busy there. So we do have flash flood warnings in effect for areas of southern Indiana. We have strong, heavy rainfall, gusty winds rolling through Kentuckiana, some strong winds that are rolling over 65 right now. And then these few storms that we've been watching that had a history of producing tornadoes, of producing rotation, including this one that has a bit of a hook that's trying to form yet again. This is down in Breckinridge County here, heading toward Meade County. So this is our current severe thunderstorm warning that we do have in place that we're still watching here until 11:15 p.m. Central Time. So that takes us over the next 45 minutes here.
Yeah, I just sent a note to Paducah in the chat room to see what their intentions are for Spencer County, but I would really believe they're going to issue a tornado warning for Spencer County and probably go right to the edge of Louisville's market there between Hancock and Perry County. They're still showing strong rotation, unfortunately, just west of Chrisney. Near the Warwick County line. Warwick County, Spencer County, still seeing good, unfortunately, a solid rotational column in the storm.
Oh, they just filled it in.
Yeah, imagine that. They go right up against Perry?
Right up against Perry, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I would do, yeah.
Yep, so that's until 11:15 Central Time, so the next 45 minutes or so.
And as expected, they took the that severe and they went to, where'd they go? How far did they go? They went over to Ekron, Irvington. So that's a severe, where'd they go, 60 or 70? 60, tore possible. Yeah, that's what I would do. Yeah. Good move. That thing still is rotating up high, just off the deck. You know, that one, that's why we're here, right?
Right. Yeah, that's why we're still streaming with you guys here, keeping an eye on things. When there's no active tornado warnings, we do typically hop off the linear side of TV. But as always, since we're streaming, it's an easy jump back and forth if needed. But these are the main storms that we are currently watching. The rest of these, heavy rainfall, gusty wind makers, frequent lightning as well, currently moving through Shepherdsville, over to Mount Washington, Hillview, and then down to the southeast from there. As John keeps mentioning, crossing 65, so an unpleasant drive there in terms of visibility and strong winds this evening. And
I think they're probably going to go special weather statement down into Nelson County.
Okay.
Probably 50s, but that's a guess. I still see some velocity. They might go one more severe and put it in Nelson.
Right.
We'll see. Right. The main show is the Breckinridge storm, which covers Meade as well. Irvington. I would think Irvington would need to get to a place just to be secure and be safe. See that really odd, look at the velocity, Mallory, very odd pattern. A lot of outbounds surrounding this area of rotation in the middle. It's having a hard time resolving it.
Right.
And you got some odd things. The bottom line is a lot of wind in there.
Yes. Regardless, we got wind. That is one thing for certain.
And the new nasty storm, this is the last one. This is the last one, folks, but it's coming. Southern Spencer, right against the line of Hancock and Perry. Yeah. And you still see a lot of deep rotation in the storm where winds are turning and twisting in the whole column and it's got depth. So that's a very good tornado warning. Did they go observed or they just went indicated?
That's a good question.
I didn't really. I bet you they went radar indicated. I didn't see it. I didn't see a debris signature.
It's just indicated.
Okay, Yep. That storm's moving. Is it moving? The thing, a lot of times you can tell what it's doing is just look at the movement.
Right.
And is it still going?
It's kind of going a little southeast.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
It's got a gust front on the leading edge. You can see that. Yeah, I would have kept the tornado warning, just what they did.
Yep.
And that's the last county of Paducah, which means Louisville's got to make some decisions on what to do about Perry and Hancock and into Breckenridge.
Yes.
The next one into Breckenridge. And behind it, in case you're wondering, well, what about all those storms up there by Indy and up there in Jasper? They're just regular old storms. No, they're not harmful.
Yeah, currently I'm just going through the National Weather Service chat. We talk about that a lot, where we can get reports. We talk back and forth with the National Weather Service meteorologist up there. And obviously some of these reports we have mentioned throughout this streaming time. And we are looking at several reports of trees down, power outages, as we mentioned before. New Amsterdam to Elizabeth area, that's in Harrison County. New Amsterdam was a spot that we were talking about a lot with the previous tornado warning, and also the severe thunderstorm warnings downstream. Also receiving reports of high water in the same areas. We were talking about it earlier. Meade County Emergency Management will be checking out the Wolf Creek area for that potential possible touchdown for a tornado.
Did you see that new note in the chat from Hawesville?
Yes. Yeah, so that's in the Evansville market.
Okay. But that was right near Candleton.
Yes.
That's
yes.
right across the river from Candleton.
Yep,
That looks like a tornado there.
that does.
At least strong winds.
Yeah. So definitely seeing reports out west of what these storms have done. I believe we also had some reports in Charlestown where we sent our crews. Yeah, I'm recapping all the stuff that I've kind of missed out since we've been
sending you a text.
streaming this evening. So the current tornado warning, once again, that's currently west of our viewing area. And then we have these 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. This storm still looks not great on reflectivity, heading toward Irvington.
I just sent you a text of some reports in Harrison County.
Okay. Tree and power line down. Watson Road, Southwest Mockport.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Well, she's looking at that. I'll give you a little radar update. They have not made a decision, which means they probably went special weather statement into Nelson County. So if you're in Bardstown, you're in Bloomfield, you're anywhere in the great Nelson County, I think 50-mile-an-hour winds and very heavy rain. That's severe. That's in Spencer is down in 7 minutes, which means they're going to let it go. That's how you read that. Meanwhile, Breckenridge. This is a very odd-shaped storm. It was a supercell, a rotating thunderstorm. It's a hybrid mess right now, but it's got a lot of wind in it, and there's rotation off the deck, off the surface. So they've got a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible for 60-mile-an-hour winds. If I was them, they will probably issue another severe tor possible that will go into eastern Meade.
Meade, yeah.
Hardin. I might take it right to the Hardin line.
Yeah.
And then see what happens. Meanwhile, number 3 is this storm that's just coming. It's approaching our viewing area. Going into southern, central part of Spencer County, and that will get into northern Hancock County and southern Perry County. Outside our area, but this thing is ugly, and it's got a lot of rotation, and radar would suggest there's probably at least a funnel cloud, if not a tornado on it, and that would be just west-southwest of Christney is the town I can see on mine. So those are the storms. Tornado watch has been canceled across southern Indiana, rightfully so. You've got scattered storms. That is behind this main line. That's not the problem. It's the stuff on the leading edge. And then we're done.
Yep.
And we're done. Let's see. I'm just looking at the new scan here. Yeah, that's Spencer County. Spencer County really shows strong indication of a tornado south of Tennyson, west of Christney, well south of Santa Claus. Most people in Louisville know where that is.
This is Spencer County, Indiana.
Yes, thank you. I should say that. Let's see. A lot of flash flood warnings at all times. They expire in the next few hours, but the water's got to drain all across southern Indiana. And I'm just looking at this new data.
Yep, so this gives you a visual of what we're looking at. So once again, the greens are flash flood warnings, as we mentioned, kind of in the wake of the stronger storms that we had this evening in southern Indiana. The yellows are the current severe thunderstorm warnings. This one that's moving through Bullitt County, straight line strong winds. And this one that's been throughout Breckenridge and Meade County, that is the severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible, because there still is some rotation with this storm. It looks very scary on reflectivity, but as we kind of mentioned, the velocity has been a little wonky. There's certainly a lot of lightning with it.
Yep.
But you know, it isn't showing. Yeah, I don't even know what to make of the velocity.
It's having a lot of problems resolving it. I've been jumping back and forth from which radar to look at. I'm going to look at the terminal radar just a moment. That will be able to tell me some things.
At the very least, we have very heavy rainfall, frequent lightning, and also strong winds within this severe thunderstorm warning. That will take us through, I believe, 12:45 Eastern, 11:45 Central.
Correct.
So that's what we're watching with this one. And then our last storm of the night to the west is this one, which is, you know, these storms that have been coming in from the west have been, unfortunately, I don't like to use the word impressive, but scary almost to look at on radar. So this one has obviously all the heavy rainfall. You have the potential hail core here. You have lots of lightning, and then you have that rotation on the back. And we always look at, as John has been mentioning, velocity for your wind speed and direction. And this one has had pretty impressive velocity with it as it's tracked from west to east here. So, you know, in general, the hope is as we continue to track these storms that they do take more of that southeasterly push, and that can kind of straighten it out a bit and prevent it from wanting to rotate all too much. But at the end of the day, these storms are also on the southern edge of everything and kind of out in the open. So they've had more fuel and that moisture return to tap into. This is still prolific lightning heading toward Irvington right now.
So the
keep
storm,
an eye on that one.
real quick, the storm in Bullitt County.
Yeah.
I've been looking at the last, I saw their note in chat too. They may go another severe into Bardstown and Nelson.
Have there been any wind reports with that?
They have. I have not seen any.
Okay.
But the radar signature on the velocities would suggest there might be more wind. Yeah. Look at the storm relative at 1/2 degree in Bullitt County. You see that bright green? If you go to velocity.
Yeah.
See that? You see mine? I don't know if you can see.
Yeah,
mine.
I was looking at yours. Let me.
Yeah, mine is when you see that whitish blue, it's usually very strong winds. So they may go into Nelson. That would affect Bardstown, by the way. Bardstown, for sure. And before I was doing that, so I was going to tell you a little bit about. Just 1 second. There we go. Thank you. All right. So the storm, the tornadic storm to our west would be, I looked at a map. So I've got 231, Indiana 231. That's Spencer IN. Christney, just a hair south of Christney.
Yep.
And then there's not much population that I can see east of there till you get to the river, which is wonderful news. Looks like it's moving off to the east-northeast at about 40 miles an hour. And then you'll probably get a new tornado warning for southern Perry and into Hancock.
Yes.
It's amazing how storms sometimes go over the same county over and over.
Over and over again.
We saw it tonight in Orange. I think we had 3 tornadoes in Orange warning. 3 tornado
warnings, yeah. There's that extension of, as we mentioned, the severe thunderstorm warning for Bardstown. You're now included in that one.
Oh, yep, there it is.
That's moving out of Bullitt County. That's what we were mentioning there. So this takes us until 1 a.m. And it's moving toward the southeast at 25 miles per hour. So heads up Bardstown. Some heavy rain, gusty winds head in your direction.
Breckinridge County Fire Department guide. Getting reports of several power outages starting to grow in Stephensport. We mentioned that town several times.
Yep.
And now the Webster communities, I don't really know where Webster is, but there's in Breckinridge County.
Okay. Power outages.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Yep.
So that's this storm that's ripping through here. Lots of heavy rainfall, frequent lightning, strong winds heading toward Irvington and moving into Meade County here soon.
Yep. So let's go through. We'll go east to west. First one is the storm moving out of Bullitt. The radar, that's a signature you usually get between 60, 65 miles an hour. That would be east of 65. And then that's moving into the northern part of Nelson, Bardstown over to Bloomfield, okay?
Yep.
That's storm number 1. Storm number 2 is this storm that did produce tornadoes earlier. The one that's approaching Irvington.
Yes.
We mentioned that a lot tonight, too. Irvington, and based on what I'm seeing, there's no doubt in my mind they're going to go severe tornado possible for Meade and northern Hardin.
Hardin. Yeah,
Yep.
so extend that.
They'll extend that one. So if you're in, where are you in? Radcliffe, Vine Grove, Fort Knox. They'll probably, if I was them, I'd go right to the border of Lebanon Junction. Maybe go right to the edge of LaRue. So E-Town. E-Town, you may be in this too. E-Town, Radcliffe, Fort Knox. Yeah, all those. Okay. And then the tornadic storm, which continues.
Yeah, it's still.
God almighty, it's going to Lewisport. No, not again. Lewisport may have a lot of damage. If you're an insurance adjuster, what time did this occur? Well, I'm not sure.
Yep.
Lewisport, Tell City, Cannleton, Troy. And they're running out of time too. Let's see, did they put anything in the chat room?
I have not checked.
Let's see, thoughts on Breck Meade, yeah. Yeah, and that one in Breck Meade has got some rotation. That's getting a hook. See the hook echo now?
Yeah. I've been keeping an eye on it. It's just the
velocity is very
has
screwed
been
up.
wonky. So it's hard to, this is the particular storm that we're talking about over Clifton Mills heading toward Irvington. We've been mentioning this with the heavy rainfall, frequent lightning, strong winds. And yeah, typically when you see something like this, you think tornado. But velocity, at least from my perspective, John's a lot smarter than me with this kind of stuff, but it's just been hard to really make
I
out.
would probably go severe tornado possible.
Yeah.
That's what I would do on that one. The one on Christney, I think I'd go Tor for Hancock and Southern Perry, which I'm going to ask them
Their thoughts.
Yeah, okay. They talked about your storm. Somebody asked about the Breckenridge Meade storm. The lowest levels are really noisy. Yeah, I know. Really struggling with a tornado at the main circulation. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. It just doesn't add up. Usually it's
I agree.
like, okay, you see the hook on the reflectivity, you see the couplet on the velocity, but with that one, it's just been, it's one of those scary looking storms on radar.
Yeah, let's see. So we have this great thing called the NWS chat where we talk to them and we all give each other the opinions and knowledge and pass on reports. That's what we're doing. So, yeah, I think I'd go severe tornado possible. They already did that severe for Nelson County, which was a good move. if you're in Tell City, Cannleton, Lewisport, Troy, I would be getting to your safe shelter again. I hate to say that again.
Yeah.
It's hard to
The
believe.
same area, right along the river there.
I hear thunder. Yeah. So,
Oh, that's super far out from the actual rain. Sorry, interesting.
yeah, that's the first time I've heard it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see if they respond. No, not yet. Yeah, you're definitely under at least a severe tornado warning possible if you're in Tell City, if you're in Hawesville, if you're in
Yes.
Cannleton, if you're in Lewisport.
This particular cell
Right there.
that we've been paying close attention to here. As unfortunately a lot of these storms, you know, it's just been almost shocking to watch them here where they fired up in Illinois, continue to track eastward through Indiana, and continue to rotate as they push into our viewing area.
Every time we have a warm front in the spring, Mallory and I will likely be at TV.
Yes.
Warm fronts have too much wind shear. We have all this moisture. We have this air mass that's more, the winds, instead of being more south-southwesterly, they're south-southeasterly. So you have all this extra wind shear to work, and it causes a lot of turmoil.
Yes. Never underestimate a warm front. That's something we've told ourselves many times, right? So I'm going to go through watches real quick. Once again, for these areas under a tornado watch, we did have a lot of our counties, Harrison, Floyd, Clark, up through Jackson, Jennings, over to Orange County that were included. Those have been taken away because now we're just watching these huge storms, once again heading toward Tell City and Perry County, down to the southeast. We have these strong storms in Breckenridge and Meade County, and then we have the last little taste of those strong winds moving from Bullitt County down to Nelson County. So in addition, flood watch, obviously we've been talking about flash flood warnings that have been issued on the backside of these. So these are still efficient rainfall producers, but something that is good news is when they start to take that southerly, southeasterly turn, they can move quicker. But they still have a little bit of an eastern edge to them, so.
Yeah, so the storm in Nelson definitely got wind indications.
Yes.
I see it. That's a good severe thunderstorm warning for 60 miles an hour plus. The second one, once again, it's got some goofy radar signatures,
weird
but
on-
still, I still think they're going to go severe
Yeah.
for tornado possible, and they'll bring it over to the eastern Hardin County line probably. And then the third one, I would go tornado if I was the office and put it out for southern Perry and northern Hancock County. But they're running out of. Thing is, it's just amazing how quick this. When you work radar, I worked radar sometimes 8 or 9 hours, and I felt like I'd been there an hour.
Well, and there's so many things. Like
Oh, they went
tonight,
Tor.
we've had
There it is, new Tor,
new Tor for Perry.
which is a good move.
Yeah.
Good. That's what I would have done, but good. Nice. Good call.
Yeah. I'm going to put this radar on a loop for just a moment. I'm going to grab a phone charger because we have been streaming so long that my phone that I've been using just for chat is
Can I help you?
you're good. You continue to.
Okay, so they just put a new tornado warning out. That comes into, it's just outside our viewing area, but it's just around the corner. That would be northern Hancock and southern Perry County. So places like Lewisport, Cannleton, Tell City, Troy, and then the southern part of Perry County, that's well south of Leopold. And that's pretty remote farmland and countryside down yonder. And then the tornado warning, let's see what they mentioned in here. Let me just pull this up. 35. They got to move in east-southeast at 35 miles an hour. Tell City here in about 6 minutes. Hawesville, about the same time. And radar indicated. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think that's a good move. They got the severe thunderstorm warning, which they're going to have to do something on that soon. That's their next tactical move. My guess is they'll go severe, 60 miles an hour, tornado possible. I see someone's out driving in our tracker.
Yes, that's our live drive.
Oh, there we go. Lena. Yep. Okay. Then we got the wind threat into Nelson County. Severe thunderstorm warning for you folks, my friends in Bardstown and Bloomfield. And the one in Irvington, I believe, if, for the sake of everything, you're going to be Fort Knox. You're going to be under a new severe thunderstorm warning. Radcliffe, Vine Grove, Muldrow, all those places going to be on a severe thunderstorm warning. Okay? I'll let Mallory.
All right, I'm back on the wall.
Okay.
We are good to go. So here's the latest look at the Max HG radar here. You'll notice that we do have heavy rainfall, gusty winds that are moving within this kind of general corridor here. So John kind of just walked you through it, but I'll walk you through it again. Bardstown, gusty winds heading into Nelson County right now. We have those strong winds that are moving out of Breckenridge County into Meade County with this severe thunderstorm warning, and then this additional tornado warning that we have to watch. The hope is that that tornado warned storm transitions in the same way that some of these other storms have, in the sense that they had a history of producing rotation, but then they started to make their way more so down to the southeast and kind of blew themselves out and became more of a wind threat. Now, there's still a lot of wind with those, and we keep watching this Brandenburg storm, or this storm that's heavy rainfall is in Brandenburg, but the gustiest winds are currently around Irvington, and this is all moving through Meade County. So, typically when you see a storm like this, you think, that has to be a hook echo. That has to be a supercell. But when you also look at velocity, it's not a clean scan. And so typically you have, a bright red ball and a bright green ball, and they're rotating, and that's your signature of seeing a tornado. But this one, it's been a lot messier. So I do think there's still strong winds. It might be rotating higher up, or at least attempting to, but that's why they've been going severe thunderstorm warning with TOR possible tag when we talk about that. Now, once again, over into Nelson County between Cox's Creek and Bardstown, we do have some strong winds headed that direction as well. That is a severe thunderstorm warning. And what I'm showing you here, velocity, that's your wind speed and direction. And then our last one that we just got that new tornado warning on, around Lewisport, unfortunately, as we've been mentioning, that same general area heading toward Tell City. Once again, this is our new tornado warning. And Perry County is kind of right on the edge of our viewing area. We do have this severe thunderstorm warning that we were mentioning, and then also the other one in Nelson County. So I'm going to step off screen so you can see all of our active warnings right now. The greens, flash flood warnings. The red, obviously tornado warning. And then the yellows are your severe thunderstorm warnings. So basically we're watching that one final storm that is off to the west, and the behavior that it exhibits as it moves closer to our viewing area, and whether or not it still wants to rotate or whether it wants to be more linear. That is the important telltale sign there here soon. So those are the things that we're watching. In addition, obviously, heavy rainfall, gusty winds. We have flash flood warnings still in place across portions of southern Indiana. And we have had, reports of power outages and some damage from previous storms in southern Indiana this evening in some areas that were under tornado warnings earlier. So be aware of that as you head out early in the morning, or if for some reason you have to work an overnight shift at work, just be safe. Louisville kind of lucked out with this particular system, in the sense that we've, of course, had heavy rainfall, gusty winds, frequent lightning, but outside of that original severe thunderstorm warning that we had in place for eastern, northeastern Jefferson County, the rest of it was off to our north and off to our west, and now more of those warnings down to our south. So still watching this one particular storm, seeing how it behaves here in future scans. We still have some gusty winds, this strange radar signature here around Irvington, in Breckenridge County, moving into Meade County. The strong winds that are moving into Nelson County right now, you can see that there. And then also, once again, this one storm That's in Perry County. So these are the ones that we are watching and we're keeping an eye on for you because there's still, at the very least, strong winds with that storm.
Yeah, the Nelson County storm continues to show wind in the on the radar signatures. So
Yeah.
I did not see reports in Spencer. So I don't think if they don't get any reports in Spencer or Nelson, they'll probably go what we call a special weather statement for 50-mile-an-hour winds. That would be for our friends in either Washington or Marion counties.
Right.
So that's that one. Second one, which they're running out of time, is the infamous storm in Breckenridge.
Yeah, it's about out of the box here soon.
Yeah, it's almost out of the box. They're running. What time? When does that expire? It expires in 14 minutes. Well, it's not going to last 14 minutes. So, based on what I see, they'll probably go severe. Maybe isolated tornado possible. That would be for Meade and Hardin.
Hardin. Yeah.
And then this mess out there, the one that's been producing tornadoes for quite some time, that's outside our viewing area. But it'll be interesting to see how this one transitions. It almost is starting to show kind of a wind signature, just the way it's elongated. Notice how it's moving south now. It's almost going pure south-southeast. That may become a wind threat.
We hope that's a trend.
I hope that's a trend. Let's all hope for that. Let's see. And then that would go into Breckenridge.
Breckenridge, yeah.
Again, Breckenridge.
Yeah.
It's weird how so many times you see the storms firing over the same area.
Same areas.
Over and over, and it's just so strange.
Yeah.
And I've been doing this a long time, and it's still strange. So I think that one in Nelson may go. I'm just saying, they write anything?
I have not checked.
Nothing.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just looking at, they let me look at two different radar softwares here, which I love. I can look at both things.
While we're doing that, we still have Lena out in the live drive. If we want to toss to her,
What do you got, Lena?
She should be in the Charlestown area, which was hit with a tornado warning earlier this evening. Lena, have you come across any kind of damage, any kind of ponding on the roads, anything like that up in that direction?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Mallory, we've been driving through Charleston for a bit now. We haven't seen too much damage across the area. We've seen a few limbs here and there throughout the road, a couple of puddles of water along the way. But if you take a look here, the roads are pretty much cleared now. A couple folks still out, headed back home. We've seen some drops here and there, a couple flashes of lightning. We're still headed towards New Albany, where we've heard reports of other damage as well. But we haven't seen too much damage from that storm come by again. Just a couple of tree limbs here and there, leaves scattered. We did see a tree that could have potentially gotten blown down by those winds that came through a little while ago. Still seeing a couple flashes of lightning here and there across the sky, but we'll continue to keep you all updated on what damage we're coming across as we're out this evening, Mallory.
Okay, thank you, Lena. I appreciate it. Stay safe out there. I'm also just looking at any kind of outage maps here in terms of power outages.
Why don't you do that and I'll do the radar?
Okay, if we want to, while I'm doing this, if we want to pop over to John's ROI computer, we can do that.
That'd be
And also
great.
we might need to kill audio. You all are 2 seconds ahead of me. Appreciate it. So
If you just go to my computer, ROI, please.
yeah, if you all are able to pull up, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We got three main storms of interest. Let's go from the east to the west. So the first one will be the storms over in Nelson County, our friends in Nelson County. So here is your wind threat on the leading edge. So we got winds pushing off to the south-southeast. I'll do a little loop. And you see those white colors, white and pink, not good. That's always a sign of wind surging out. So that's why they got the severe thunderstorm warning for 60 miles an hour, Bardstown and Bloomfield, okay? That's number one. We'll go to number two. Let's go out to the west. This is the storm that they're running out of time at the Weather Service in Louisville. The time is moving quickly. So when you've been hearing Mallory and I sporadically talk about this weird radar signature. Well, there it is. The radar at Fort Knox is pushing to the west, and it's running into the storm, and it cannot resolve the motion. Is it to the radar? Is it away from the radar? Is it orthogonal or perpendicular parallel to the radar? Whatever it is, it cannot resolve it. And the area that it looks like to me that they may need to issue as another severe thunderstorm warning is down in here, as this storm moves off to the east-southeast at about 40 miles an hour. That storm, my guess is they're going to issue a new severe thunderstorm warning. I could be wrong. And go what's called a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. And that would be for Vine Grove, Radcliffe, Fort Knox, Muldrow, et cetera, et cetera. All right? So, number three, which I'm actually thrilled that this thing is moving more south and east. Aren't you happy?
Let's go south, yes.
Let's go south. We're going to have a chant. So let's look at the velocity, the wind. So what I try to do is I'm drawing these things so you all can see what I'm looking at. So there we go. So this area right here, this leading edge has got a lot of wind pushing this way to the southeast, right? So if we do a loop, look at the reds are pushing together congruently. So there's a notch right here, which is the area that a tornado is trying to form on. I will draw that for you right now, right? I don't have the artistry that Mallory has, but I do my best. But that area right there would be an area that is rotating, that a tornado is trying to form in, but they're pushing more to the south and east, which is a wonderful thing, which means that if I was the Weather Service in Louisville, the next morning for Breckenridge, we've heard that before, Breckenridge County will probably get a severe with a tornado possible. That would be my thinking what they're going to do. So those are our three storms, and they're almost out of the box in Breck, so did we miss something?
No. Oh, wait. I think they just issued a new
Hold on, where'd they
severe.
do that? Which one?
Just a new severe with that one that's around Irvington.
Yeah, I figured they had to.
Yeah, this one was about out of the box.
I was going to say.
That's the end of the warning.
Yeah, there's no more time.
So.
Well, we've been telling you for 30 minutes. If you watch WHAS Plus with Mallory and John, you'll find that out. So anyway, Hardin County, Eastern Meade, how far did they go?
To 65, to Radcliffe.
They just went to the county line, didn't they?
Rhineyville. Not all the way, no.
Oh, they just went a little bit? Okay.
Yeah.
I see what they did.
Just
okay.
into 65.
To 65, literally.
Yeah.
Okay. Lebanon Junction, E-Town, Radcliffe, all that. Yeah, they're probably, the reason they didn't go all the way is they're probably still unsure where is this thing going to lose its punch, if you will. So that's moving off to the east-southeast at 40 miles an hour. The other one, when does that expire? Let me look at that one.
Oh, apologies. I said 65. We've been doing this too long. It goes to 31W. It's a pretty small warning here, this one. Just a Radcliffe up to Fort Knox.
Wish it would pop up so I could be on the same. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Oh, that is small.
Yeah. I said 65. 65's all the way over here.
Yeah, I was like,
My
wait a
bad.
minute. That's all right.
We've been streaming for a few hours
We've been here
now.
a while.
Yeah. So.
The blurry-eyed look. Okay. All right, so they went severe. They're trying to give themselves a little time to see if they can get any wind reports. One nice thing is they get the Fort Knox weather station anemometer, the wind gauge, and that wind gauge will give them some ground truth.
Okay.
Ground truth at night is everything.
Right.
It's everything. And that's why we got Lena up there in southern Indiana trying to get us some ground truth. Okay, the other storm, the main reason we're streaming is the storm that's right over
This
Candleton.
one right here. Yeah.
What do you got on yours? You got the storm? Yeah, it's having a problem with the radar again, the
It is.
resolution.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. That one is moving east-southeast, but it's moving more south.
It's like trying and then it's being pushed down.
Yeah, it's getting cut off. The
you know?
inflow is getting a bit cut
It's
off.
like,
which,
I want to wrap, but this is pushing me down.
yeah.
So,
Now, it's all by itself, too.
yeah.
But notice the front side is surging out more. When it surges out more, a lot of times it'll cut off your flow. And it's actually, I don't know how fast they went, but I bet you it's going faster than they think.
Probably, yeah.
Let's see, they went, I can tell you, they went 35. No, it's not moving 35. It's moving more than at least 40 to 45 miles an hour. So that will be out of their box in about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So that Breckenridge, you're next for something.
Yeah, we're watching this.
Another severe.
Kind of the same.
I bet you they're going to let the Bardstown one go and go severe thunderstorm warning for Washington County, our friends in Willisburg, Springfield, Mackville. Oh, there's some report. What is this? Large?
This is a large tree blocking a road in New Albany. So New Albany, Indiana, got some wind damage from the storms earlier. And there's your proof that you don't necessarily need a tornado warning or anything of that nature for tree damage. Because just think of all the rain that we've had recently, the previous system earlier. So please be aware of that if you have to be out on the roads overnight tonight. Even if the storms have moved past your area, there could be debris in the road. There could be trees and power lines. So please take it slow, take it safe. And as always, help those neighbors in need tomorrow.
Yep. Okay, our storm is trying.
Which one are we talking about? The Tell
City one?
Yeah.
It's really trying.
Yep, this is our main focus now.
Yeah, it's really going to become a one-storm event. Let's see what it does here. I'm looking at a few radar. Look at a lot of different things to try to give you the best opinion we can. Okay, Cannleton and Hawesville, where they've already had damage tonight in Hawesville and Hancock County. That's the county seat there. You see this area. Mallory can show you. See a little notch right there? There it is, right behind her left arm. Right there. Right there. But the velocity is it's just spurious, very odd.
Yeah. So it's not as, I was kind of mentioning this earlier, you know, sometimes it's more clean cut. It's, hey, here's a red ball, here's a green ball. They're rotating around each other. Radar's had issues with a few of these storms.
It really has. So the Weather Service in Louisville, it's going to be out of this box pretty quick.
Yeah. So at the very least, we're expecting severe tour possible.
Yeah, I think they'll go I bet you they'll go
downstream into
severe.
Breckenridge County.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's what I would do. Yeah, into Breckenridge. That would be Hardinsburg again. That's the county seat. I think there'll be at least another storm that will be in Hardinsburg in about 20 minutes, 22 minutes. And that will bring some very strong winds. My guess is they're going to go severe tornado possible. Just trying to see, looking at the velocity, see what they're going to do. And if they made a decision over there in Bardstown, they cut it back. Yeah, they're running out of time on that one, too. They've got a lot of decisions to make very quickly. So we got 3 warnings. We got the one over there in Nelson. My sense is that will go for Washington, maybe 50-mile-an-hour winds for folks in Willisburg or Springfield or Mackville. Number 2 is the very tiny warning that Mallory alluded to. Pine Grove, Fort Knox. I once again think they're going to go severe, maybe 50-mile-an-hour winds, either severe or special weather statement. We'll see how they go. I don't think it'll be a tornado warning. And then the third one of interest is the one over there by Tell City and Cannleton, which, see, I got cut off again. See that last scan?
Yeah.
We had a little inflow notch or almost like a little bit of a hook forming, and it got cut off because the area is surging to the south, whereas the rotation is coming in from the west, and it's getting cut off, which is a wonderful thing.
Yeah, so if these were moving due west to east, that's when we start to have issues. When they start to push north to south, that's good for limiting that rotation and that tornado potential.
Yeah. I think they're going to go severe tor possible. We may be tornado-less for the first time in 6 hours, 5 hours, whatever it is.
John and I have been busy tonight.
It's been a busy night.
Yeah, certainly.
I have a friend of mine in Arizona watching us right now, and I don't know who won the U.S. Open, so don't tell me. Let's see. Yeah, I got cut off on that last reflectivity scan. You don't see what's called an inflow notch, this area that's trying to push into the main storm and rotate around. And last scan, right behind Mallory, you notice that little notch is gone.
Yeah.
Which is a wonderful thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're wanting to continue to see, you know, these are still going to carry a punch with strong winds, heavy rain, frequent lightning.
Affirmative.
Yeah, for sure. But anytime we can really decrease that tornado potential, it's a good thing.
Yeah, Louisville, you're out of the woods. Anywhere from 64 northbound, it's over. Okay? It's all over. It's the area that we're really focusing on is from Tell City to Cannleton to Hardinsburg to Irvington, maybe even over to Radcliffe. Radcliffe, that's the one storm, the last one. Look at the lightning up behind Mallory. Look at that lightning surge on that last one. Look at that.
Which camera do we have up, guys? This is in Indiana, I'm told.
Yeah. But that one, they got the tornado out. Look at the lightning surge.
Oh, you're talking about on the radar.
Yeah, right there, right there. Wham.
Yeah.
That's a good indication of why they've been putting tornado warnings out.
Yeah.
That's usually a red flag.
We mentioned this on Wednesday night into Thursday morning that, typically if you see a lot of lightning, it's a strong storm, and it can show that that storm is strengthening, that it has tornado potential. And then typically if you see that downward trend in lightning, it means that that storm is weakening, has less fuel to tap into, et cetera, et cetera. So we have these 2 severe thunderstorm warnings.
They got quarter-size hail in Tell City.
Quarter-size hail in Tell City.
1 inch, 1 inch.
Okay.
Yep, that checks.
Yeah.
Based on the, you know, I like to look at Ville and things like that. That checks. We have so many weather tools.
We do.
Yeah. So we're going to tell you, Mallory and John are going to tell you that you're under a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible in Breckinridge County. Basically, if you cut the county in half, Cloverport, Hardinsburg, northward, severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. Across the northern half, I guess, of Breckinridge County.
Yeah.
I bet you what they do in Bardstown if they got rid of it. Yeah, there's no way they're going to reissue now. That thing's going to die.
Yeah, this one's.
That one's going to go bye-bye. Yeah. I don't think that Washington, you're going to get a good maybe 40,
soaking rain.
40, 50 mile an hour winds.
Yeah.
Sub-severe. I think you're done. Basically, all of our counties in the east are good. They're good. Radcliffe, they're probably waiting for the Fort Knox OBS, which you can look to on the internet if you're so interested. FTK is the ID. You can look at it and see what the wind is. And that's what the Weather Service in Louisville is doing right now, looking at observations to try to make a determination. But based on how small they made that box, my inclination is they'll go a special weather statement for 50 mile an hour winds. Okay. That would be my bet. And that would be for folks like Lebanon Junction, E-Town, and that general area.
Also, I realized I put this up earlier and I didn't even talk about it. The power outages that I was looking into, Harrison County, according to poweroutage.us, more than 2,000 customers without power in Harrison County. And then also Perry County, looking at about 520 customers without power. So seeing that more so in southern Indiana compared to our LG&E map in terms of however many people are without power. There are some power outages in the Louisville metro area, but nothing all too intense right now.
Yep.
So
what's very good about that storm out, the tornado warned storm, is it got cut off. So what happens is there's 3 parts of a tornado to form, and the one part that comes back around is what's called the rear flank downdrift, and sometimes it comes down so fast, especially when the other part of the storm is moving due south, that it occludes out and cuts itself out. It's like you in a bathtub. When you plug, you start swishing around, let go of the drain, it stops. And that's what's going on right now. I'm inclined to believe they're going to go severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible for Breckinridge County. And we might not have a tornado warning then.
that would be nice.
And there would be great rejoicing, to quote Monty Python. Anyway, Bardstown, I guess they're going to let it die, 9 minutes.
Yeah, I think that once that's done, it's done.
Once you're within 10, you can't cancel it anyway. You can, I mean, you can cancel, you just can't, you can expire part of it, you just can't cancel a thing because of the software, unfortunately. All right, severe, yeah, I think they're going to do the same thing to the middle one. They might, let's see. So that will be gone. And then we'll just have one for like E-Town and Lebanon Junction.
Well, I think we spoke too early.
Which one?
We have a new tour that's been extended southeastward.
They did.
Yes.
Breck?
Yes.
Yeah.
So crew behind the scenes will be needing to cut back into linear TV to cover this tornado warning. And for those who are watching via streaming, you can stay tuned. But just know that we have to tap in since this is now our coverage area, Breckinridge County, due to this one storm that I guess they're wanting to maybe hang on to it for another warning before they do let that go. So.
Okay.
Still a lot of lightning with it. This particular warning goes into effect until 12:30 Central Time. So.
Okay, so the new tornado warning, I see a lot of wind. I'm not sure there's a tornado in there at the moment. We'll see what happens. The storm is just east of Cannleton on the Ohio. It's actually on the Ohio River again. And that's moving to the east-southeast. Cloversport, county seat of Breckinridge County, Hardinsburg. A lot of wind.
Yes.
There is a broad area of rotation. Most of it is off the surface. Let me just take a check to confirm that.
And for those who are just now seeing us back on linear TV, we took a little bit of a break, continued to stream on WHAS 11+, but unfortunately that one problem storm that we were tracking that was moving toward Perry County, Tell City, it's continuing its track off to the southeast. And because it's had a history of producing a tornado, the National Weather Service did just go ahead and issue a tornado warning until 12:30 Central Time. That includes portions of Breckinridge County. So if you did get the alert on your phone, you're hearing the sirens going off outside your house, and you're turning on the TV and seeing what's up, this is what we're looking at. Now, I will say the behavior of this storm, John and I have been tracking. There's been some good news with it, and that it's been trying to become more of a wind threat rather than a rotation threat. But National Weather Service had to make a call as it was crossing into another county, and they went ahead with a tornado warning rather than a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible. So that's why we're cutting back into TV right now here on WHAS 11.
Okay, so the storm Mallory just went through is just a hair east of Cannleton by the Cannleton Locks. It is moving to the east-southeast at about 40 miles an hour. Definitely got hail in it to the northwest side and southern part of Perry County. And there's a lot of wind in it. There's a tremendous amount of wind that's between Hawesville, Cloversport, and the far part of southern Perry County. So I just looked at the radar, went up high, looked at the tilts, and there's a lot of rotation up at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 degrees.
Okay.
But on the surface, it kind of looks like it's pushing out, as Mallory alluded to. I think it's a wind threat. If you look at the velocities, you should see all those cooler colors, the green you see right behind Mallory on
Yep.
the screen, pushing right out right in there. Yep. And we'll see if there is rotation. We'll call it out. But right now, I want you to be in your safe shelter. But to me, it looks more like a wind threat at this moment.
So we're looking at heading toward Cloverport, Hardinsburg included in this. This goes until, once again, 12:30 Central Time. So this storm, it's moving pretty quickly. This has been one of the ones that we've been watching since it was out to the west. And in general, what some of these storms have been doing that have had a history of reporting tornadoes and producing a lot of rotation is once they've been getting closer to our viewing area, they've been starting to take this dive down to the southeast. And as they do so, they cut themselves off. So you have typically, you know, a hook around these rotating storms, but when you have a surge of that storm or wind that's trying to push it down to the south, it cuts it off a bit and it transitions into more of a wind threat rather than a rotation threat. But once again, you are under a tornado warning. When that occurs, we want you in your safe place because at the very least, strong winds and with saturated grounds from earlier storms this week, it can lead to tree damage, power line damage, things of that nature. So it just doesn't take as much as what it may otherwise when you've had recent rains in the area. But this is our latest tornado warning till 12:30. We were curious as to what they were going to do downstream from this once it moved out of Perry County and into our Kentuckiana viewing area. And to be safe, they went ahead with a tornado warning for Breckinridge County.
Yep, Cloverport, Hardinsburg. You're definitely, what movement did they go on? Because it's moving faster than the last couple warnings.
Yeah, still says 30, but
That's not enough.
yeah.
It's moving faster than 30. It's already a third or more in the warning. Yeah. How long is this for? 33 minutes? Yeah, it's going to be long gone. All right, Hardinsburg. All right, let me look. Is it gone? Is the storm in Bardstown gone? When does that expire? That one expires in 3 minutes. Yes, they're going to let it go. There's great rejoicing in Washington County. That storm will go. Number 2, my sense is they're going to let that one go too. The one that's on Fort Knox and Radcliffe right now. They might go with special weather statement. Might not. Third one is the one we've been alluding to. To us right now, it looks like a wind threat with very heavy rain. But if there was rotation, where would it be? Let me stop this, baby.
Near the river again.
Is it on the river again?
Everything has taken a very similar path.
That song by CCR, I told you.
This evening
Rolling down a river. All right, so there's the notch. The last scan, finally, let's see, we'll go to the very last scan. No, I just don't see it. It had one. See, it got cut off.
Yeah.
It got occluded. It got totally shut off. And unless something else reforms, which can always happen. So if you're in Cloversport, please get to your safe shelter. If you're in Hardinsburg, our friends out there, please take some shelter. And they got movement of 30, but I think it's 40 to 45.
Yeah, it's moving pretty quickly. And as we mentioned, this is a lot of heavy rainfall, frequent lightning. This is going to be a loud storm as it moves into your area in general. So it'll likely wake you up if the sirens and the tornado warning hasn't woken you up just yet. So be aware of that. But this is continuing. Let's see, what road is this? 60, it looks like.
Yeah, it's 60. Yep.
Yeah. So between Cloverport and Hardinsburg included in this. Here, let me actually zoom out so you can see a little bit more of my screen here. But this is the one active tornado warning we do have in our Kentuckiana viewing area right now. We've been tracking several throughout the entire evening since the late 7 o'clock hour Eastern time. So we've had a lot of rotation, a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings with strong winds, heavy rainfall, frequent lightning, some hail with a few of these cells as well. And this is that one storm that we were watching off to the west, but the hope is that this will continue to take the path that a few of the others have taken, where it gets kind of blown off, cut off, and becomes more of a wind threat rather than that tornado threat.
So I got a county map with the radar. So basically, Cloversport, it would be between 60 that Mallory mentioned, between Cloverport and Hardinsburg, and 105. That goes between Cloversport, McQuady. That would be the general track in that general area heading towards McQuady and Hardinsburg, Kingswood, Westview. As it moves off to the east-southeast, we're seeing a movement of 40, which is 10 miles an hour more than the Weather Service. But Cloversport right now, please get to your safe shelter right now, pronto.
Yes. Strong winds. The storm has a history of producing rotation and tornadoes, so we want everybody to be safe while we continue to track these storms for you. This is really our last storm that we are watching tonight in terms of these cells that have been coming out of. When I say last storm, I don't mean last rain, because take a look at southern Indiana. More rain, but in terms of that tornado threat, this is that last supercellular storm. Still a ton of lightning with it. Take a look at that. That's a lot of lightning with that storm.
Oh, yeah.
As it pushes off to the east-southeast.
There's no doubt it's rotating.
Yeah.
If you look on the last scan, it's actually trying to form a new notch, just very innocuously, right hair north of Cloversport. But the velocity has not corresponded. To me, it's surging out. It's a wind threat. If there was a tornado, it would be a very small part of the whole storm. A lot of wind is pushing down.
Yeah.
And it's pushing down fast to the east-southeast. And I believe there's a little hail in there as well. Let me take a gander, see if I'm seeing things. A
little bit of hail showing up in my
Yeah, a little
system.
bit of hail, maybe
Yeah.
half-inch to inch hail in there. Okay, we'll go back. That last scan, let's see, where is that? Is that lined up? Hold on. Let's see. See that little rotation, but it's not lined up. It's north.
Yeah.
See that? It's not lined up.
So, John, what does that normally mean?
You always have to look at the rotation to see if it lines up. It could be a spurious echo on the leading edge because the line's pushing to the southeast. Sometimes you can get that.
Okay.
But if you go right there, it could be just a hair. That is an area I'm watching.
Okay.
Right there. Right there. It looks like it's a little further to east. So we'll see. Definitely get to your shelter if you're northeast of Cloversport, as it heads off to the southeast towards Hardinsburg. It's very rural in there, actually, between Cloversport and Hardinsburg.
Yeah, we've been talking about 60, Highway 60, 105. I'm also seeing 259 included in this tornado warning box here. And then all north of that, I mean, it's just a ton of rain and lightning as well. So this is going to be a very noisy storm as it dives through Breckinridge County tonight.
Yeah, the new scan, it went away, that one scan I showed you.
Yeah.
Now look at it.
Yep.
It doesn't, if you go to the velocity.
It's really trying to become a wind threat.
If you go to your velocity, I don't see it.
Yeah.
I see a wind threat.
Yeah, that went away really quickly.
Yeah, sometimes that's why a lot of times you go up in height to see if it's legit. It's amazing to me what this radar does. It's just amazing, turning and burning. Once again, it's pushing southward more than it's pushing eastward. So it's cutting off every time it tries to form a new rotational couplet. It kind of cuts itself out. And they dropped the other ones, didn't they? Oh, they did.
Yes.
Bardstown, you're free.
Yes.
Yes, Hardin County, free. Okay, those are just regular old thunderstorms, non-severe. And this is the only convective warning. Right now, the one we're watching.
Yep, the one tornado warning.
Yeah. And that's going to be out of the box. They say they went till 26 minutes. Yeah, it'll be gone. So if there was a tornado, I would put it just off of 105, between 105 and 60, southeast of Cloversport, north of McQuady. Okay. A lot of lightning, though.
So much lightning. That's what I was mentioning. These storms, they're going to be very loud. There's going to be a lot of rain, prolific lightning, and strong winds. So regardless of not of the tornadic signature that we're watching for any kind of rotation, this is still going to be very, very noisy storm rolling through Breckinridge County tonight.
Yep.
I do want to give everybody just kind of an overview of the radar here and what we're looking at. So once again, the one tornado warning we have in effect, the reason why we are cutting into TV is due to the one in Breckinridge County that we've been mentioning. We also have a storm that was severe warned, no longer severe warned, rolling through Fort Knox, Radcliffe, heading back over towards 65. They were allowed to cancel the severe thunderstorm warning on that just due to the winds weakening. And then same can be said with this storm that was diving through Nelson County and heading into Washington County. So no active warnings outside of the one tornado warning. In addition to that, we do have, of course, I was mentioning before, a lot of flash flood warnings. Those are off to the north. Also, I stand corrected. Looks like they did actually. This must have just been issued.
What? Which one?
A severe thunderstorm warning
Where?
in Washington County.
Oh, they did.
Yeah. So this is until 1:45.
Okay.
So anyway, after I just did my tour of storms, they must have just issued this one. So severe thunderstorm warning, and then that's out of our viewing area here. Off to the north, you're just seeing scattered activity. Not worried about this outside of just continuing with the flash flooding threat. This is the one storm that we are watching.
I'm telling you, I think this is the last tornado warning. I just keep looking at the way to really see this is to resolve this is look at go a really fast movement. If you do a radar loop really fast, it is moving really far to the southeast.
Yeah.
And it's cutting off any surface inflow. I think the instability died. Surface-based.
Yes.
So I think this is the last tornado warning of the night.
Knock on wood.
As this moves off to the southeast, I really do. Yeah, I see what they did over there to the east. That's fine. I don't know, maybe they got a report. But we haven't had a report. I've been looking at the Kentucky Mesonet, kymesonet.org. I haven't seen anything.
Yeah, the only one I saw was from earlier, that 51 mile per hour.
Yeah, that was a
gust.
while ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we just have to watch. There's definitely rotation on that storm aloft. But the question is, can it get down to the surface? I think this is a wind threat. They may. My bet, if I was on the radar, I would issue a severe for what county would that be? The rest of Breckinridge and maybe Hardin. Worst case, I'd put severe tornado possible, but I think it's going to be a severe for 60 at most. I think this is a wind threat, and the tornado threat is about to come to an end. And there's great rejoicing.
That is some good news.
Yeah. Now, folks, you're probably wondering, well, what are they talking about? Look at all those storms up in Indiana. Those are just, there's a little bit of lightning here and there.
Yeah.
Mainly rain showers.
We're not worried about those.
Sub-severe.
Yeah.
Not going to be, it'll be good. Who loves a rainy night by the song by Eddie Rabbitt? It's a love a rainy night. But this storm is definitely surging wind. There's wind. It's got a wind threat. And you can tell it's a wind threat. It's on the leading edge. There's a really tight reflectivity gradient from nothing to like, oh gosh, we do these things called DBZs, the intensity of a storm. And look how tight that is on the map Mallory's showing you.
Yeah.
That shows you there's wind. That's a great indication.
Yes.
Yep. And as we said, it's moving faster than they thought, and it's almost out of the box on the front side. So you may see a new severe thunderstorm warning or special weather statement for wind.
Yes.
And there will be no tornado warnings in less than 10 minutes. And then you've got nothing but green in Indiana with flash flood warnings.
Yes, still a lot of flash flood warnings up in southern Indiana. You know, we always say turn around, don't drown, because we had some, I mean, we still do have some heavy rainfall makers here. But note that obviously at night it's harder to see where roads may be flooded. So please take it easy. We saw some reports out of southern Indiana, including New Albany, with a tree blocking the road. So if you do have to find yourself out tonight or early tomorrow morning, especially before the sun rises, just know that we could have some debris in the roads and things of that nature, as well as any kind of leftover flooding. In fact, I don't know. They probably haven't put them into the system yet. I was just going to see if there were any. This is storm reports here. So these were where we were seeing all the funnel cloud reports and things of that nature off to our west earlier. Those were from 8 o'clock Central, 10 o'clock Central time.
All up in Indiana?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then this was the Charlestown report. Water over the road.
What was that report earlier where we had the damage up that way? What was
Power lines and trees down in the area of Harry Hughes Road and Possum Trot Road.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was around 9:50 Eastern time. So that was a few hours ago.
Doesn't seem like it.
I know.
Okay. Yeah, it's a wind. This is a wind event. I see 0 tornado in that. So, the question is, they're going to go either severe or my guess is they'll go severe. So Breckenridge, Hardin, you'll get a severe here in the next few minutes. They could put tornado possible in it, but I see no tornado threat in there at all. It's just pushing. Just imagine like a snow plow pushing.
Pushing it.
Just pushing this way. And this thing was producing tornadoes, what, 2 hours ago?
Oh, yeah.
Hour and a half ago, whatever it was?
Yeah, we never like when these storms are by themselves.
No.
And that's been the case with this one. John and I, we were watching these out near Evansville, continuing to track along 64. That was another storm there. But yeah, it's just.
Illinois, eastern Illinois definitely had a lot of tornadoes.
Yes.
Southwestern Indiana, west of our viewing area, definitely had tornadoes.
Yeah.
So you'll hear it all in the news in the morning.
Yeah, we tend to get a lot of kind of the leftovers.
Yeah, we do, don't we?
So, but unfortunately tonight, a lot of them stayed strong, and this event was a bit earlier than Wednesday night and a Thursday morning. So we still had some of that daylight when we first started, 7, 8, 9 o'clock there. So we currently have 2 warnings, severe thunderstorm warning that's making its way.
Yeah, if they just trim some of it, you should.
Out of our viewing area.
They trimmed Perry out. That's out of our area, but it's getting to the end.
Oh, for the tour.
Yep.
I see what you're talking about.
Yep.
Yep, so if you were awoken and you were asleep by this tornado warning, once again for Breckenridge County, it looks like we're seeing some very strong winds with it, heavy rainfall, lightning, but it is trying to surge to prevent that rotation from happening, kind of cutting itself off. And also the video that's playing on a loop here, that was some tree damage that we mentioned earlier in New Albany. So as I mentioned before, just be cautious if you're out and about. For some reason tonight you have to head into work for an overnight shift, or you have to head out early in the morning. Be aware that there could still be some standing water tonight and also some more debris in the road from some of these storms this evening as well.
Yeah, we're just watching this
We're kind of just waiting for this particular.
Yeah, I think this tornado warning's coming to an end very soon. I see nothing. Let me just go to the one software I use. Let's see, I'll just go up in elevation. Let's see, Yeah, it's rotating off the surface. Yep. Flying through that would be very bad. But on the surface, where we need instability, you need surface instability to get a tornado. And if you don't have it, it usually rotates off the surface, off the deck. And that is what we are seeing. So they're only going to be in that box for another. I'm just reading to see if they're doing anything in the chat. Negative, nothing. Yeah, I think you're fine. Cloversport, you're done. Candleton, it's over. Tell City, it's over. Santa Claus, it's over. And Radcliffe, you're still getting a little storm, but it's pushing off to your east. Louisville, you still got a few
like
rogue
little,
showers
yeah,
here.
some rain rolling in.
A few rogue showers here and there. I-71 up to Cincinnati is much better than it was. Dodging showers as you go west on 64 from Louisville. East, it's pouring in Lexington. Let's see. The last scan. Trying to see how it's trying to form a new one right now. Same thing, just like before. See a little hooky that's trying to form? But the southern one, the eastern side's pushing due south.
Yeah.
So it will cut itself out here again in a moment.
So that's what's really helping us out. We want all of this to push off to the south and southeast, as we keep mentioning. But in the meantime, still an active tornado warning in place. Always want to shelter. If you are under a tornado warning, get to that lowest level of your home. Expect some strong winds, heavy rainfall, lightning to be moving into your area here in this polygon.
Let's see. A little bit of a downburst signature northeast at Fort Knox. It's over the southeast where no one lives. Okay. So where's he, Fort Knox? Let's see. Oh, yeah, I see it. Well, it already happened.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It did happen. Yep, see it? Boom.
Yep.
Yeah, wind sig, yeah. I think this is elevated. I would not go another tornado warning.
So what's helping us out is all of this, not only in addition to the movement to the south, but as all of this kind of makes its way through our area in general, it's losing a lot of instability. So it's going to struggle to keep itself going, which we like to see. Obviously, we've lost the daytime heating. That was hours ago. But in addition, when we were showing the moisture return with the dew points earlier, that was all west with lower amounts of moisture the farther east that you do go. So this is that one cell that we're watching at this point. And once that expires or is allowed to be canceled, downstream looking at likely as severe.
Yeah, I think so. I do. Yeah, it just looks like a wind threat to me. You know. Now, what's interesting, a lot of these storms are they're just kind of laying out. I think tonight is, once this storm's done, it's just an isolated hydro problem here and there for water. I think that's the show.
Yep. This is kind of our last problem storm.
Because
you can take a look at what's off to our west. I mean, nothing is warned.
See, there's a wind signature right in the middle. Let's see, where would that be? That would be east of Cloversport. Let's see, that would be 60. I don't have a town. North of Hardinsburg.
Yeah.
Just north of Hardinsburg, what highway is that? That is...
There's 259.
259.
Yep.
259. 259, really strong indication on the radar right now of 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. What about 7, 8, 9 miles north of Hardinsburg?
Yeah.
That's definitely... So based on that signature, I think they might issue one more severe east of there.
Yeah.
Now that you see that pop up.
Has the lightning gone down? I've been looking at that. Maybe a little bit.
I think it has gone down.
I could be imagining things, you know.
No, it's gone down.
Hoping for the best, but.
No.
Yeah.
It has gone down.
Because it was very prolific, and that's also a telltale sign, you know, sometimes that you're like, okay, maybe we should continue on the tornado warning, not only due to the history of the storm producing tornadoes, but also the amount of lightning showing that it still has some oomph to it. And when you start to see some lower lightning amounts, that can mean that it's trying to weaken a little bit. And that's the hope here as it continues to push off to the east and southeast. So it's kind of flattening itself out a bit.
Yep. I think so. I definitely think so. I think the tornado, what's this thing? They're just, if they haven't already issued, I mean, it's already in, it's outside the box, some of it. The wind threat's still in the box, center of the county.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Still seeing a lot of wind with this. We don't want to downplay that. But,
Nope.
in terms of, what a lot of people think of, where's the tornado? It's transitioning into that more wind threat here.
The wind threat's between 261 and 259 in the northern part of Breckinridge County. Wind 60 miles an hour, but it's not going to be in the county much longer. So I'm going to send them a quick note.
Okay.
Oh, somebody already did. Same question
Yep.
I had.
We're all curious about what they're going to do with this storm downstream.
Yeah.
Thoughts on the warning? Hey, are you going to transition this over to a severe thunderstorm warning threat?
Yeah.
Which seems to be the way that this is evolving.
I think that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I do.
Which
So
will
for the
be
rest
some
of the
great
night,
news.
scattered storms. Basically across our whole viewing area, scattered storms tonight,
Yep.
mainly just scattered showers. And
We'll have to watch for any kind of, heavy rainfall makers, especially in the areas that have current flash flood warnings.
Yeah.
A reminder that we do still have a flood watch for our northernmost counties that goes until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So be aware of that. But otherwise, more or less, we're waiting on this one storm here.
yeah, I just saw a note. I don't think we're going to go tornado warning again.
Okay.
Yeah. When's this thing go? 8 minutes or something?
I believe 12:30 Central Time.
12:30. Okay.
So about 10 minutes.
All right.
Yep.
Yep.
So for the watches until 2 a.m., which we'll be wrapping up, here before too long anyway. And then, as I mentioned, the flood watch. So we were talking about this turning into what's, quote, a hydro issue. So that is a rainfall, heavy rainfall, flooding concern as we carry on into tonight. Just as on the backside of all of this, we continue to see just showers and storms that are reforming. There's a cluster of storms that's going to stay out of our viewing area, diving into southeastern Missouri, Arkansas, Memphis. But these are the problem storms here, and then all of this just kind of additional development, scattered rain, thunder, lightning, if that, and some maybe ponding on the roads, things of that nature.
Yep. Yeah, I do not see a tornado threat in Breckinridge County. I keep saying that, but now they're within a few minutes of the warning expiring, so they're not going to. You won't see another. They can't cancel it yet.
Right.
So, but Irvington, there's a strong wind signature anywhere from Irvington over to 259. I think that those areas could get some 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. But the mesonet, I've been looking, that's your best friend. We use the mesonet just like you can at home.
Yep.
So I look at the wind gusts, and the only one we had was earlier in Hancock, was it? 51 miles an hour. We haven't had anything else. Pretty much all the radar software I'm looking at just shows a wind threat with very heavy rain.
Yeah, torrential rainfall. In fact, I can pull up the.
You got any obs? I'm going to look at the 24-hour precip.
Okay, I was just going to look at the rainfall rates here.
Okay.
That I have here on
I
my
bet you that one has got the most.
screen.
Yeah, that one right there.
I mean, it's estimating like 4 inches an hour.
Yeah, Breckinridge, what do you got in there?
Let me zoom in.
It's got to be purple.
Yes, it's purple. It is purple. 4 or 5 inches an hour, 3 to 5 inches an hour.
Someone got a lot of rain in Breckinridge County.
Yeah.
Guarantee it.
Just so you know, this is not ground truth. This is the radar software trying to estimate how heavy the rain is falling. So this is if it rained at this rate for an hour, how much would you pick up? And it's saying 3 to 5 inches. So there's been some heavy rainfall, lots of lightning here, gusty winds, very loud storms in general. So that's what we've been watching tonight. And basically at this point, for anybody hopping on here, Chief Meteorologist Mallory Schnell alongside by Meteorologist John Gordon, we have been tracking these storms for you since 7:30 this evening. We've had a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings, first over our southern Indiana counties, and then these few that have been moving out of our western areas into Perry County and Breckinridge County. You know, we had additional tornado warnings in some spots, but now we're just waiting to see how this one evolves downstream, it looks like they're probably going to go severe with it. And then we have that one last severe thunderstorm warning in Washington County that will soon exit our viewing area.
They may even go special weather statement for 50.
Really? It's weakening that much?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
to me, they could go severe, but if you haven't got reports and the instability is weakening, I might go special weather statement for 50 miles an hour and heavy rain. But we'll see. But there will be no more. The tornado warning, we're done. So we've had a bunch tonight, haven't we?
Yes, yes. So as always, typically, you know, the day after we have a severe weather event, we find out where the National Weather Service might go survey damage, where there were either tornado warnings and or reports of damage where they did overlap there. And they have to go out, they survey the damage, and John knows a lot about this because he did it for years and years and years.
Yes.
And they figure out whether damage was caused by straight line winds or a tornado. And then if it was a tornado, what the rating would be on the EF scale. So we saw that this past week, Wednesday night into Thursday morning, with the confirmed tornado EF1 in Jackson County. We also had an EF2 in portions of Scott, Jefferson, and Trimble counties. So Jefferson, Indiana. And then there was also a confirmed tornado. I did not check to see if Wilmington ended up putting a rating on it, but it was preliminary EF1 in Carroll County. So that was likely due to the same storm that obviously rolled through Trimble County. So
I think the Florence one was a 2, wasn't it? Up there in the
I'm not
metro?
sure. Yeah, I would think so. But
Yeah, so what happens, if I wasn't working the big event like now, I would always be in reserve duty. And then early in the morning, the mid-shift, when this was over, would make some maps for me and some phone calls. We've got damage in this county, that county, or whatever county. I usually look at the radar before I left. And then I would go survey, and I'd be gone for hours and hours. My record, I think, is 7 different surveys in one day.
wow.
Let's see, I did Bullitt, Taylor, Mercer, Jessamine, Washington, Fayette, and somebody else. Long day. So, yeah. So we'll look at the damage and try to assess. I talked to people on the ground. What was your damage like? What did you hear? Did you know there was a warning? The strangest one of all was Breckinridge County one year. I was out looking at a damage. I thought I found a tornado, and then I lost it. And all of a sudden, I pull up on the side of the road, and I see a phone number in a truck that was for sale. So I call this guy, or I call this number, and the guy says, "Hi, you want to buy my truck?" I said, "No, I'm with the National Weather Service." He said, "Oh, you want to hear about my tornado?" I said, "How did you know you had a tornado?" That's easy. I was in the bathroom with my kids and wife in the shelter, and all the water got sucked out of our toilet. And my ears were deafening. I said, "You did have a tornado." True story.
I'm sure you've surveyed a lot over the years. So that's just how the National Weather Service, you know, this isn't one of those things where we're able to tell you usually, hey, this is a confirmed tornado, unless we have that, you know, radar confirmation and or you have a spotter on it. And then after the fact, that's when we figure out the ratings, because it has a lot to do with how buildings are built and the engineering aspect of it as well. So
I'll tell you what's going on in Breckinridge County right now. It's back building. I think that's a flash flood problem.
yep. Oh, I
is-
see what you're seeing. Yeah.
It's definitely been redeveloping on the backside. So, folks, if you're in northern Breckinridge County, this could be a very bad flash flood situation. Let's see.
Yeah, so anytime you see, you know, it looks like the storm is moving through and then additional activity pops up on the radar behind it, that's what he means by back building.
Yeah.
So that's when you can get training, back building, heavy rainfall over heavy rainfall that can lead to flash flooding concerns. So watching that, certainly. I do think lightning has really gone out. This storm has stretched itself out wider. I haven't looked at velocity recently, but we're basically at this point waiting for this tornado warning to expire. and see what they issue downstream. So that is the one that we are left watching at this time. Otherwise, this severe thunderstorm warning that we had in effect for Washington County, that's on its way out. And then just some heavy rainfall over 65 right now. Lebanon Junction, also into the Bullitt and Jefferson County line here. Nothing severe, just some heavy rainfall, maybe some gusty winds with it, and some lightning as well.
Yeah, and the tornado warning will expire any moment, like in the next minute. And we will have no tornado warnings, Mallory.
That will be fantastic.
Yeah. Flash flood warnings west of Louisville, Harrison, Clark.
Yes, we still do have these in effect.
I'm just looking at some of the
That's
big
what you're seeing in the greens here.
Yeah. But Breckenridge, you might need a flash flood warning in the northern part of the county. So if you're near Cloversport, I guess, somewhere in there. Yeah, north of Cloversport. Stephensport, Rome, 144, 250, north of 60. I think there's definitely a problem for high water in the northern part of the county, especially up on Highway 144.
Yeah.
In there. It says this expired, but it hasn't gone off my map.
It did expire from my map.
Okay.
I'm curious if they're going to issue any kind of severe, or are we just letting this guy
I think
go?
it's SPS.
Okay.
I think it's SPS, yeah. The only thing is that storm that's out of our area way east.
Yeah. The severe.
Yep.
Yeah,
Mercer and.
Yeah, that's moving out of Kentuckiana now.
Yep. We're tornado free.
We are tornado free, guys. Thank you for bearing with us tonight. We are going to get off linear, and then we'll kind of wrap things up off streaming. But first, if you are watching us on WHAS 11 News, we are going to take you back to regular programming.